August House, a novel by J.C. Hewitt, Book 1 of the Santa Creta Stories.
The iron gate groaned as it swung wider, its hinges shrieking faintly into the still afternoon. Tilly August's left hand rested on the steering wheel as she watched the rusty chain pulley strain to open the heavy gate. She waited, the index finger of her right hand hovering over the remote, as if pressing it again might make the gate move faster. Beside her, Anne August sighed softly and adjusted the hem of her brown sweater. The soft knit draped smoothly over her beige trousers, pressed with a precise crease. Her low-heeled loafers, polished to a faint shine, caught the dim light filtering through the trees. At 58, Anne's slender frame was taller than Tilly's, her posture straight and deliberate, even while sitting. Her blonde hair, tied back into a neat ponytail that hung just past her shoulders, revealed no trace of gray, thanks more to her stylist's skill than the denial of time. Her green eyes, bright and flecked with blue, flicked toward the gate as she reached down and adjusted the strap of her leather satchel. "It probably hasn't been opened in years," Anne murmured as the gate creaked wider, allowing just enough space for the car to pass through. "We're lucky it moved at all." Tilly wore a similar outfit to her mother. Her chunky brown sweater was thick and less fitted, its loose knit slightly rumpled at the cuffs. Her oatmeal trousers, less structured than her mother's, hung loosely around her hips, the hems brushing the tops of her boots. Though shorter by 3 inches, 2 if she minded her posture, Tilly's frame was curvier than her mother's, a fact she often downplayed in the way she dressed. Her medium brown hair, secured in a ponytail as well, fell slightly longer than Anne's, brushing the middle of her back. Her green-blue eyes mirrored Anne's, though a bit more blue and a bit less green. She steered carefully up the cobblestone drive. The stones were uneven under the tires, worn smooth in some places, cracked and missing in others. Overgrown branches cast shadows across the windshield, their leaves nearly brushing the sides of the car, until the drive opened into a clearing, revealing the house at its center. August House rose before them, a towering structure of faded red brick. Vines climbed the walls, their tendrils weaving around dark wooden window frames. Several panes were clouded with grime. One bore a faint crack that traced across its surface. The wide front porch was framed by thick wooden columns, their bases softened by moss creeping along the edges. "It's bigger than I remembered," Tilly murmured as the car rolled to a stop. She had visited many times as a small child, but that had ended around the age of 6 or 7, when her mother and Uncle Fred stopped speaking, for reasons her mother had never seen fit to explain. Anne's memories of the place stretched much further back. She had grown up in August House. It had always been too large, even for the generations who managed to grow old within its walls. Her parents, her grandfather, her uncle Joshua, and of course, her older brother Fred. Her grandfather had died first, when she was 8. Nothing strange, just age and clogged arteries. Joshua had died 2 years later, stabbed in a back alley behind a bar no member of the August family should have been near. Anne had been 14 when her parents died, a rollover accident on the poorly maintained mountain road leading into Santa Creta. After that, it had just been her and Fred, and once she turned 18, just Fred. Truthfully, August House had never housed as many as it was meant to. When her great-grandfather built it in 1916, he had 7 children and every reason to expect a sprawling family. But World War I claimed 2 sons, and the Spanish flu took 2 daughters. His wife survived the flu, but never recovered fully, and lasted only a few years more. The Augusts, who from 1890 until the house's completion had been the driving force of commerce in town, had dwindled ever since. Now there was just Anne and Tilly. Anne stepped out of the car first, brushing a stray leaf from her sleeve. Her gaze drifted over the warped shingles and weathered door, her expression unreadable. The iron railing felt cool and solid beneath her hand as she climbed the stone steps, the grooves worn deep by generations of passing footsteps. Tilly followed, retrieving a couple of bags of cleaning supplies from the trunk before trailing after her mother. The front door loomed large, its thick wood carved with ivy and floral details. An iron knocker shaped like a woodland sprite stared blankly at them. Tilly pushed the door open, stepping into the house's cool, dim interior. The air carried a faint trace of lavender over a sharper undercurrent of aged wood and must. The entryway stretched wide, the wooden floor creaking softly beneath her boots. She looked up at the grand staircase curving toward the second floor, as its banisters smooth with age and the touch of countless hands. Tilly paused, letting the atmosphere settle around her. Sunlight filtered through narrow windows, casting hazy beams across the walls where faded wallpaper clung stubbornly to the plaster. She could still make out the ghostly remnants of the old patterns. Anne lingered near the threshold, arms loosely crossed as she surveyed the room. "It's been sitting too long," she said, her voice even. "The wood will have warped. I wouldn't trust the plumbing either." Tilly didn't reply. Instead, she wandered into the parlor to the left. Heavy curtains covered the windows, their thick fabric blocking most of the light. She tugged one aside, and sunlight spilled in, revealing a chandelier, thick with dust. The crystals caught the light faintly. Furniture lay dormant beneath white sheets, untouched for years. Tilly ran her fingers along the edge of a covered armchair, feeling the faint texture of the fabric through the cloth. Her hand brushed a brass knob on a side door leading to a narrow hallway in the kitchen. The counters were worn. The sink bore a faint rust stain, the echo of water long gone. She twisted the faucet. It sputtered before releasing a stream of brownish water that gradually cleared. She watched, listening to the sound fill the quiet. "I like the smell of old wood," she murmured to herself. Anne's voice floated in from the hallway. "Well, I don't, and this place is full of it." Tilly shut off the water and moved back toward the entryway. She turned toward the gallery, pushing open the door to the right. The air inside was heavier, still, warm in a way that pressed softly against her skin. Light streamed in through the tall windows in narrow golden bars. Paintings lined the walls, frames pressed tightly together so that no plaster showed between them. Fairies filled the canvases, delicate, watchful creatures with translucent wings. Some hovered mid-air in dynamic poses. Others crouched in shadow, half-lidded eyes following the room's only visitor. Tilly paused before one painting, transfixed by the almost lifelike shimmer of the fairy's gossamer wings. At the far end of the gallery, a long table displayed sculptures of varying size and material. A bronze figure caught her eye, poised mid-dance, balanced impossibly on a single toe. The craftsmanship was exquisite, every ripple of the gown and vein in its wings, captured in cold metal. Another sculpture crouched nearby, wings folded tightly against its angular back. Its face seemed to shift with the light, as if watching her. Her steps slowed as she approached the centerpiece of the room, a painting larger than the rest, its frame intricately carved with ivy and flowers. The canvas revealed a moonlit garden, with a fountain at its center. Water shimmered under starlight, caught mid-motion, as though stirred by invisible fingers. Fairies gathered at the fountain's edge, their faces tilted upward in reverence. Tilly's breath slowed. She knew this place. She was certain. The memory was faint, but present. She had stood here before, tiptoed to peer over the edge of the table. Her chin had just barely cleared it. She had stared at a bronze fairy frozen mid-leap. And Fred had been behind her, his voice calm and serious. "If you spend too much time with fairies," he had said, "they may just steal you away. The fairies are always stealing little things, and you're a little thing." She had laughed nervously then, her hand inching toward the sculpture, even as Fred gently took her by the arm and led her from the room. Anne's voice broke through her thoughts. "What are you doing in here?" Tilly turned, her hand dropping from the edge of the painting's frame. Anne stood in the doorway, her gaze sharp but not unkind. "You've been gone so long. I thought you fell down a rabbit hole." "Just looking," Tilly replied, her voice faint. She cleared her throat, trying to sound more present. "Do you remember this room?" Anne stepped inside, her eyes sweeping over the paintings, the sculptures, the intricate carvings filling every corner. "I remember it. It was too cluttered and too creepy, even then. I avoided this room." It hadn't occurred to Tilly that the room might be creepy. She didn't argue. She just nodded, her gaze lingering on the fountain painting a moment longer before stepping away. She continued her exploration, wandering into the dining room with its long table and dust-covered chairs. Another tarnished chandelier hung above. Idly, Tilly wondered how many chandeliers one house could possibly need. 2 already seemed excessive, and she'd barely scratched the surface of this place. Attached to the dining room was a small sitting room, its walls lined with shelves of books and knickknacks. She traced the spines with her fingertips, brushing over the faded titles. It looked like the kind of collection that would have been very respectable 60 or 70 years ago, and now bordered on rare. She had a feeling this was just the beginning. This sitting room seemed focused on philosophy and the social sciences, with hardbound editions of Marcus Aurelius, John Stuart Mill, Nietzsche, Kant, and Karl Marx, as well as a collection of writings from the Founding Fathers. The sociology student in her noted some familiar titles: The City, The Polish Peasant in Europe and America, Ideology and Utopia, The Structure of Social Action, and even Coming of Age in Samoa. Upstairs, she passed through bedrooms layered with decades of forgotten belongings. Boxes crowded corners, furniture stood draped in sheets, faded posters clung stubbornly to peeling walls. Anne's old room was the most intact, her Echo and the Bunnymen posters still hanging above the clutter. Tilly paused there, running her fingers along the edge of a desk where Anne might have once sat, penning letters or sketching out dreams that had never made it past the page. Back downstairs, Anne stood near the front door, arms crossed. She had wandered some herself, but even with nearly 40 years of distance, she couldn't summon much nostalgia for the house where she'd grown up. It had never felt like a home, not even when it was full. Once her parents died, it had become a mausoleum. At 18, flush with her inheritance, she'd bought a 2-bedroom house by the beach, and she lived there still. She had raised Tilly there. That house was home. This one? This was a reminder of how empty her life had felt back then. You've seen enough for today. Let's get something to eat. Tilly nodded, even though her mother couldn't see her. Her gaze drifted toward the hedged path outside, where sunlight spilled faintly through the garden arch. You go ahead, she said. I'll meet you at the car in 20 minutes. Anne hesitated, then nodded and stepped outside. The door swung shut behind her, leaving Tilly alone. She turned toward the garden, drawn by the faint memory of Fred's voice and the pull of something she couldn't name. She went out the back and slipped through a narrow opening in the garden hedge, brushing aside a few straggling branches. The cool air beneath the canopy greeted her, laced with the scent of damp earth and greenery. The garden was quieter than the house, but not dead. It breathed in its own way. Leaves shifted softly in a breeze that barely stirred her hair. The rustle of unseen insects mingled with the faint creak of branches. Her steps slowed. Wild violets clustered at the base of a tree, their deep purple petals bright against pale bark. Ferns sprawled over the edges of a crumbling stone path. Ahead, the path widened into a clearing. Tilly stopped, her breath caught as she saw the fountain. Even beneath its tangle of vines and creeping moss, the structure commanded the space. The base was worn, darkened by weather and time, its edges softened and uneven, but the statue above it, untouched. Its pale stone gleamed faintly in the filtered sunlight. The fairy's wings stretched high, every line carved with such precision they looked ready to flutter. She didn't know how she was sure it was a fairy and not an angel. Maybe because the house had an entire gallery devoted to them, or maybe because the statue was naked, and naked angels didn't seem like a thing. Also, the face held something animalistic, something wild, something of the earth. Tilly stepped closer, brushing a stray leaf from her sleeve. Her eyes stayed fixed on the statue's expression, so lifelike it almost felt wrong to look too long. Without thinking, she pulled off her sweater and draped it over the fountain's edge, never breaking her gaze. The cool fabric of her long-sleeved shirt clung to her wrists, the air brushing against her skin like breath. She reached out, trailing her fingers along the stone lip of the basin. The surface was rough and irregular, softened in places where moss had taken hold. She leaned forward, peering in. A few tarnished coins glinted beneath a thin film of green. Dry leaves clung to the edges. Faint cracks spread across the bottom like veins on an old map. And for a moment, just a moment, the sunlight above the statue bent strangely, like it was forming the shape of an offering in the fairy's outstretched hand. She stepped back. Her gaze traveled slowly over the statue again. It was almost unsettling, how untouched it looked, as if the elements had agreed not to disturb it, even as they ravaged everything else. The stone caught the light differently here. Not like a reflection, more like it glowed. The garden seemed larger now, as if it had drawn breath with her. The overgrowth receded just enough to reveal the memory of a design. Curved paths, balanced hedges, symmetry long since claimed by time. The hedges beyond the clearing framed the space like an archway, their branches bowing gently, sunlight streaking in from above. And for a brief moment, Tilly felt like she wasn't alone. A rustle, a flicker at the edge of her vision. She turned. Nothing. A distant chime rang out. Faint, high-pitched. Like the farthest edge of a bell's echo, it tugged at her, deep, deep inside. And then Fred's voice, soft and buried in memory. Fairies are always stealing little things. Be careful. You're a little thing yourself. Tilly stepped back from the fountain, rubbing her arms. The clearing held its breath. The hedges pressed close, both enclosing and protective. Her gaze returned to the statue one last time. The outstretched hand still waited. The wings reached higher than they should have. Her chest tightened. She turned back toward the path. Moving slowly, she passed through the arch, the hedge brushing lightly against her shoulders. The shadows clung tighter now, the paths narrower, as if urging her back toward the house. She stepped into the sunlight near the drive. The sweater she'd left behind flickered briefly in her thoughts. Then the thoughts slipped away, lost in the return to daylight. They used the valet parking at the Salt Grotto, her mother greeting the valet by name. The restaurant's wide windows framed the ocean beyond, sunlight glinting off polished wood floors and neatly arranged tables. The low hum of conversation filled the air, punctuated by the occasional clink of silverware. As they walked through the dining area, a few patrons stopped to greet Anne, their voices warm with familiarity. Tilly hung back slightly, nodding politely. Her mother exchanged pleasantries effortlessly, the way someone does when they know their presence commands attention. Anne August, who considered her money a privilege rather than a right, had spent much of her adult life working to be of service. And if that brought a certain degree of influence as well, she didn't mind. She was on several local boards: the Santa Creta Medical Center Board of Trustees, the Mayoral Cultural Committee, the Women's Shelter Advisory Board, and the Senior Services Council, to name a few. Despite her standing, Anne was aware there was always an undercurrent of curiosity about her and her family. She had never married and rarely dated. In her 20s, she'd felt a need to seem like her friends, one boyfriend or another for appearances. But by 30, she had stopped pretending she was interested in romance or even sex. Most people assumed she was a closeted lesbian, and she didn't mind that. But the truth was, she had no more interest in women than she had in men. The only time her private life stirred controversy was when she had Tilly. People wanted to know who the father was. Anne's answer: it was an assisted conception, satisfied no one. Still, it was all the answer they would ever get, and more than she felt they deserved. When Tilly was old enough to be curious, Anne gave her the same answer, with a bit more depth. She presented her with a list of genetic markers from the donor, and they had a thorough discussion about the implications, if not the procedure. The hostess led them to a table near the window, where light sparkled across the waves and reflected faintly on the glassware. Anne handed the menu back as soon as she sat down. "The chef's sushi special," she said. Tilly scanned the options briefly and settled on the salmon. They began with light conversation, remarks about city hall renovations and the seasonal crowds at the beach. Careful, surface-level chatter, their words skimming past anything deeper. But as the drinks arrived, Anne folded her hands on the table and met Tilly's eyes. "We should talk about August House." Tilly felt her shoulders stiffen. "We should," she said, keeping her voice even. "I want to keep it, Mom. I can make it work." Anne did her best to keep her expression neutral. For nearly 20 years, it had been just her and Tilly. She remembered the toddler years Tilly had long forgotten, days at the Children's Museum, where Anne had joined the board, of course. She had brought Tilly there several times a week, hoping she'd engage with other children and avoid becoming the stereotypical only child, overly needy, overly attached. It had worked, partially. Tilly wasn't clingy. She didn't cry over minor disappointments. But she was always, undeniably, a creature apart. She played with other kids, but never seemed to learn their names. She never asked to go to the museum, even if she seemed to enjoy it once there. School had been much the same. Tilly was a solid student, easily capable of a B in any subject, but she never seemed passionate about any of them. She wasn't driven by grades or competition. She read books, a wide range of them, but when asked about what she read, her answers were short. She watched the same few television shows over and over, but had little to say about them. "I like it," was often the most she'd offer. College, though, had changed something. For the first time, there was a spark. Seemingly out of nowhere, she had a friend, Opal. Not the friend Anne would have chosen. Opal was too loud, too messy, but still she was someone Tilly clearly cared about. And now, there was the house. Fred had left August House to Tilly. That had come as a surprise to Anne, though in hindsight, she could understand it. Things had been tense between her and Fred ever since their parents died. He knew Anne had no use for that house or its overgrown garden, so he left it to Tilly instead. And Tilly had latched onto it. She was suddenly passionate, eyes lit up in a way Anne rarely saw. But it was about that house. That house. "Have you thought about what that really means?" Anne asked gently. "August House is more than just a house. It's constant upkeep, money, time, energy, and you're only 19. Her gaze didn't waver. "That's a lot for anyone to handle, no matter how much you want it." Tilly smoothed her napkin across her lap, pressing her fingers into the linen. "I think I can handle it. Fred left it to me for a reason." Anne leaned back slightly, tilting her head. "Fred loved you, Tilly, but he didn't always think practically. He didn't know how difficult maintaining that property would become. It's not something you should take on." Tilly's jaw tightened, her fingers curling around the edge of her napkin. "So you don't even want me to try?" Anne reached across the table, her hand resting lightly over Tilly's. "This isn't about what I want. It's about your future. Why tie yourself to a house that will drain you when you could sell it and have the freedom to build something new?" Tilly picked up her water glass, the chill of it steadying her grip. "It's not just a house. It's part of our family's history. I can't just sell it." Anne's expression stayed neutral, though her fingers tapped once against the table. "The past is important, Tilly, but it's not enough. A house like that will take everything you give and still want more. Let me make some calls. I can find someone who values the property and its history, someone who can take the burden off your hands." Tilly brushed at her cheek, surprised to find a tear there. "It's not a burden," she said softly. "It's a chance to do something meaningful." Anne sat back, her hands still on the table. "Let's just explore some options. You might be surprised by what's possible, by what you could do with that money." Tilly gave a short nod. "Go ahead and make your calls." Anne smiled faintly. "Thank you, sweetheart. I think you'll see this is the best choice." Tilly straightened in her chair, her voice low but steady. "I haven't made a choice yet, Mom. You can make your calls, but I'm not giving up." Anne paused, her lips curving just slightly, though her eyes stayed steady. "Of course. We'll figure it out together." Tilly turned her gaze toward the shoreline, where gulls dipped low over the waves. The soft chatter of the restaurant faded into the background, replaced by the quiet echo of her mother's words. She didn't like disagreeing with her mother, but that house mattered, and she wasn't letting go. Tilly awoke to the sound of ocean rain by Echo and the Bunnymen playing softly through her mother's old stereo. "Fate, up against your will." The singer's voice murmured low, accompanied by the faint hiss of the cassette tape. The air in the room was damp and faintly dusty, carrying the scent of old wood and paper. Her feet touched the smooth, cool floorboards as she rose from the bed. The long cotton nightgown she wore shifted lightly against her skin as she crossed to the window. Cassette tapes and band memorabilia sat in their familiar places, their edges blurred by shadow. Leaning against the window frame, Tilly looked out at the garden. Tangled plants and overgrown paths crept beneath the moonlight. Beyond them, the iron fence surrounding August House rose high, its bars wrapped in thick vines, knotted, unmoving. The house felt utterly private, hidden behind its barrier, unreachable from the outside. She felt the garden's pull and headed down the stairs before she gave it too much thought. Outside, the cool air brushed against her arms as she stepped onto the stone path. The ground was uneven but smooth, the stones cool beneath her bare feet. The scent of damp earth rose around her, mingling with the sweetness of unlikely blooms. Scarlet monkey flowers stood out faintly, their dark red petals muted in the low light. Pacific bleeding hearts swayed, their pale blossoms trembling in the still air. Coast lilies towered above them, their whiteness stark against the shadowed foliage. At the edge of the garden, Tilly pulled the nightgown over her head, folded it neatly, and set it on the grass beside her. She lowered herself to the ground, the cool blades pressing against her arms and legs. The air smelled of earth and flowers, the sharpness of the night blending with the garden's sweetness. Overhead, the moon glowed brightly against a scatter of faint stars. Her mind drifted as she lay there, pulling her back to her first day at college. She remembered the crowded auditorium, the low murmur of voices, and the scrape of chairs as students shifted in their seats. She had gripped the edge of her desk, trying to disappear into the crowd. This guy is so dull. I'm going to start working on my Outlander/fic, Opal whispered, her voice low and dry. Do you know the Scottish word for masturbate? Tilly had chuckled, louder than intended, drawing glances from nearby students. Her face warmed under their attention. I'm gonna go with a wee tug, Opal added, tone completely unfazed. Tilly's laughter burst out again, louder this time, catching even more attention. Before she could shrink into her seat, Opal reached over and took her hand. Her grip was firm, steady. Her voice was quiet. None of these people matter. The memory softened something in her. She sat up, her skin damp from the grass. A flicker of movement caught her eye. A rabbit stepped onto the path ahead. Its bright eyes reflected the moonlight, still and unblinking. She froze, breath caught. The rabbit lingered for a long moment before slipping silently into the shadows. Tilly rose slowly, brushing dew from her arms. The air felt heavier now, thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming things. The path ahead narrowed, its edges blurred by darkness. She followed it, her steps careful as the silence around her deepened. A shape emerged ahead, faint at first, but sharpening as she drew closer. The path widened slightly. The plants thinned just enough to reveal the fountain. Its stone base was mottled with dark green moss. Thick vines coiled over the edges, their leaves dense and unmoving. The basin was dry, its surface cracked in jagged lines that spread outward like an abandoned sigil. At the center stood the Faerie. Her wings arched high and wide, carved with impossible delicacy. The gown she wore flowed from the hips, leaving her bare above. Her arms stretched outward as if offering something just beyond reach. Tilly stepped closer, her feet brushing against moss-covered stones. She reached out, her hand trailing along the rough edge of the basin. The stone felt dry and uneven beneath her fingers, small grains flaking off at her touch. Her gaze rose to the statue's face. The features were sharp, exacting. Eyes tilted upward, mouth set in an expression that felt deliberate and unyielding. The air here was colder. It carried the scent of peat and old stone. The sounds of the garden had vanished, leaving only Tilly's breath and the quiet shift of her steps. She bent slightly, peering into the empty basin. Tarnished coins lay scattered among the cracks, catching faint glimmers of moonlight. Brittle leaves clung to the edges like pieces of a long-forgotten puzzle. Vines wrapped tightly around the statue's base, their tendrils thick and still. Tilly touched one gently. The texture was waxy, smooth, more like stone than plant. A rustle made her turn sharply, her pulse spiking, but the shadows beyond the clearing were still. She took a slow breath, but the air didn't lighten. Her attention returned to the statue. Its wings shimmered faintly as they caught the moonlight. She stepped back, her feet brushing softly through the moss. The return path felt longer. The plants loomed closer now. Tilly moved like she was wading upstream, until finally the earlier clearing came into view. The grass still bore the impression of where she had lain. The air was cooler, brushing softly against her arms. She bent to pick up her nightgown, unfolding it before pulling it over her head. The fabric settled warmly against her skin. For a moment, she simply stood there, listening. The garden was quiet. Still. But its scent lingered in the air around her, and the memory of the rabbit's gaze stayed with her, steady, silent, and pressing lightly at the edge of thought. Chapter 4. Tilly stepped out of the bathroom. The water had been cold. Cold enough to take her breath. She wrapped the towel tighter around herself and caught the faint scent of coconut soap. Her feet met the floorboards, not as cold as the tiles, but close. Her hair hung wet against her neck and shoulders. She shivered, then walked to the bedroom. The bedroom looked better now. She had cleaned it the day before, and it felt less like a storage room. She glanced at the teal sheets she'd picked, bright against the worn bed frame. The closet door was open a little. Inside, her mother's old clothes hung in neat rows. She stopped in front of the mirror. Her cheeks were pink, her freckles standing out more than usual. She ran her fingers through her hair, tugging gently at a knot. Her face stared back at her, familiar but distant, like looking at someone she used to know. Mirrors weren't her favorite. Sometimes she had dreams about them, bad ones. Her eyes drifted back to the closet. She opened the door wider and looked at the clothes. Silk blouses and skirts with loud patterns, not her style. Her hand landed on a pair of high-waisted denim shorts and a loose black top. The shorts were stiff, the kind of thing that might have been trendy decades ago. The top was soft, with a wide neckline. She hesitated. These weren't her clothes. They were her mother's. Her mother from a time Tilly couldn't picture. What had she been like then? Would they have been friends? Tilly studied the bold prints and bright colors. Was this just what people wore in the 80s, or had her mother been someone who stood out? She picked up the shorts and the top and set them on the bed. She dropped the towel and pulled on the shorts first. The waistband was snug, sitting high on her hips. Then the top. It slid over her head, soft against her skin. The neckline slipped off one shoulder, the sleeves stopping short of her elbows. She adjusted the hem, tucked it into the shorts, and turned toward the mirror. She looked at herself. The outfit fit better than she expected. The shorts hugged her waist and legs. The top hung loose, the neckline lower than she was used to. It wasn't her usual style, but it worked. It made her think of her mother again. What had she worn these for? Something big? Or nothing special? Would she have cared that Tilly was wearing them now? Or laughed at her for making such a big deal out of it? At the vanity, Tilly picked through her mother's old things. She slid silver bangles onto her wrist. They clinked softly in the quiet room. She added a necklace, and then opened a compact of blush and brushed a little onto her cheeks. Her fingers found the rose-colored lipstick. She applied it slowly, set it down, and reached for the eyeliner. A thin line over each eye, a flick at the ends. It was enough. She stepped back from the mirror. The girl staring back didn't feel exactly like her, but she didn't feel like someone else either. Maybe that was okay. Maybe this could work. Her hair was still damp. She combed her fingers through it, pushed it back, then let it fall. She didn't try for anything more. It was fine the way it was. Tilly turned to the window. The garden below stretched out, wild and tangled in the sunlight. She adjusted the bangles on her wrist. The soft jingle broke the stillness. She thought of her mother again, young, unknown. Would they have understood each other? Would they have laughed at the same things? Tilly wasn't sure. She had the feeling that 1980s Anne wouldn't have even noticed her. Tilly's notebook lay open on the table. The words wallpaper removal were underlined a few times. Her pen tapped against the edge of the table. The rhythm was steady. Her eyes drifted from the page to her top. It didn't fit the way she expected. The fabric slid off her shoulder, brushing her skin. It was soft. She wasn't used to it. The shorts she wore were snug, the floral print bright against the black fabric. They made her notice every shift in her seat. The belt she'd added for effect caught the sunlight now and then. The studs glinted faintly, drawing her eye. The sound of footsteps broke her focus. A bag thudded onto the booth across from her. Opal sat down and leaned back. She smelled faintly of turpentine, sharp and clean beneath the scent of coffee. Opal wore denim overalls, loose on her thin frame. The edges were frayed, with faded streaks of paint along the legs. One strap was twisted and hung awkwardly over her chest. Beneath the overalls, she wore a black tank top stretched thin, almost see-through in spots. Her dark brown hair was pulled back into a messy bun, streaked with lighter, coppery tones. Freckles dotted her nose and cheeks. She glanced at Tilly's notebook, her hazel eyes quick and restless. Then she leaned back further, tapping her coffee cup with one finger. A smear of dried paint marked her knuckle. "Making the master plan for the house?" Opal asked, her voice low and rough, a grin tugging at her lips. Her eyes lingered on the notebook, catching the light through the window. "Big plans, I hope." Tilly looked at the page. She didn't answer right away. Opal's eyes shifted to her outfit. The grin widened. "Well, look at you," she said, resting her arm along the back of the booth. "This is new. You going for the retro heartbreaker thing?" Tilly felt her face warm. She curled her fingers around the pen. "I just thought I'd try something different," she said, tucking her hair behind her ear and adjusting the hem of her top. "Different works," Opal said. "You've got that record cover look. It suits you." Tilly laughed, soft, quick, then looked back at the notebook. "It's my mom's," she said. "I found it in her closet." Opal raised her eyebrows. Her grin widened. "Your mom? I need to meet her." She knew what she was doing. "You have met my mom," Tilly said. "You said she reminded you of graham crackers." "I haven't met this mom," Opal said, gesturing at Tilly's outfit. "Obviously, this is a whole different woman." "Same woman, different time. We'll see what you're like in your 50s. Tilly imagined the two of them playing tennis somewhere. She didn't even like tennis. Opal's gaze lingered. She tilted her head, voice casual. "So, no bra with that? Just wondering. Didn't see a strap." Tilly tapped her pen against the notebook and looked up. A small smile played on her lips. "Use your imagination," she said. Opal grinned, leaning in. Her elbows rested on the table. "Oh, I am," she said, voice low, deliberate. Nick slid into the booth beside her. The bench shifted slightly under his weight. His shoulder brushed hers, warm against the cafe's chill. Tilly glanced at him, then back at her notebook. She straightened it without thinking. "You look nice," Nick said. Tilly felt her grip tighten on the pen. Her cheeks warmed. "Thanks," she said. "It's not really my thing." Nick leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. His hoodie stretched tight across his shoulders, the fabric pulled smooth. "It's a solid outfit," he said, like it was fact. "I like it." Opal's eyes lingered on Tilly before shifting to the notebook. She tilted her head, scanning the list. "Wallpaper removal?" she said. "That's where you're starting?" The corner of her mouth twitched. "Why not go for something bigger? Knock down a wall." Tilly shrugged. She twirled the pen between her fingers. "I don't know. It seemed like something I could actually do. You know, manageable." Opal leaned forward, her elbows on the table. The light caught the silver chain around her neck. "I'm in," she said casually. Her eyes glinted. "I like undressing things. Here's a tip. Liquid fabric softener. Mix it with water, spray it on, wait a bit. The wallpaper comes right off." Tilly raised an eyebrow. "Fabric softener? Really?" "Worked great on a set I helped with," Opal said. She tapped the rim of her cup. "Don't ask me the ratio, though," I guessed. Tilly shook her head, smiling. "So half the wallpaper's still stuck, and the whole house smells like lavender." "Better than scraping it off with your hands," Opal said. She leaned back, eyes on Tilly again. "Do you have any books on this stuff? Home repair guides? Or are you just winging it with Google?" Tilly laughed. "No internet yet," she said. "Fred wasn't much of a tech guy. Someone's coming Saturday morning to set it up." Opal perked up, sitting straighter. "Perfect. I'll come by Saturday afternoon. Someone's got to help break in the Wi-Fi and finish peeling that wallpaper." Nick, quiet until now, looked over at Tilly, coffee still in hand. "I'd like to see the house," he said. "Count me in." Tilly blinked. "You'd both come over just to deal with old wallpaper?" Opal shrugged. "Old wallpaper, new internet, and a creepy mansion? Obviously." Nick's mouth twitched. "Yeah, I'm in. Wallpaper's not bad." Tilly closed her notebook, trying not to smile too much. A warm feeling settled in her chest. "Saturday, then," she said. "Just don't blame me if it smells like a laundromat when we're done." Outside, the wind scattered leaves across the courtyard. The three of them sat quietly. Sunlight streamed through the window, glinting off the studs on Tilly's belt and catching in the soft curve of Opal's hair. The cafe filled the pause. Mugs clinking, milk steaming, voices low. Tilly ran her finger along the edge of her notebook. The golden light lit up specks of dust drifting in the air. Through the window, wind shook the trees. Brittle leaves came loose and tumbled across the cobblestones. Opal leaned back again, one arm resting on the booth's edge. Her silver necklace shifted in the light. She held her coffee in her other hand, fingers tapping lightly on the rim. Her eyes drifted between Nick and Tilly, then landed on Nick. "So," she said, voice lilting, "how'd your date with Ivy go?" Nick paused mid-sip, then set his mug down. The sound of ceramic on wood was soft and final. His fingers brushed the edge of the cup. "It was interesting," he said, voice steady, words careful. Opal tilted her head. Interesting, how? She asked. She leaned in slightly, her necklace catching the light. Did she start quoting Nietzsche over dessert, or what? Nick laughed quietly, shaking his head. Ivy's more new age than existential. She's not questioning her existence. She's embracing it. Fully. It's intense. Opal chuckled softly, brushing a stray curl from her cheek. That tracks. So was it just her talking nonstop? Nick leaned back, shoulders easing against the booth. I know it bugs you guys, but I don't mind. I like listening to her. Tilly looked up from her notebook, brow pinching slightly. She didn't say anything, just watched him for a moment before dropping her gaze again. So what's the problem? Opal asked. Her voice had steadied. Sounds like you're into her. Nick tapped his thumb against his mug, slow and deliberate. I am, he said. She's fascinating. I like her, but nothing in the down there department. Opal leaned forward, her lips curling. So no monument to your love? Her tone was light, but her eyes stayed on him. Nick nodded. He turned toward the window. The wind shook the trees. More leaves fell. Yeah, that about sums it up. Opal sat back, fingers drumming lightly on her cup. She studied him. So, are you done with dating? Or is this just an Ivy thing? Nick hesitated, his gaze distant. I don't know. Lately it feels like maybe dating isn't for me. If I'm not all the way in, it's not fair. Not to her. Not to anyone. Tilly looked up again, setting her pen down. Maybe you just need to slow down, she said, voice even. People rush things too much. Maybe you need more time to feel connected before the rest catches up. Opal's eyes sparkled as she leaned back. So you're saying, let his heart lead and hope the rod follows? Tilly flushed. She looked back at the notebook. I just mean, don't give up right away. That's all. Opal leaned back, her tone softening. The teasing had faded. It's okay to just be friends, she said. If that's what you both want, but if she's hoping for more and you're not, that's hard, for both of you. Tilly nodded. Yeah, it is. Nick looked down into his mug. The dark coffee caught the light. He nodded slowly. I hear you, he said, voice low but clear. I'll think about it. The conversation moved on. Opal tapped Tilly's notebook, laughing about renovation plans. But the weight of Nick's words lingered, quiet but present. Tilly's pen hovered above the page, tracing lines she didn't write. The cafe hummed, steam, clinks, laughter low and scattered. Outside, the sun fell across cobblestones. The wind picked up again. The leaves kept falling. After a quick goodbye, Tilly gathered her things and made her way to Intro to Sociology. The day passed in a steady rhythm of lectures, notes, and half-scribbled reminders until her final class let out. Pulling her bag over her shoulder, she stepped into the soft evening air, the breeze carrying just a hint of salt from the ocean. Her mother had asked her to stop by, saying they needed to talk. Tilly assumed it had something to do with August House. She took the long route along Seaside Avenue, more out of reluctance than strategy. The street was alive with its usual evening energy, locals and tourists wandering between shops and restaurants. The blue glow of mercury vapor streetlights pooled in uneven circles along the damp sidewalk. The lights were old, probably terrible for the environment, but they gave the street a dreamy, otherworldly charm. Storefronts blurred slightly under their glow. Puddles left from an earlier rain shimmered with reflections that didn't quite seem real. Her loose hair caught the breeze, brushing lightly against her neck and shoulders. She noticed the occasional glance her way, the soft click of her boots on the pavement marking each step. It wasn't her usual invisible walk through town. A group near the window of Seaside Espresso turned to look, their laughter warm and curious. She adjusted the strap of her bag and kept walking. The attention was unfamiliar, but not entirely unwelcome. At Rico's Taqueria, the spicy aroma of grilled peppers and lime drifted into the street. Outside Faux 85, the clink of silverware and low murmur of conversation blended with the distant crash of waves. Across the street, the Santa Creda Grande Hotel rose above the smaller buildings, its tall facade gleaming under the pale blue glow of the street lamps. Tilly imagined the view from its top floor, Seaside Avenue lit with life, groups of people moving through the night in soft pools of light. It felt so far from August House. That place was full of silence. Stillness. Walls that didn't give anything back. She loved it. She did. But sometimes it felt too big. Too quiet. She wondered if taking it on alone had been a mistake. Part of her missed the warmth of places like this, where people flowed around her like light. Her steps slowed as she reached Seaside Books. The faded sign above the door swayed slightly in the breeze. She caught her reflection in the glass and stopped, startled. Her black floral shorts sat high on her waist, the silver-studded belt catching faint glints from the street lamps. The loose black top draped off one shoulder, its neckline soft and low. Her layered silver necklaces swayed slightly with each breath. Her makeup, just a flick of eyeliner, a touch of blush, and bold rose lipstick, looked stronger now under this light. For a moment, she almost didn't recognize herself. The mirror showed her face. It was hers, but something about the expression didn't sit right. Like it knew something she didn't. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and the movement broke the feeling. She adjusted her bag and stepped inside, leaving the glass behind. The bell chimed softly. The familiar scent of old paper, cedar shelves, and something faintly herbal welcomed her. The store was a patchwork of mismatched wooden cases and curated clutter, warm golden light casting deep shadows in the corners. The floorboards creaked under her boots as she wandered past displays of nature guides and local histories. Floating specks of dust caught the light, glinting faintly like gold. From a speaker near the counter, a jazz record crackled softly in the background. She made her way toward the home improvement section, her fingers brushing gently over the spines. Most of the titles were straightforward. Fix it yourself, home repairs made easy, essential maintenance for old houses. She scanned them without much focus. Her thoughts were on August House. The repairs felt bigger than she'd expected, like they might swallow her whole. But it wasn't the work that weighed most. It was the silence. "Try that one," a voice said, pulling her from her thoughts. Tilly turned. A woman stood at the end of the aisle, taller than Tilly, with dark blonde waves catching the light. A faint scent of incense clung to her, something smoky and earthy, like sandalwood. A tattoo, sharp, rune-like, curled across the back of her hand. She gestured toward the top shelf, where a thick, weathered book sat slightly askew. "If you're working on an old house," she said, "you'll want that one. Trust me." Tilly hesitated, then nodded. "Thanks." She reached up to grab it, her fingertips just brushing the spine as the book tipped forward and fell with a heavy thud. The cover was richly illustrated, ivy curling around worn stone, a border of antique tools framing the title. The Way of the Weathered Home, Practical Wisdom for Old Souls and Older Houses. She bent to pick it up. The book was heavier than it looked. Its thick, slightly warped pages smelled of mildew and ink. She flipped it open. The first line made her pause. "Every old home has a spirit, quiet, persistent, and wise. Approach it as you would a sleeping giant." She looked up to thank the woman. The aisle was empty. Tilly frowned. She glanced up and down the rows, but no one else was nearby. Brushing off the moment, she turned her attention back to the book. Its contents were unusual, a mix of practical advice and something closer to folklore. One section read, "To peel wallpaper, first greet the wall. Ask if it's ready to let go of its past coverings. If not, return another day." Another listed offerings for the house spirit: rosemary, sea salt, and a drop of spring water if available. It was strange, whimsical, but something about it clicked. It didn't feel silly. It felt like someone had written it from experience. She tucked the book under her arm, grabbed a more conventional repair manual, and headed to the counter. The bell chimed again as she stepped out. The night had deepened. Seaside Avenue glowed softly in the dark, the street lamps painting everything in pale blue and shadow. The heavier book pressed against her hip. It felt oddly warm, realer than it had a minute ago. She strolled for a while, her thoughts full of the house. August House had a voice. She'd always known that. She just hadn't known what to call it. And now, for once, the idea of listening didn't scare her. The smell of lemon furniture polish greeted Tilly as she stepped into her mother's house, a meticulously kept two-story cottage overlooking the beach. The windows along the back wall framed a perfect view of the ocean, where the late afternoon light shimmered across the waves. Despite its elegant decor, polished wood floors, high-end furnishings, and a deck built for morning coffee overlooking the sea, the house was compact. Just 2 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a wide living room. You could fit the entire place inside the ballroom at August House. The yard was even smaller, just a sliver of grass and a row of potted plants. But the view and the deck more than made up for it. Tilly had always thought the house seemed built more for display than for living. She'd barely set down her bag when her mother's voice called from the kitchen. "In here, Matilda!" Tilly followed the sound and found her mother at the counter, slicing strawberries into a glass bowl. Anne looked up as she entered, her gaze skimming over Tilly's outfit. Her hand paused mid-slice. Her brow creased slightly at the sight of the top and shorts. "Are you wearing my old clothes?" Anne asked. "Where on earth did you find those?" Tilly's shoulders pulled back a little. "They were in your old room at August House," she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "I didn't think you'd mind." Anne looked for another moment, then gave a quiet laugh and shook her head. "Mind? No, it's been years since I've seen those." "I used to love that top," she said, nodding toward the off-the-shoulder blouse. "It's strange seeing you in it." Tilly gave a faint smile, unsure whether to feel flattered or exposed. "Thanks," she said, and pulled out a chair at the small kitchen table by the picture window. A porcelain teapot sat in the center, already steeping, flanked by 2 cups and a plate of shortbread cookies. Her mother brought the bowl of strawberries over and took the seat across from her. "So," Anne said as she poured the tea into their cups, "how was your first night at August House? I assume you managed to sleep?" Tilly turned her cup slightly in its saucer. The quiet sound of ceramic on ceramic filled the space between them. "It was fine," she said at last. "Quiet. But that's not a bad thing. There's a lot to do, though. I don't even know where to start." Anne gave a thoughtful hum as she took a sip of tea. "Well," she said after a pause, "maybe you don't need to start. I spoke with Ted Carson this morning. He's very interested in the property. He says it has potential." Tilly frowned. She set her cup down. "Ted Carson, the developer?" "Yes," Anne said, tone even. "He's been watching that place for years. He wants to turn it into condos, high-end, of course. He plans to keep part of the garden as a shared green space. He's willing to pay well." Tilly pressed her foot flat to the floor, trying to hold her reaction steady. "Mom, I just moved in. I haven't even had a chance to understand what the house is. It's too soon to talk about selling." Anne's lips thinned slightly. Her fingers traced the rim of her cup. "Tilly, that house is a millstone, a massive, expensive millstone. You're 19. Do you really want to tie yourself down like that?" Tilly met her mother's gaze. Her voice was quieter but firm. "I don't know yet, but it's not just a project. It's part of our family. Uncle Fred wanted me to have it. I think I owe it to him to try." Anne sighed and reached for a cookie. She broke it in half and brushed the crumbs from her fingers. "Fred meant well, but he wasn't always realistic," she said. "That house, it's going to ask for everything. Not just money, time, energy, years of your life. Ted Carson could take all of that off your plate. You could use the money to travel or get yourself a proper home, something manageable." Tilly lowered her eyes to her tea. "What about the money Fred left?" she asked. "Didn't you say he set some aside to help with the house?" Anne hesitated before answering. "He did, and I've been managing it, just like he asked. But I'm not comfortable spending it on a house you might end up selling. That money should be used wisely, for your future or something stable." Tilly's voice softened. "But isn't fixing up the house what he wanted?" Anne leaned forward slightly. "Tilly, I understand you want to honor him, but you don't know how deep the work goes. And if you sell, the buyer will do their own renovations, if they even keep the structure. Why spend your inheritance before you've decided what you want?" Tilly stared into her cup. "I hear what you're saying," she murmured, "but I need to figure it out for myself. I'm not ready to make that decision." Anne reached across the table and touched her hand lightly. "I just don't want you to regret it. You're young. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Don't let this house trap you." Tilly gave a small smile. "Thanks, Mom," she said softly. "I'll think about it." Anne tilted her head slightly. "Just promise me you'll consider it. Ted's offer won't stay on the table forever." "I promise," Tilly replied, though whether she meant it, even she wasn't sure. After that, the tension slipped back into something gentler. They drifted into safer conversation, not talking for another half hour like they used to, before the house got in the way. But when Tilly stepped outside into the fading light, the the weight of the conversation followed her. Selling wasn't something she wanted to think about. August House belonged to her now. Tilly got up at 7:30 and took a quick shower, bracing herself for the long wait promised by the cable company. They'd given her a 4-hour window, from 8 to noon, and she was prepared to spend the morning idling around the house, knocking out random chores. But at 8:15, a white van pulled up the driveway and parked just behind her car. She stepped outside to greet the technician, an older man with deep smile lines and a streak of gray in his short, tightly curled hair. He offered a firm handshake. "Name's Happy," he said. "First, I'll need to take a look around," he added, glancing up at the tall facade. "Every old place has its quirks. Let's see what we're working with." Tilly nodded, unlocking the door and stepping aside to let him in. She watched as he moved through the rooms, checking where the signal might struggle to reach through the thick walls and noting what kind of wiring the house already had. She waited in the kitchen, occasionally catching glimpses of him through doorways as he took his mental inventory. Eventually, Happy returned and gave her a small nod. "We're definitely going to need a mesh system. We'll start with the primary router here in the kitchen, then set up nodes in a few key spots." He unpacked his gear and got to work. The first router went on the kitchen counter. Then he moved room by room, pausing briefly in each one before placing the signal boosters. He explained how the system would eliminate dead zones and give her consistent coverage throughout the house. Tilly half listened, nodding occasionally. "Do what it takes," she said. As he drilled into the wood paneling and ran new wiring, the rhythmic buzz of the drill and the soft scrape of wires slipping into place echoed through the quiet house. Tilly stayed in the kitchen most of the time, glancing up now and then to see him checking signal strength and adjusting equipment. When he finally finished, more than 2 hours had passed. Tilly could feel the difference. Her phone showed full bars everywhere she walked. Happy returned to the kitchen and began packing up, his gaze drifting toward the shelves of curios near the counter. His eyes landed on a ceramic vase. Its glossy glaze caught the light and a delicate floral design wrapped around the base. He gestured toward it. "Nice place you've got here. That vase, it's a beauty. Ever think about selling pieces like that?" Tilly followed his gaze. "Selling? Not really. It's just been sitting there since I moved in." Happy walked over, hands on his hips as he looked closer. "I do a little side work. Antiques and collectibles, mostly online. Pieces like this can move pretty quick if you list them in the right place. On eBay, something rare or marked can get snapped up by collectors. Etsy's more for people hunting vintage decor to fit a look. Different buyers, different goals." Tilly tilted her head. "So, how do you know what goes where? And how long does it take to sell something?" He nodded toward the vase. "This one? Probably eBay. It's got more of a collector vibe, but anything handmade looking or that kind of boho charm tends to do better on Etsy." Then he chuckled. "As for timing, you need patience. Some things go in a day, others sit there for 6 months. Depends who's looking." Tilly picked up the vase and held it to the light. It was solid, its glaze vibrant and unchipped. She turned it over in her hands. "There's a mark on the bottom. Does that mean anything?" Happy leaned in, squinting. He pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. "That's a good sign. Doesn't look mass-produced. I'd say 1920s, maybe European. If I can ID the maker, it could be valuable. I'll look it up." She set the vase back on the counter. "I've got stuff like that all over the house. I wouldn't even know where to start." Happy glanced around the room. "Here's what I'd suggest. Pick a room, just one. Start setting things aside, stuff you think might be worth something, or even stuff you're not sure about. I'm guessing you've got the space." Tilly raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, a few rooms to spare." He nodded. "It's not a rush job. Take your time, but if you ever decide to move fast, estate sale people are an option." "Estate sale?" she echoed. "Yeah," he said. "Some are like a fancy garage sale, but with a house like this, they'd probably go auction style. Especially with your Faerie art collection. Honestly, if you're willing to part with the whole group, that's how you'd make real money. One buyer, one sale, instead of trying to sell piece by piece." Tilly frowned slightly, picturing strangers picking through the house. "I don't think I'm ready for strangers," she said. and I'm definitely not ready to part with the Faerie stuff." "Then don't," Happy said simply. He pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to her. "Just keep track of what you're thinking about. Once you've got a pile, give me a call. I can help sort it. What's worth selling? What's better to keep?" Tilly took the card and read it before tucking it into her pocket. "That actually sounds amazing. I need to clear space, and I definitely need money." Happy gave a short laugh as he headed for the door, toolbox in hand. "Just don't go selling something you'll wish you had back. Once it's gone, it's gone." Tilly walked him out. "Thanks. Happy, I'll call you once I've got a room ready." He tipped an imaginary hat as he stepped outside. "Good luck with this place. You've got your work cut out for you, but there's a lot of heart in this house." Tilly set her phone on the counter and checked the time, 10:45. Her friends would arrive soon, and she wanted the house to look at least somewhat presentable. Brushing a strand of hair from her face, she surveyed the kitchen. Bottles, a coffee grinder, and a pile of mismatched silverware cluttered the countertops, leaving little room to work. She grabbed a rag and started wiping down the surfaces, pausing every few steps to shift things out of the way. Cabinets opened, drawers rearranged. The coffee grinder ended up on top of the fridge, and the silverware found a home in a half-empty drawer. By the time she finished, the countertops were mostly clear, though the effort of finding space for everything left her more tired than triumphant. She sprayed down the surfaces with apple-scented cleaner and scrubbed until the faint sweetness filled the room. Stepping back, she nodded to herself. It was a start. Leaving the kitchen, she moved into the living room, where the dust-draped furniture gave the space a ghostly feel. She tugged the sheets off one by one, shaking them out in the yard and hauling them to the laundry room. Beneath the coverings, the furniture looked almost untouched. The floral patterns on the couch were still vivid. She paused, brushing her hands on her shorts, and let her gaze settle. The chairs and tables seemed frozen in time, surfaces smooth and unmarked. The house had seen so few inhabitants over the last 40 years. Just Uncle Fred, alone, after her mother left at 18. It made her wonder if he'd even used this room, or if it had been waiting the whole time. She adjusted the arrangement of the furniture slightly, then cleared a stack of books from the coffee table and slid them onto a nearby shelf. Satisfied, she moved toward the drawing room, where sunlight streamed through tall windows, casting pale rectangles across the floor. She crouched near the far wall, where the wallpaper had started to peel, and tugged at a loose corner. A strip came free, revealing dark wood paneling underneath. "Not bad," she murmured, brushing the dust from her palms. The doorbell rang. Tilly wiped her hands on her shorts and headed for the entryway. When she opened the door, Opal stood on the porch in her usual overalls and an old gray t-shirt. Her hair was tied loosely back, and a canvas bag hung from her shoulder. She glanced past Tilly into the house, her face lighting up. "This place is even better than you described," Opal said, stepping inside. Her fingers skimmed the banister as she walked, tracing the grooves worn smooth by decades of use. "And yeah, it's got just the right amount of creepy. Love it." "Glad you think so," Tilly said. "Come on, I'll show you the drawing room." As they walked, Opal admired the details. The high ceilings, the intricate moldings, the faded wallpaper. She paused at the base of the staircase, looking up toward the landing. "If you ever get tired of all this space, let me know. It's wasted on just one person." Tilly gave a short laugh. Noted. They reached the drawing room, and Opal stopped in the doorway. She took in the walls, the windows, the light. "You know," she said, tilting her head, "this would be perfect for some murals, something bold to wake it up. You looking for a project?" Tilly asked. "Big spaces are hard to come by," Opal replied. She dropped her bag on a chair and pulled out an iPad. "But first, Wi-Fi password? Dorm internet is still medieval." Tilly grabbed a sticky note from the desk and handed it over. "Here. The tech just set it up this morning, mesh nodes and everything." Opal paused, entering the password. "What's a mesh node?" "No idea," Tilly said, folding her arms. "But apparently it's a good thing." Opal grinned as the connection loaded. "Good enough for me." She set the iPad aside and picked up the spray bottle. "Wallpaper?" "Wallpaper," Tilly confirmed, nodding toward the wall. "Time to strip it back." Opal tested the nozzle, then looked over with a raised eyebrow. My mother always said I'd end up stripping. Tilly snorted and crouched beside the wall to check a peeling edge. The sound of a car pulling into the driveway made her pause. She glanced toward the hall. Sounds like Nick just got here. Opal smiled, already turning toward the door. Perfect. I love bossing Nick around. A knock echoed through the house, followed by Nick's familiar voice calling, "We're here!" Opal mouthed, "We're here?" with a flicker of surprise, her eyes darting past Nick. Nick appeared in the doorway a moment later, his tall frame filling the space as he looked around. Just behind him stood Ivy, a bright presence in the dusty house. Her blonde hair fell in loose waves, and she wore a blush-colored fitted top paired with slim jeans and ankle boots. Her gaze drifted over the room, lingering on the high ceiling and faded wallpaper. Tilly glanced down at her own now grimy shorts and t-shirt and sighed inwardly. "Wow," Ivy said, her eyes sweeping slowly across the space. "This house has such a powerful aura. You can feel it, right?" She turned to Tilly and Opal, lifting one hand with open fingers. "It's like the house has layers waiting to unfold." Tilly nodded, keeping her expression neutral, though her eyes flicked toward Opal, who gave a small, restrained eye roll. Nick set down the tool bag he'd brought and looked around with a slow nod. "This place is even bigger than I thought," he said. "A lot of work." "Oh, I think she's got a lot more than just work here," Ivy added, placing her fingertips lightly against the wall. "You can almost see the stories, each wall just waiting to be heard." Opal copied the gesture, palm against the wallpaper. "Tell me your dirty little secrets." Ivy glanced at her and smiled, and just like that, Tilly realized Ivy might not be as oblivious as she appeared. She tried to unclench the small knot of jealousy that had formed in her chest. It wasn't Ivy's fault Nick liked her, and apparently, dating Nick came with its own challenges. Tilly gave her a polite nod. "That's great, Ivy. It's nice to have someone who can appreciate stories." Nick, now holding a utility knife, looked around. "So, are we all set to start peeling back the layers of this place?" Opal leaned casually against the wall and gave him a confident smile. "For sure. This house is practically begging for a little attention." She shot Tilly a knowing look, then gave the wall a playful pat. "You're such a flirt, August House." Ivy's eyes lit up, a delighted smile spreading across her face. "Exactly. It's like the house has been waiting for this moment." Tilly cleared her throat and gestured to the way of the weathered home, which sat on the side table. She picked it up and flipped through the worn pages to a passage she'd marked earlier. "So, apparently, there's a ritual you're supposed to do before taking down wallpaper. Here it is." She ran her finger down the lines and read aloud. "Before removing anything, ask the house if it's ready to let go. Walls are more than paint and paper. They hold memories, like pressed flowers in a book. If you go in with a heavy hand, you might find resistance. But a gentle ask? That's the way to uncover a place's true self." She glanced up. "Ivy, you seem in touch with the spirits. Would you like to do the honors?" Ivy's eyes brightened, and she stepped to the center of the room with a sweeping motion. She placed one hand on the wall, tilted her head, and let her breathing slow. The others watched as she pressed her palm flat, tracing slow circles across the wallpaper's textured surface. "August House," she said softly. "Are you ready to reveal yourself, layer by layer?" Her hand glided down the wall, fingertips dragging slightly feeling every ridge and crease. She paused, then opened her eyes and nodded. "Yes," she said. "The house wants to be seen." Tilly nodded toward Opal. "All right, then. You're up with the spray." Opal picked up the spray bottle filled with the fabric softener solution she'd prepared. She gave a few test sprays, misting the wall until the scent of lavender filled the air, mingling with the musty odor of old paper. She adjusted the nozzle, then moved along the wall, coating it with a thin, even layer. Each spray landed with a soft hiss, the droplets beating before darkening the faded pattern. Nick, following instructions from a more practical handbook Tilly had found, picked up a utility knife and began scoring the wallpaper. His first few passes went a bit too deep, leaving narrow cuts. Is it supposed to go all the way through?" he asked, eyeing the grooves he'd left. Opal glanced over, adjusting her grip on the spray bottle. "Not quite. Just a light touch," she said, demonstrating a quick, gentle scrape. "You're just helping it soak in." Nick nodded and adjusted his pressure, finding a steadier rhythm. His lines became more controlled, though the blades still wandered on occasion, leaving a few uneven cuts. Opal paused to give him room, wiped her damp fingers on her jeans, and looked toward the side table. "Why don't you read us a little of that guidebook, Ivy? Could use some wisdom while we peel back history." Ivy picked up The Way of the Weathered Home and turned to the bookmarked page, her fingers gliding across the faded paper as she skimmed. "The spirit of a house lies in the patience of its walls," she read aloud. "Take care when peeling back the past. Each scratch, each line is a memory to be honored." She rested her hand lightly on the wall again. Opal arched an eyebrow. "We don't want to anger the walls. Not yet, anyway." Nick gave a quiet huff of laughter, prying at a corner of the wallpaper. It came off in uneven strips, the edges curling in his hands. "I'll try," he muttered, tugging another piece free. It tore halfway, leaving a jagged patch. "This stuff's really stuck in some spots. Maybe it doesn't want to change." Opal nudged him with her elbow and reached past to peel a stubborn edge. "Nah, you're just helping it let go. Besides, it's due for a little shedding." She gave a quick spray, waited a beat, then pulled off a cleaner strip. Ivy turned to another section of the book. "Remember, the walls are only as strong as the memories they hold. Use a gentle hand and a respectful touch." She looked over at Nick. "Pretty sure that means don't scrape too hard. Too much muscle might be the wrong move." Nick gave her a quick nod and continued, now handling the wallpaper with more care. He eased it away in slow, steady pulls. The strips came off in a mix of wide and narrow sections, the glue loosening bit by bit. Opal kept moving along the wall, misting new areas and watching the paper darken under the spray. "Looks like your respectful touch is working," she murmured to Tilly, glancing back with a faint grin. "Maybe the walls have decided we're trustworthy after all." Ivy read again, her tone calm and even. "If a wall resists, speak to it gently, reminded of the beauty that lies beyond the layer it clings to." She rested her hand on the wall and closed her eyes. "You're beautiful as you are, but there's so much more to you." Opal gave her version with a glance toward Ivy. "You're gonna love this, baby. We're gonna make you so sexy. Sexy, sexy house." Nick chuckled as he peeled away another strip and let it drop to the growing pile on the floor. "Can't promise that, but I'll give it my best shot." They continued working in rhythm, Opal spraying, Nick peeling, Ivy reading at intervals. Her voice drifted gently through the room, giving the work a kind of calm. Tilly stepped back to take it all in, the slow, deliberate ritual unfolding, the old walls of August House gradually revealing themselves beneath careful hands. The scent of lavender and softened glue lingered in the air, blending with the faint trace of old wood and dust. Layer by layer, the room opened up. After a couple of hours, the last strip of wallpaper finally peeled away, fluttering to the floor in a crumpled heap. Tilly, Nick, Opal, and Ivy stepped back, each glancing over the now exposed wall with a mixture of surprise and satisfaction. Beneath the wallpaper, the walls were paneled in wood, its surface marked with years of darkened stain. The grain was visible but dulled. The wood was weathered and worn in places, with faint lines and patches that hinted at its age, but it held a quiet dignity compared to the tired wallpaper that had covered it. Opal ran a hand over the panels, her fingers tracing the grain. "Now this," she murmured, "is way better than that floral crap." Nick nodded, brushing a bit of lingering dust from the wood. "It's solid, too. Feels like the real deal," he said, giving it a light tap. The sound was steady and warm, a far cry from the hollow scrape of the wallpaper's peeling layers. Tilly tilted her head, studying the wall with fresh eyes. "It could use some polish, maybe a little stain touch-up, but it's a big improvement. I didn't even know there was wood under all that." Ivy stepped back, clasping her hands together. That poor wall's been hidden under wallpaper for who knows how long, and now it's back to being itself. Opal nodded toward her. "Imagine not knowing this was under here." Tilly picked up a dust rag and started to wipe down the panels. In the afternoon light slanting through the window, the wood took on a soft glow, adding a warmth to the room that had been missing before. "I should give everyone a tour," Tilly said. She led the group from the drawing room, navigating a path through stacked furniture draped in dust sheets and crates piled high along the hallway walls. She pointed out the grand staircase, its banister ornately carved but scuffed from years of hands running over it, and gestured toward the hallway lined with closed doors and framed portraits obscured by dust. As they entered the living room, a massive stone fireplace came into view, dominating one wall with rough, weathered stones stacked to the ceiling. Dust sheets hung loosely over the furniture, casting pale shapes in the afternoon light filtering through bay windows. Ivy's eyes went wide as she looked around, taking in the room's size and the weight of the old stone hearth. "This is incredible," Ivy said, moving closer to the fireplace. "Can you imagine what it'd look like all polished up? It's practically its own monument." Nick lingered near the doorway, nodding as he took in the space. "The stone's solid. This place was built to last," he said, tapping the hearthstone lightly. "A little cleaning and it'd be good to go." They continued to the dining room, where a long, stately table took up most of the space. Chairs with fading upholstery circled it, their high backs framed by a tarnished chandelier hanging above. Opal ran her hand along the back of one of the chairs, her gaze flicking to the windows, where light filtered through, softening the worn lines of the room. "It has atmosphere," she said simply, then glanced at Tilly, her fingers trailing off the chair and brushing lightly against Tilly's back as they moved on. Tilly paused a moment. "Once we get past the dust, who knows?" They climbed the stairs to the second floor, where Tilly pointed out the large master bedroom. Sunlight filtered through tall windows overlooking the ocean, casting soft light on the four-poster bed draped in heavy, faded fabric. The glass doors led to a small balcony, its iron railings rusted but intact. Opal's gaze lingered on the balcony. "That view," she said quietly. Tilly acknowledged it with a slight nod, then led them to the master bathroom. The door creaked open, revealing a clawfoot tub set beneath a window, its glass panes cloudy with age. Dual vanities stretched along one wall, their marble countertops dulled, and the shower stall featured multiple nozzles, hinting at the room's former luxury. Ivy clapped her hands lightly, stepping into the bathroom and glancing around. "This could be an oasis. Just look at that tub." She brushed her fingers along its rim. "Imagine sinking in with a view like that." Opal eyed the shower stall. "With all those nozzles, think of the things you could do in there," she said. Tilly raised an eyebrow. "Let's make sure it all works first," she said, guiding them back into the hallway. They climbed the narrow stairs to the third floor, reaching the quieter rooms at the top of the house. Tilly opened the door to a modest room with a narrow wrought iron bed and a small writing desk beneath the window. Opal stepped inside. "It's cozy," she said, leaning casually against the desk. "Perfect light for a studio." Tilly studied her for a moment. "This room would suit you." The tour ended in the basement. The stairs creaked underfoot as they descended into the dim, musty space. Boxes and trunks lined the walls, stacked to the ceiling in places, their surfaces thick with dust. Tilly pulled the chain on a single hanging light bulb, revealing faded tapestries, crates of china, and stacks of antique furniture tucked into every corner. Nick picked up a delicate teacup, brushing off the dust. "These might be worth something," he said, carefully setting it back in its box. Ivy looked around, her eyes wide. "It's like a whole world down here," she whispered, reaching out to touch a box with intricate carvings. "Who knows what's hiding in all this?" They continued exploring, and Opal gasped when they reached the wine cellar. "Holy crap, that's a lot of booze. You could open your own speakeasy, crystal decanters, velvet-lined shelves, maybe a secret backroom for VIPs. Her smile widened. "I'd be your first customer." Tilly brushed dust off a nearby bottle, her tone thoughtful. "If that's your style, you'd really appreciate the billiard room upstairs. Top-shelf liquors, cigars. This probably goes back to my great-grandfather's time. He owned the house during Prohibition, and let's just say he had a creative approach to the law." Nick raised an eyebrow, arms crossing. "Prohibition? Now we're talking. What kind of creative approach?" Tilly tilted her head, fingers brushing the edge of the shelf. Import-export was his official business, but there were plenty of whispers about bootlegging and speakeasies. The billiard room has a setup that makes you wonder if those rumors were true. Ivy's lips curved slightly, her voice lowering. "It reminds me of the razor's edge, the kind of place where charm and restraint mix with the kind of longing no one admits to." Opal laughed, brushing her hand down the front of her overalls. If we find a hidden bar, I'm claiming it. And if there's a stash of cash, I'm upgrading my wardrobe. Tilly leaned back slightly, a faint smile on her face. It wouldn't surprise me if there's more to this house. I'm fairly certain there are at least 1 or 2 hidden rooms. My great-grandfather wasn't exactly transparent about his dealings. Nick straightened, grinning. Hidden rooms? That's it. Forget restoration. We're treasure hunters now. Opal nudged Tilly as they moved toward the stairs. All right, lead the way to the billiard room. Let's see what secrets your great-grandfather left behind. In the billiard room, Tilly lingered near the doorway, her hand brushing the edge of the pool table. The dark wood paneling and emerald green felt gave the space a hushed elegance. Glass-fronted cabinets lined the walls, filled with decanters and rows of cigars. The faint scent of aged leather and smoke lingered in the air. Behind her, the group spread out. Nick leaned against the far wall, eyes sweeping over the bar cart with its neat rows of crystal glasses. Opal perched on the arm of a leather chair, her heel tapping lightly. Ivy stood near a cabinet, her fingers tracing the glass as she studied the bottles inside. This house, Ivy said softly, glancing at Tilly. It's like stepping into another world. Tilly hesitated, then spoke. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of space, she said, her voice slower than she intended. And a lot of work for one person. Nick turned, watching her. Opal tilted her head, her usual grin softened by something quieter. I've been thinking, Tilly said, more certain now. You've all been stuck in the dorms, cramped rooms, loud neighbors, no privacy. I can't imagine what that's been like. This house, it's big enough for more than just me. Opal leaned forward, eyes bright. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Tilly hesitated, her hand tightening briefly on the banister. She felt the weight of what she was about to say. Opal, she said, her voice clearer now, if you're serious about getting out of the dorms and about helping with everything this house needs, then yeah. I'm offering. Opal's grin broke wide. Oh, I'm serious. You won't regret this. This place and we're going to be best friends. Tilly gave her a small smile, the knot in her stomach easing slightly. She turned to Nick. What about you? You've already brought tools. Are you in, or was this just a field trip? Nick shrugged, easy but sincere. It would be nice to have roommates who fart less than Jason. No promises, Opal said. Tilly looked to Ivy. The knot twisted again. And you, Ivy? She asked quietly. You've been a real help. If you want to stay, just say so. Ivy's face lit up. Really? You'd let me stay here? Tilly let out a slow breath. Okay, she said. You're all in on one condition. Everyone helps. Clack. No freeloaders. The group exchanged glances, something quiet settling in. For the first time, the house felt lighter, like it was beginning to breathe again. They stood in the hallway, the silence settling between them. Then Opal broke it. I gotta pee. The back porch of August House stretched out toward the sprawling garden, the wood weathered and sun-bleached beneath Tilly's feet. She leaned against the railing, her gaze following the winding paths as they disappeared into the trees. The morning air was cool and carried the faint scent of roses, mingling with the earthy aroma of the damp soil below. Behind her, Anne and Ted Carson sat at the wrought iron table. Anne, impeccably dressed in cream linen pants and a pale blue blouse, looked composed and effortlessly persuasive. Ted, in a tailored blazer and dark jeans, sat with his laptop open, his demeanor easy but alert. Tilly, Anne called with a warm smile, gesturing for her to join them. Let's sit and talk this through. Tilly turned reluctantly, her steps measured as she approached the table. Ted stood, offering his hand with a smooth smile. Thank you for meeting with me, Tilly, he said. She shook his hand briefly, her grip cool and tense. Let's just get to it. Ted's smile didn't falter as he resumed his seat, clicking open the first slide on his laptop. I understand how important this property is to you, he began, his tone calm and measured. That's why we've taken great care to design something that respects its history while moving it forward. The screen displayed a sleek rendering of a 7-story apartment complex. The design was clean and understated, with arched windows and slate gray stonework that subtly echoed August House's original architecture. We intend to use as much of the original material as possible, Ted continued. The stone from the foundation, the wood from the beams. These elements will be repurposed throughout the new structure to preserve its character. Tilly crossed her arms, her jaw tightening. Repurposing the house isn't preserving it. It's dismantling it. Ted glanced toward the garden, unruffled. I understand your concern, but preserving the house as it is simply isn't sustainable. What we're proposing isn't about erasure. It's about transformation. The next slide revealed a carefully landscaped courtyard designed to mimic the garden's layout. The Faerie statue stood at the center, surrounded by trimmed hedges, rose bushes, and neatly arranged paths. The garden is one of the most unique aspects of this property, Ted said, gesturing to the screen. We plan to retain as much of its essence as possible. Obviously, we can't keep all 5 acres. It's not feasible, but a curated version would be more manageable, something residents can actually enjoy. He looked out at the garden again, his gaze lingering, searching for something. It's a remarkable space, but in its current state, it's overwhelming. This version would give it purpose. Anne leaned forward, her voice warm but pointed. It's a beautiful way to honor the garden, Tilly. You could share its beauty with others while ensuring it's properly cared for. Tilly bristled. Her voice was low. It's not the same. Ted nodded slightly. No, it wouldn't be the same. It would be usable. Right now, it's overgrown and unstructured. We want to shape it into something lasting, something that can thrive and benefit the community. Tilly's hand tightened on the armrest of her chair. How long have you been working on this? Ted tilted his head thoughtfully. I've had my eye on the property for years. I spoke with your Uncle Fred once, back when he was still considering his options. Her head snapped up. You talked to Fred? Ted gave a faint smile. Yes. A few years ago. He wasn't ready to sell, and I respected that. But this place, it has a way of staying with you. The house, the garden, they leave an impression. Anne rested a hand lightly on Tilly's arm, her voice soothing. Ted's family has been part of Santa Creta as long as ours. They've built spaces people treasure, spaces that last. Ted inclined his head modestly. My family's always believed in balancing tradition with progress. That's what I want to do here. The final slide appeared on the screen. The offer. Tilly's breath caught, though she kept her face still. The number was staggering, far higher than she'd expected. We wanted the offer to reflect the importance of the property, Ted said smoothly. This isn't just a financial transaction. It's about continuing your family's legacy in a meaningful way. Anne gave Tilly's arm a gentle squeeze. It's a rare opportunity, darling. This could give you the freedom to do whatever you want. Travel, finish school, start fresh. You deserve that. Tilly swallowed, her voice steady. Can you send me a copy of the presentation? Of course, Ted replied, closing his laptop. Take all the time you need. He stood, his gaze drifting out toward the garden once more. It's an extraordinary place, Tilly. I can see why it means so much to you. Without another word, he stepped off the porch. His shoes crunched softly on the gravel path as he disappeared around the side of the house. Anne watched him for a moment before turning back to Tilly, her expression thoughtful, then firm. Tilly, Anne said, leaning in slightly, her voice steady with conviction. This is an amazing offer. He's giving you more than I ever imagined. More than anyone would have expected. He's literally doing his best to preserve the spirit of this house, and he's offering you a fortune to do it. She paused, her hand still resting on Tilly's arm. Her voice softened, but her tone held. You need to take this very seriously, darling. It's not just about the money. It's about what this could mean for your future. He's offering you a chance to move forward without losing the heart of what August House has been. Tilly didn't answer right away. Her gaze drifted back to the garden, the winding paths stretching into shadow. Her thoughts circled uneasily, snagging on every promise Ted had made. The sun had dipped lower in the sky, casting long, angled shadows across the porch. The garden felt still, like it was holding its breath. Anne watched her closely, her hand tightening slightly. I know this is hard, she added quietly, but sometimes the best way to honor the past is to let it guide you into something new. You can't hold on to everything forever, sweetheart. Tilly's fingers brushed against the worn porch railing, its coolness grounding her. I'll think about it, she said at last, her voice low but firm. Anne gave a small nod, a hint of a smile returning. That's all I'm asking. Tilly sat and stared out the window at the garden. Her mother and Ted were gone now. It was just her. She thought about the money. She'd be independent. The problem was, independence wasn't all that appealing. She had the house now. Everything else could work itself out. Her mother wasn't going to let her starve, and she'd already invited her friends to live there. What was the point of bringing them in just to turn around and say, "Gotta go"? Of course, they weren't quite in yet. If there was a time to take the deal, it was now. It would only be harder later, once they were actually settled in. The problem was, August House would be dead. Sure, the new complex would keep the name like a walking corpse, but that was worse in a way. And then there was the garden. She stared out at it. "I want this," she said aloud. "I'm keeping it." A new pit formed in her stomach. Her mother was not going to be happy, especially when she found out Tilly was getting roommates. "But that's tomorrow's problem," she said quietly. Literally. The next day, Tilly was on the porch, cradling her mug of coffee, when she saw the sedan pull in. The engine rumbled unevenly as it rolled to a stop. Opal climbed out, her arms already full of bags. Dried paint flecked her jeans, and a streak of charcoal ran near her jaw. Her flannel shirt hung loose, sleeves rolled to her elbows, one side tucked in, the other not. "Need a hand with those?" Tilly asked, nodding at the pile of bags Opal unloaded. Opal balanced a couple of duffels on her hip and handed them over. "Sure, if you're offering. The third floor's open, right?" "All yours." No one else volunteered. "Good. I need the space," Opal said, stepping past Tilly and into the house. Her boots left faint marks on the floor. They walked upstairs, their footsteps echoing in the quiet. At the top landing, Opal paused, taking in the hallway. She dropped her bags near the bed and crossed the room, her hand trailing along the windowsill. "Plenty of light in here," she said. "It'll work." "Still needs cleaning," Tilly said. "I got some of it cleared out, but there's more to do." "No problem," Opal said. She opened a bag and pulled out a tin of brushes, lining them neatly along the sill. "Plenty of room for these. I might even start working on something tonight. Just remember, we're fixing the place up," Tilly said. "Make it better, not worse. Girl Scout rules." "Got it," Opal said, nodding with exaggerated solemnity. She pulled out a string of fairy lights and looped them over the bed frame. "And don't worry, I'll only use the Dremel during reasonable hours." Tilly raised an eyebrow. "Reasonable according to who?" "The house," Opal said, grinning. "If you hear something like a power tool, it's probably the Dremel. But just in case it's not, you should probably knock first. Or don't. Dealer's choice." "I'll flip a coin," Tilly said. "Just don't destroy the walls while you're at it." Opal pulled out a collection of postcards, clipped to a length of twine, and pinned them along the window. "You're no fun. This place could use some destruction." She followed it up with a small potted cactus, placing it beside the brushes. "This is Spike. He's in charge of morale." Tilly looked at the bent spine sticking out at an odd angle. "Spike looks like he's been through it." Opal shrugged. "He's seen worse." Next came a faded poster of Van Gogh's Starry Night, taped to the wall with painter's tape. She added a chipped mug painted with daisies to the bedside table and unpacked her clothes. Ripped jeans, oversized sweaters, and a pile of graphic tees that looked like survivors of various art projects. "So," Tilly said, leaning against the doorframe, "you've moved in, set up camp, claimed your territory? Anything else?" Opal sat on the bed and leaned back on her hands, surveying the room. "Not for now. By the time I'm done, though, this place is going to look, well, like nothing else. Just wait." She stood and walked to the window, resting her hands on the sill. The view stretched over the garden, a tangled sprawl of green that spilled toward the trees beyond. "It looks like a wild forest," Opal said. "You could get lost in there for days." Tilly joined her, crossing her arms. "It feels bigger than it is. About 5 acres, give or take." Opal turned to her, tilting her head. 5 acres is a lot for a garden. Can you imagine it when it was actually kept up? Even when I was a kid, only the parts near the house were properly trimmed. But back when my grandparents were still alive, it was a big deal. Award-winning. Opal pointed toward the fountain. "We have got to restore that thing. It's incredible." Tilly nodded. "It's at the top of my list." Ivy arrived about an hour after Opal had gotten settled. The rideshare vehicle, a slightly scuffed minivan with clean windows, pulled into the gravel drive. Ivy stepped out first, her sandals crunching softly on the stones as she waved up at Tilly. She wasn't alone. The driver, a man with a thick gray beard and steady posture, opened the back hatch and began unloading her bags. 8 in total, a mix of duffels, totes, and a pale lavender hardshell suitcase. Tilly came down the steps as Ivy handed the man a folded bill. He smiled, tipped his head in thanks, and hefted a particularly heavy duffel onto the porch. "Tilly," Ivy said, gesturing at the luggage. "Sorry about the mess. I've brought half my life with me." "Need help carrying it in?" Tilly asked, already reaching for a bag. "Yes, please." "That one," Ivy said, pointing to the lavender case. "I'll take the big one." They worked in silence for a few minutes, moving the bags through the front door. Inside, the hallway was narrow and cluttered with the ongoing aftermath of Tilly's reorganizing. Ivy paused to look around, taking in the high ceilings and faded wallpaper. She wandered room to room on the second floor, her sandals nearly silent on the worn wood. In each doorway, she lingered, chin in hand, head tilted, until finally stopping at the corner room. It had tall windows facing west and north, framing a view of the city and the mountains beyond. The late afternoon light spilled across the uneven floorboards. A cracked mirror leaned against the far wall, and dust motes drifted through the air. She exhaled. "This is it. I could be happy here." Tilly leaned against the doorframe as Ivy rested a hand on the windowsill. "I'm on the opposite end," she said. "The room with the old band posters. Opal's on the 3rd floor. I don't think she's directly above you, so no footsteps on the ceiling." "Perfect," Ivy said, flashing a smile that actually reached her eyes. "I can't tell you how much I appreciate this. Dorms are fine, but this," she gestured at the room, "this feels like a place, you know?" "I know," Tilly said. "When I thought about moving to campus, my mom told me, why share a room when you've got one here?" She was right, but I still felt like I was missing something. Now, with you and Opal here, it's like our own dorm. I'm glad for the company." Ivy stepped closer and gave Tilly a quick, tight hug. Tilly returned it awkwardly but didn't pull away. "We're going to have so much fun," Ivy said. They unpacked her bags together. Ivy's clothes came out first. Neat stacks of sundresses, soft sweaters, and faded jeans. Then came the books. Worn paperbacks with dog-eared pages, glossy hardcovers that gleamed in the afternoon light. Tilly picked one up. "English Lit Major?" she asked. "Guilty," Ivy said. "There's a little bit of everything in there, though. Classics, poetry, some modern stuff. I like to mix it up." Next came makeup palettes, jars of moisturizer, and neatly packed toiletries. Ivy opened a small zippered pouch and revealed an array of tiny crystals and polished stones. "For the energy," she said, placing one on the nightstand. "There's no hot water yet," Tilly warned, closing the last bag. "Afternoon showers are your best bet." Ivy laughed. "I prefer cold showers anyway. Good for circulation. You should try it." Tilly gave a dry smile. "I've been trying it, but not by choice. Believe me, I know how they feel." From the window, Ivy looked down at the driveway. "I think that's Nick pulling up now." Tilly looked down to see Nick pulling up in a 1990s-era Toyota pickup, the kind built for hauling, not showing off. The dark green paint had dulled over time, and a few scratches lined the sides, but the truck was clean and well kept. Tilly remembered him once saying it had been his father's. It hadn't been driven much. As sheriff, his father usually took a county car. A few wooden crates were stacked in the bed alongside a TV. As she watched, Nick hopped out of the cab and grabbed 2 crates, balancing one under each arm. Tilly hurried down the steps to get the door. "Need help?" she asked. Nick shook his head. "It's just dorm stuff. I'll have it up in no time." He'd chosen a room on the 1st floor, technically the old servants' quarters. It wasn't particularly big, but it had its own bathroom and a small kitchen. "It's like its own apartment," Nick had said when he picked it. Tilly lingered by the doorway, watching as he carried the crates inside with practiced ease. His shoulders moved with the kind of strength and control that reminded her of high school swim meets. Back then, she'd gone mostly to watch Nick swim. She'd never told anyone, especially not him. They hadn't really talked until college, but she'd always kept him in her peripheral. "Are you sure you don't need help?" she asked again as he returned for another load. He gave her a small smile. "Nope. I'm all set. Thanks, though." True to his word, Nick had everything inside in under 15 minutes. By the time Tilly stopped by his door, he was already unpacking. The room was spare but functional, with just enough space for his things. She leaned against the doorframe as he pulled out clothes, a few textbooks, a PlayStation 5, a laptop, and an electric keyboard. 2 years of piano lessons, and I can still barely play, Nick said with a laugh. But I keep telling myself I'll get back into it. Ivy appeared at the doorway, stepping in like she belonged there. She wrapped her arms around Nick's shoulders and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. He smiled, softer, more private than the one he'd given Tilly. "This is going to be fun," Nick said, his voice warm as he looked between them. Tilly forced a smile and shifted her weight. "I'm glad you're here," she said, and she meant it, but the sight of them together pressed sharp and sudden against her chest. "I should check on Opal," she added quickly, stepping away before they could invite her to stay. As she walked toward the stairs, she let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. The house felt a little smaller all of a sudden, but she pushed the thought away, focusing instead on the sound of her own footsteps echoing in the hallway. That night, Tilly had her first dinner with roommates. They shared a cheese pizza around the table, talking about school, the house, and all their plans for the future. There was an energy in the place she hadn't felt in days, and she welcomed it. By the time she went to bed, she felt more comfortable than she had in a while. She woke to the dark quiet of 3 a.m., her body heavy with sleep but her mind alert. She sat up slowly, the room dim and still. Her sweatshirt hung on the chair by the bed. She pulled it on and listened. The house creaked faintly, old wood settling. No footsteps, no voices. She opened her door carefully. Moonlight spilled through the windows at the far end of the hall, casting pale streaks across the floor. Her bare feet moved silently over the boards, her fingers grazing the banister as she descended the stairs. At the bottom, she paused and glanced toward Nick's door. Still closed. Still quiet. The kitchen felt cooler than her room. The hum of the refrigerator ticked faintly against the stillness. She walked through it and reached the patio door. Her reflection stared back at her in the glass, a pale face in a dark room. She slid the door open, stopping just short of the soft click that would have made her wince. Night air spilled in, cool and damp. She slipped outside and eased the door shut behind her. The garden moved gently. Crickets trilled in uneven rhythms, their calls rising and fading. Somewhere above, the flap of wings cut through the quiet as something disappeared into the trees. Leaves rustled, stirred by a breeze that whispered across the hedges. Somewhere, water dripped, so faint she wasn't sure it was real. Tilly stepped onto the stone path. Moonlight silvered the rose petals, and the hydrangeas swayed, their blossoms dipping gently. She reached out and let her fingers brush a rose, the petals soft and waxy beneath her touch. Then she saw them. Tiny flickers of light, darting in and out of the shadows. Reds, blues, purples. Colors like fragments of stained glass in motion. She stopped where she stood, watching as the lights danced along the path, skipping over the flower beds and curling behind the leaves. They pulsed and twisted, never staying still long enough to understand. One of the lights dipped closer, hovering just above a rose. The red shifted into violet before it darted away. She thought she heard a faint hum, low and resonant, but it was hard to tell. The lights moved with intention, but no pattern she could follow, like a game without rules. "What are you?" she whispered into the night. The words disappeared into the breeze. The lights spiraled upward, then vanished into the trees. She watched them go, a quiet ache settling in her chest. The breeze carried the scent of crushed petals and damp earth. She found a bench near the edge of the garden and sank down. The cool stone pressed against the backs of her legs. The crickets continued their chorus. The dripping water felt closer now. She thought of the fountain. She leaned back and let the garden surround her. She sat until the chill settled into her limbs, a creeping reminder that night was passing. She rose slowly and retraced her steps, her fingers grazing the flowers on her way. The patio came into view, a dark rectangle outlined by the glow of the house. She paused at the threshold, glancing back. The flickering lights were gone, or hiding at the edge of her vision. She slid the door open carefully and stepped inside. The warmth of the house met her skin. She moved into the kitchen and, without really thinking, made herself a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. She ate it standing at the counter, her eyes on the dark garden. The flowers were just shadows now. When she finished, she went back upstairs quietly. The hallway was just as she'd left it, still and dim. Back in bed, she pulled the blankets around her. The weight of the night settled over her like a second skin. When she closed her eyes, she could still see them, the flickering lights, dancing on the inside of her eyelids. They stayed with her as she drifted back to sleep. The morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting long shadows over the fountain. Tilly adjusted her gloves and stared at the mess before her. The basin was choked with vines, moss, and debris, and the fairy statue above it stood half hidden, its wings barely visible beneath the overgrowth. That seemed odd. She could have sworn the fairy had been mostly uncovered when she first arrived at August House. But maybe she'd been looking aspirationally, seeing what she hoped for instead of what was actually there. Now the garden stretched out in all directions, wild and untamed, as if daring her to make a dent in it. She glanced toward the shed tucked behind a line of hedges. It was sizable, with peeling green paint and a heavy padlock hanging from the door. She'd found it locked tight on her first day and hadn't been able to get inside. For all she knew, it was empty, or worse, packed to the rafters with junk. Still, the thought of what might be in there nagged at her, especially on days like this when her tools felt laughably inadequate. It had been 2 weeks since the roommates moved in, 2 weeks of adjustment. One thing she'd adjusted to was the fact that everyone was busy, especially when it came to helping her. Nick, who she'd assumed would be the most helpful, had been gone for most of it, like he hadn't really moved in. His stuff was here, but Nick himself just popped in and out. When it came to getting things done, she was mostly on her own. The shears in her hand cut well enough through the thinner vines, but when she hit a thick woody stem, she had to tug and saw at it until her arms burned. One particularly stubborn vine snapped free and whipped her wrist, leaving a faint red mark through her glove. "Great," she muttered, tossing the vine into the wheelbarrow. By mid-morning, the wheelbarrow was full. She pushed it toward the dumpster, the uneven ground making the wheel wobble. At the dumpster, she stopped and stared up at the towering metal walls. She grabbed a pile of bricks from near the shed and stacked them into a makeshift step. When she climbed up, the bricks shifted under her weight, but they held. Barely. She tossed the vines over the edge. Most landed inside, but a few slid back down, brushing her shoulder as they fell. "Perfect," she muttered, scooping them up and trying again. Back at the fountain, the work felt endless. She crouched near the basin, scraping at moss with her gloved hands. Her arms ached. Her lower back throbbed. Frustration bubbled in her chest, and she sat on the edge of the fountain, staring up at the fairy statue. Its face was serene, almost indifferent. The wings, now partially uncovered, stretched upward as if waiting. She tilted her head, studying its expression. It felt like it was watching her, its stillness heavier than it should have been. "You're supposed to be magical, right?" she said aloud, her voice dry. "A little help wouldn't hurt." The garden remained silent. She shook her head and pushed herself to her feet. "Great. I'm talking to statues now." She crouched again to clear another patch of moss, and her fingers brushed something hard and metallic. She froze, then pushed the debris aside to uncover a small brass key. Her breath caught. It was tarnished but intact, the teeth sharp. Her pulse quickened as she turned it over in her hand. Could it be? She looked up at the statue, heart pounding. "Okay," she whispered. "If this is you, thanks." The shed's padlock felt heavier than she remembered. The key slid in and turned smoothly, the lock clicking open with satisfying ease. She pulled it free and swung the door open, her breath hitching as she looked inside. The shed smelled faintly of damp earth and old wood. Tools lined the walls, pruning shears, a rake, a battered spade, but her eyes went straight to a pair of large two-handed pruners hanging from a hook. The blades gleamed faintly in the dim light. Below them, a folding saw rested on a shelf, its wooden handle smooth and worn from years of use. She picked it up, folding and unfolding the blade with a crisp, satisfying click. Against the back wall, a sturdy ladder leaned in the shadows, its rungs scuffed but solid. A better wheelbarrow sat in the corner, its wheel intact. Tilly grabbed the loppers, the folding saw, and the ladder, her mind racing. Her lips curved into a small smile. "You've been holding out on me," she said to no one in particular. With the sharper tools and the ladder, the work moved faster. The loppers cut through the thick vines with ease, the long handles giving her the power she needed. The saw made quick work of larger branches. She set up the ladder beside the dumpster, climbed carefully, and tossed the debris inside. For the first time, the process felt manageable. By late afternoon, the fountain's basin was mostly clear. Cracks in the stone were visible again, and the fairy statue's wings stretched fully into the golden light. Tilly leaned on the ladder, her gloves dangling from her hand. For the first time, she climbed to the top of the dumpster to check her progress. It was only a quarter full. She looked out at the debris still scattered across the garden and let out a soft laugh. "Of course," she said, shaking her head. Her muscles ached. Dirt streaked her face. But the sight of the uncovered fountain filled her with a quiet sense of accomplishment. As she turned toward the house, the key pressed lightly against her thigh through her pocket. The shed, the tools, and the garden would still be there tomorrow. Tonight, though, she had earned a rest. Tilly pushed the door open and stepped into the cool, quiet house. The faint murmur of the TV floated from the living room. She kicked off her muddy boots by the door, her legs aching with each step. In the living room, Opal and Ivy were sprawled across the couch, a bag of popcorn between them. A reality show played on the TV, the contestants' voices overlapping in heated arguments. Opal glanced up and flashed a quick grin. "Hey, you're back. We just got in." Ivy nodded, tossing a piece of popcorn into her mouth. "Study group ran late," she said, her tone casual. "How's the garden? Did you make any progress?" Tilly paused in the doorway, her gloves dangling from one hand, faint dirt smudges on her sleeves. Her gaze flicked to the popcorn and back to them. "The fountain's mostly clear," she said after a moment, keeping her voice even. "Nice," Opal said, brushing crumbs off her overalls. "We'll totally help next time. For real." Ivy nodded again, her attention drifting back to the TV. "You're a goddess, Tilly. Seriously." Tilly opened her mouth. The urge to say something sharp bubbled up, but she swallowed it. Instead, she gave a small, tight smile. "Sure. Next time." Without waiting for a response, she headed upstairs. The creaking steps felt louder than usual, the weight of the day pressing down on her. In the bathroom, she stripped off her dirt-streaked clothes and stepped in front of the mirror. Her skin glistened with sweat and streaks of grime, her hair damp and sticking to her face. Thin scrapes crisscrossed her forearms, angry red lines standing out against pale skin. A shallow cut near her elbow still oozed faintly, and her shin bore a deepening bruise smudged with dirt. She turned slightly, running her fingers over the scrapes on her arm. They stung, a reminder of the vines and thorns that had fought back. Her hands, still faintly trembling from the day's effort, hovered over the bruise on her leg. "Battle scars," she murmured, her voice dry. "Looks like I lost this round." The cold shower hit her like a slap. She gasped, shivering as the icy stream ran down her back. She twisted the knobs in frustration, but no warmth came. "I really need to fix this," she muttered through chattering teeth. The water stung as it passed over her cuts and bruises, washing away the sweat and dirt. She leaned against the tile for a moment, letting the stream cool her aching muscles before stepping out. Wrapping herself tightly in a towel, she stood in the silence, her reflection staring back at her with quiet resignation. She dressed slowly in an oversized sweatshirt and leggings, the soft fabric brushing against sore skin. Her stomach growled loudly. She glanced toward the door. "I should grab something," she murmured. But the thought of going back downstairs, facing the TV, the laughter, the normalcy, felt like too much. She rubbed her eyes and headed to her room. Her desk waited in the corner, cluttered with textbooks and loose papers. She dropped into the chair and flipped open her biology book. Her pen scratched across the notebook as she jotted something vaguely related to what she was reading. The words blurred as her eyelids grew heavy. She blinked hard, trying to sit up straighter, but the effort felt impossible. The pen slipped from her fingers, landing softly on the notebook as her breathing evened out. The house grew still around her, the day's work finally catching up. Outside, the garden stretched into quiet shadows, the fairy statue standing watch as the moon rose. Tilly woke with a start, sunlight streaming through her window. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, her head still foggy. The clock on her nightstand caught her attention, 8:55 a.m. Her stomach dropped. Sociology started in 5 minutes. She groaned and let her head fall back against the pillows. There was no point now. Even if she ran out the door this second, she wouldn't make it. She let out a heavy sigh and dragged herself upright. "Forget it," she muttered. "Focus on what you can actually do." The first thing that came to mind was the water heater. She needed a hot shower, badly. Pulling on a hoodie and jeans, she grabbed her phone and started scrolling through contractor reviews as she made her way downstairs. In the kitchen, she paused. Nick was standing by the counter with a mug of coffee in his hand. She hadn't seen him in days. "Nick," she said, lowering her phone. "You're here." He looked up, his green eyes warm but tired. "Morning," he said with a faint smile. "Yeah, got back late last night." She stepped into the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe. "I thought you'd disappeared on us." Nick shrugged, still cradling his mug. "I've been at my mom's place. She needed some company." Tilly tilted her head, curious. "Is everything okay?" He hesitated, his fingers tapping lightly against the ceramic. "It's been 5 years this week, since my dad died." His voice was steady, but a quiet weight settled behind the words. "She's usually fine, but this year..." It hit her harder. Tilly nodded slowly, her throat tightening. She remembered hearing about Nick's father. Everyone had. He'd been the sheriff, a figure larger than life. His death had been sudden. The whole county had felt it. "I'm sorry," she said gently. "That must have been hard, for both of you." Nick nodded, his gaze drifting to the window. "Yeah, she doesn't talk about him much, but this week, she couldn't stop." He took a slow sip. "I thought we'd run out of stories, but turns out we hadn't." Tilly's lips curved into a faint smile. "That's a good thing." Nick shrugged again, though his expression softened. "Yeah, she just needed someone to listen, you know?" Tilly crossed the room and grabbed a mug. She poured the last of the coffee and sat at the table. "I'm glad you were there for her. That kind of thing means a lot." Nick's shoulders eased as he leaned back against the counter. "Thanks," he said, his voice quieter now. It felt like the right thing to do. For a while they sat in silence, the hum of the refrigerator filling the space. Tilly sipped her coffee, gaze drifting toward the window. Loss lingered in quiet ways, she thought. Not always sharp, but persistent. She didn't know much about fathers, not hers anyway. He was more of an absence than a memory, a gentle mystery her mother never spoke of, and Tilly never pressed. It didn't exactly hurt, but it hovered, like a shadow on the edge of her thoughts. Finally, she broke the silence. "I was just about to find someone to fix the water heater," she said, her tone lighter. "Unless you've picked up some plumbing skills?" Nick chuckled, short but real. "Not a chance. But I can keep you company while you make the call." Tilly smiled, setting her phone down. "I'll take it." The master bedroom sprawled across the upstairs corner of August House, heavy with dust and shadow. The air held a faint, musty smell, laced with lingering traces of old lavender sachets hidden somewhere in the back of a drawer. Tall windows lined one wall, partially veiled by thick, heavy curtains that hadn't been pulled back in years. Shafts of light seeped through their edges, casting long shadows over the room's worn furniture. A king-sized bed dominated the space, draped in an old patchwork quilt that had once been vibrant but had faded into a muted palette of soft blues and greens. Tilly stood in the doorway, hands on her hips. "So, yeah," she said, exhaling slowly. "This will be my new home base. It's about time I actually moved into this place properly." Her eyes settled on a worn velvet armchair beside the stone fireplace, its upholstery just barely visible beneath a thick layer of dust. Opal pulled open one of the curtains, wincing as sunlight flooded the room and caught the swirling dust in the air. "This room has serious potential," she said, brushing her hands off and glancing back. "And there's enough space in here to do pretty much anything. Reading nook by the couch, record player near the fireplace. You could make it feel like yours." Tilly nodded, already imagining it. "I figure if I'm going to live here, I might as well make the best of it, especially with a room this size. Plus, there's the bathroom right there." She motioned toward the half-open door, where a clawfoot tub and marble vanity caught the light, elegant despite years of neglect. They started working side by side, tugging covers from the furniture and setting aside anything that seemed worth saving. Opal lifted an old crystal lamp off the dresser and held it up to the light, examining the base. "So, what's the story with this place anyway?" It's not exactly the kind of property that just falls into someone's hands. Tilly passed her a folded quilt and smiled faintly. It's a bit of a long story. I've heard it a few times, mostly from Uncle Fred, but sometimes from my mom. Funny thing is, the version changes depending on who's telling it, but this is what I remember. Opal tossed the quilt onto the bed and perched on the edge. I've got time. All right, my great-great-grandfather, Frank August, was the one who came out here. It wasn't exactly planned. Tilly picked up a framed photograph from the nightstand and rubbed her thumb over the cracked glass. He and his wife, Maria, she was from Portugal, had just gotten married. They were heading west to start fresh, but somewhere along the way, their ship hit a storm and had to stop here for repairs. They decided to stay for a while and never left. Opal raised an eyebrow, dropping a stack of yellowed newspapers into a trash bag. So they just liked it here that much? Apparently. I think it just felt right to them, you know? Tilly set the photograph aside, her fingers trailing across the wood of the dresser. Scarred, worn, but solid. They started small. Frank got an import business running. It wasn't an empire or anything, but they managed. The two fell into rhythm, clearing the space bit by bit. Tilly pulled linens from a trunk, catching whiffs of old lavender as she folded them. Opal rifled through drawers, stacking trinkets and papers on the dresser beside her. So your family's just always been here? Opal asked, blowing dust off the cover of a photo album. Pretty much, Tilly said, fingers tracing a groove in the wood. But it wasn't just Frank. He invited his cousin Max to join him. Max was living in San Francisco at the time. Frank thought he'd be good for the business. Max had ambition. He wasn't content to keep things small. Opal set the album down, her gaze attentive. Sounds like they really built something here. Tilly nodded. Max pushed to expand the docks, started lobbying for a railroad connection. When the San Francisco earthquake hit, Santa Creta became important overnight. They turned this sleepy town into a port that mattered. They worked in silence again, floorboards creaking beneath them. Each thing they uncovered felt like a layer peeled back, like a breath drawn after too long underwater. Opal dropped onto the couch by the window, surveying the now clear room. Sounds intense, like your family had this place under their thumb. Tilly gave a small laugh, resting her hand on the bedpost. In a way, but it wasn't all smooth. Frank wanted to build something that would last. Max wanted more projects, more risks. They started clashing. Opal tilted her head. So what happened? Tilly's gaze drifted to the fireplace. They split. Frank offered to buy Max out. Max left, moved to New York. They never spoke again. Opal shook her head slowly. So Frank got the house, but he lost his cousin. That's a hell of a trade. Yeah, Tilly said, watching dust settle in the beams of light. After that, the family turned inward. No more expansions. Just keeping what they had. They pulled back the last curtain, and the room began to shift. The light felt warmer. The air didn't feel quite so still. Tilly sat on the edge of the bed, patting the quilt flat. Opal joined her, lying back with a sigh and staring up at the faint pattern of vines painted on the ceiling. It's wild to think of this place just sitting here, Opal said quietly. Empty. All this time. Sometimes it feels like a different world, Tilly murmured. I guess it kind of is. They sat for a long time in companionable silence. The breeze rustled the trees outside. A cricket sang somewhere nearby. It felt like the house was listening. Opal rolled onto her side. Do you ever think about how many people have lived in this room? All the time, Tilly said. It's like the walls remember. Not in a haunted way, just like they know. You can feel it sometimes. Opal's hand trailed along the quilt. Most people would rip all this out. Start fresh, but there's something special about keeping it, letting it speak for itself. Tilly nodded. That's why I'm here. I couldn't let it go. Not just because it's mine, but because it would have felt like erasing something important. They were quiet for a moment, the late sunlight slanting in golden through the window. So, Max was the one who wanted more, Opal said softly. What happened to him? He did well, Tilly said. Started his own business. Made a name for himself. But he never came back. Frank tried reaching out, but Max was done. Like the door had shut. And Frank stayed? He built this place as a monument to what they'd started, Tilly said. But without Max, the Augusts stopped growing. They just kept what they had. Opal's hand brushed against Tilly's, warm and deliberate. "You don't have to change it," she said. "You can just let it be what it is." Tilly looked at their hands, then around the room. "That's what I'm trying to figure out. Sometimes I feel like I'm carrying this huge responsibility. Other times, it feels like the house doesn't need anything from me, like it's already whole." Opal glanced around, her voice low. "Well, whatever you decide, this place is lucky to have you." Tilly smiled, small and real. "I'm lucky to have it." They lay back together, watching the shadows climb across the ceiling. Outside, the trees rustled. Inside, the house breathed quietly with them. It was garbage day. Time to deal with the rental bin from Santa Creta Disposal. Everyone was supposed to help after morning classes. Tilly had skipped hers. She felt a little guilty, but the idea of wasting a clear day without hauling out as much junk as possible bothered her more. Dinner with her mother the night before had been tense. Tilly had tried to ask for more money, to hire real help, make a dent in the mess, but her mother wasn't having it. She was still pushing for the sale, still convinced Tilly was wasting money on something that didn't need saving. Tilly told her she wasn't selling. Tried to, anyway. But her mother had a way of leaning into a conversation until it buckled. Technically, the money was Tilly's, but the estate wasn't settled yet, and her mother as executor still held the reins. This felt like tough love. Her mother figured Tilly would come around eventually. She always did. The air inside August House was thick with humidity, clinging to every surface and settling into Tilly's skin as she worked. Her phone rested on a dusty shelf, streaming upbeat songs from the Cleaning Up channel. The music kept her moving as she hauled garbage bags toward the door, but the damp heat gnawed at her energy. She had dressed intentionally cute for the day, in pink shorts and a crisp white t-shirt that had seemed like a good idea this morning. Now the shirt clung uncomfortably to her back, the fabric darkening in uneven patches. She swiped at her forehead with the back of her hand, leaving a faint streak of dust across her skin. Her ponytail drooped slightly, strands sticking to her neck. She glanced down at her legs, which had been smooth and clean earlier but were now streaked with dirt and sweat. She sighed, tugging awkwardly at her shirt in a futile attempt to make it less clingy. The pile of garbage bags near the door was growing, and Tilly paused as she hoisted her 7th bag onto the stack. She caught her reflection in the oven's dull glass, flushed face, streaked legs, and limp hair. Maybe it was better if no one showed up. At least then, she wouldn't have to look like such a mess in front of them, especially Nick. Her cheeks warmed at the thought, and she shook her head quickly, grabbing another pile of junk. By the time the front door creaked open, Tilly had started dragging the bags toward the outdoor bin. She turned, brushing her hands on her shorts, and spotted Opal stepping inside. Her loose jeans and oversized paint-smeared shirt looked lived in but comfortable. Tilly felt a pang of envy. Opal didn't seem to care how she looked, but she always pulled off a kind of effortless cool. "Sorry I'm late," Opal said, tugging on gloves. Study group went long. Tilly smiled faintly, though her shoulders sagged. "You're here now. Thanks for coming." Opal glanced around, taking in the mess and the pile of bags near the door. "You've been busy." "Still plenty left," Tilly said, trying to sound casual. She pulled at her shirt again, only for it to cling even tighter. The two worked in relative silence. Opal sifted through a box of warped books near the couch, occasionally pulling out something salvageable. Tilly carried smaller items to the door, her movements slower as the heat drained her energy. She glanced out at the garbage bin, only half full, and felt a twinge of frustration. She'd convinced herself she could fill it in a day, but with so much left to clear, the task felt impossible. When the front door swung open again, the pile of garbage bags outside was nearly complete. Ivy and Nick strode in, the late afternoon light catching on Ivy's immaculate pink shorts and white tank top, nearly identical to what Tilly had worn that morning, except Ivy looked like she'd stepped out of an ad. Her ponytail bounced, her skin glowing faintly, untouched by the grime of the day. Nick followed close behind, his t-shirt slightly damp but nowhere near as sweat-streaked as Tilly's. "Hey!" Ivy called brightly. "We're here. Sorry we're late." Nick smiled, his expression easy. His gaze lingered on Tilly before he said, "You've done a lot. It's like you're holding this whole place together." The comment caught her off guard. For a moment, Tilly forgot how sticky her shirt felt or how limp her hair had become. "Thanks for noticing," she said softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Her fingers fumbled slightly, her heart racing as she avoided his gaze. Ivy bounded closer, stopping just in front of her. "Wow, Tilly, you're like drenched." Her tone was cheerful, oblivious to the sting her words carried. "You've really been working hard." "Yeah," Tilly muttered, averting her eyes. She felt like a grimy imitation of Ivy. Tilly was sweaty, dirt-streaked, and disheveled. Ivy looked flawless to Tilly. Opal raised an eyebrow from her spot near the couch. "Nice of you two to show up for the grand finale." Ivy blinked, missing the sarcasm entirely. "Perfect timing, right?" The low rumble of a truck engine interrupted them, and Tilly turned to see the garbage hauler pulling up to the curb. She stepped to the doorway as the truck's hydraulic lift hoisted the bin onto its bed. The sound of metal clanging echoed down the street, and Tilly felt a hollow weight settle in her chest. She'd thought she could fill it in a single day. With help, it might have been possible, but it wasn't full, and the emptiness felt like her fault. Her mother's voice whispered in her mind, "If you want something done, you need to take responsibility and make it happen." Opal appeared at her side, brushing off her gloves. "Well, it's a start," she said lightly, though her glance at the half-empty bin lingered a little too long. "This place still looks like it's hosting a yard sale from hell, though." Tilly let out a weak laugh, her shoulders sagging. "Yeah, a start." Nick joined them, his presence steady but quiet. "We'll do more next time. You're not doing this alone." His words surprised her, and for a moment she almost let herself believe him. Instead, she nodded faintly, letting her gaze drift toward the house looming behind them. "What's next?" Nick asked, glancing between the three of them. Ivy's eyes lit up. "Ooh, maybe the garden? Or like naked gardening. That's a thing, right?" Opal grinned. "I think the outdoor shower still works. That's basically the same thing." Tilly froze, her fingers tightening slightly at the mention of the garden. She swallowed hard and forced a laugh. "What the hell?" she said, exhaling sharply. "You're my friends, right? I've gone out there a couple of times at night, naked. Go ahead, make fun of me." Opal grinned. "If you ever want to show me your secret garden, just ask." Ivy clapped her hands. "How far back do you prune the hedges?" Nick chuckled. "I only take my clothes off if I wet my plants." Opal added, "Iris, I'd seen it for myself." Tilly groaned, burying her face in her hands. "I hate all of you." "No judgment," Opal said lightly, her grin softening. "This is your garden. We're just passing through." Nick nodded. "Yeah, whatever works for you. Honestly, it's kind of cool." Ivy beamed. "Totally. You do you." Tilly lowered her hands slowly, her face still warm but her lips curving into a small smile. "Thanks," she murmured. "I guess next is the outdoor shower." Opal raised an eyebrow. "Fully clothed this time, or are you keeping things consistent?" Tilly grinned faintly, brushing her hands against her shorts. "We'll see." As the group laughed, the tension eased, and for a moment, Tilly let herself believe she wasn't entirely alone in this mess. Tilly sat across from Benton Norro in a sunlit corner booth at Cafe Maggie downtown. The scent of strong coffee and fresh-baked scones drifted between them. Nick had recommended Benton. "I asked my mom who the smartest real estate person in Santa Creda was," he'd said. She just laughed and said, "Benton Norro, obviously." Benton was composed, but not flashy. Tailored blazer, no wasted movement, no unnecessary words. Shoulder-cut black hair, flawless complexion, just the right touch of makeup. She could be 35 or 60, and Tilly wouldn't have been surprised to hear either number. She listened as Tilly explained the situation. The inherited house, the slow drip of money until the estate closed, the big offer. Benton flipped through Ted Carson's proposal with efficient rhythm, absorbing each page. After a long pause at the back of the folder, Benton set the packet down. "This is a strong offer," she said. Tilly leaned in. "So it's good?" "It's very good," Benton said. "Too good. If it were me, I'd take the money, sign the papers, and never waste a second wondering why he was dumb enough to offer this much." She paused, the faintest curl of a smile at the edge of her mouth. "And that's probably why it's killing him that you haven't." Tilly blinked. "You think he expected me to say yes? I think he expected you to be charmed. This entire presentation, renderings, landscaping notes, even some handwriting in the margins, It's not a bid. It's a performance. What I keep asking is, who was it really meant for? Because it wasn't you. She flipped to the page with the garden rendering and turned the folder toward Tilly. Look at this courtyard. It's not inspired by your garden. It's replicating it. Symmetrical paths, mirrored planting beds, even the fountain in the center. It's not landscaping. It's preservation. Sanitized preservation. Tilly studied it. Everything was too neat. The wildness had been scrubbed out. The light in the drawing felt colder. Benton tapped a small handwritten note in the corner of the plan. Preserve natural topography. Low impact access only. Retain clearing. You know what that is? Benton asked. That's not a design requirement. That's personal. I've seen developers bulldoze entire hillsides without blinking. But he wants to keep one uneven patch of earth on the western edge untouched? That means something. Tilly nodded slowly. She knew the spot. It was where the ivy grew thickest, where the air always felt just slightly cooler, a place that used to have a swing set long ago. Did your mom and Ted Carson grow up together? Yeah, Tilly said. Mom says they went to school together, and he said he'd been to August House as a kid. Well, Benton said, leaning back, that would explain this. He's not just building something. He's preserving a version of the past, probably the one that had her in it. Tilly's eyes lingered on the page. I'll tell you what I can't figure out, Benton added. Tell me, if he'd made this same offer, but said he was going to restore August House exactly as it is, keep everything in place, just make it shine, would you have taken it? Tilly hesitated. Probably. Because in my opinion, that would have been the smart move. Tell you what you want to hear, win you over with nostalgia, and once the papers are signed, do whatever he wants anyway. So why this? Why lay it all out like a confessional? Tilly didn't answer. She wasn't sure if it was a question for her. I think he started this pitch expecting your mother to inherit. All of this feels tailored to her. Memory, history, place. And when she didn't, and you got the house instead, he didn't know how to adjust. So he kept going. Benton gave a small shrug. Now he's trying to impress the wrong person. Tilly shook her head. If so, he always was. My mother hates that house. All he would have had to do was hand her the number. Deal done. She looked down again at the note about the clearing. It made her uneasy, like it was watching her. Would you take the deal? Tilly asked. At that price, I'd have already signed, Benton said. I don't get nostalgic about old houses. If it's me, it's just square footage and profit potential. That isn't to say I wouldn't make it nice if I were developing it, but I make decisions based on market research, not sentiment. She stood, brushing an invisible crumb from her blazer. Look, you clearly don't want to sell, so don't. Your mother can't hold the reins on your money forever. Wait her out. Wait him out. Wait him out. It's your house. She turned to leave. Tilly stayed seated, slowly flipping back through the folder. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, just that something still didn't sit right. Near the back, in a pale corner margin of a site map, she spotted it. Elanthra. Just one word. No context. Light pencil. Faint, deliberate. She traced it lightly with her finger, then closed the folder. The attic was a maze of forgotten furniture and dusty boxes stacked haphazardly against the walls. Tilly stood in the center, one hand on her hip, the other holding a battery-powered lantern. Its warm, even glow spread across the faded wallpaper and sagging shelves, lighting the dust motes swirling in the heavy air. She adjusted her gloves and sighed. Despite her preparations, sturdy overalls, a bandana, and a small fan humming weakly in the corner, the attic's warmth pressed down on her, draining her energy before she'd even begun. The attic door creaked open, and Ivy appeared. Bright as ever in a yellow tank top and floral leggings, looking remarkably clean for the setting. She held a large, weathered book to her chest and beamed. "Tilly," she called, waving the book. "Look what I brought!" Tilly turned, already wary. "Don't tell me that's the weathered home again." "It is," Ivy said cheerfully. "And you're going to love this. There's a ritual for cleansing neglected spaces. Perfect for the attic." Tilly arched a brow, gesturing to the surrounding chaos. "I thought we were clearing this out." "We are," Ivy said, stepping lightly into the room. "But first, we need to reset the energy. Trust me, it'll make the work feel easier." Tilly sighed, glancing at the clutter. A part of her wanted to argue, but the rest, the part resigned to Ivy's quirks, just shook her head. "Fine." What do we do? Well, Ivy said, flipping through the book, we need to make space in the center first. So let's move some of this. Together, they pushed aside boxes and an old chair, creating a small clearing on the attic floor. Ivy sat cross-legged in the middle, patting the space across from her. Come on. Tilly eyed the dusty boards. Do we really have to sit on the floor? Yup, Ivy said, tugging off her sneakers. And barefoot. It's about grounding. Tilly blinked. Barefoot? In this attic? Very seriously, Ivy replied. You know how you, embrace the garden? It's like that, but I'm too self-conscious to take all my clothes off, so we'll settle for shoes. Tilly frowned, setting the lantern down and sitting back on her heels. You're self-conscious? Ivy's cheeks flushed faintly. I guess we all get scared of the mirrors. Tilly adjusted her bandana, giving a small shrug. Yeah. They don't hold back, do they? Even when you wish they would. Ivy tilted her head, her expression softening. That's true. They're brutal. You're intimidatingly beautiful, Tilly said, flat and matter-of-fact. If even you feel that way, I guess the mirror taunts us all. Ivy's eyes widened, a pleased, almost shy sound escaping her. Tilly, that's really sweet. You're sweet. Tilly shrugged, pulling off her boots. It's true, Ivy grinned, flustered but clearly touched. All right, shoes off. Time to ground ourselves. The boards were cool and gritty under Tilly's bare feet as she sat across from Ivy. Perfect, Ivy said, opening the book to a marked page. Step 1, intention. Close your eyes and breathe. Think about why this space matters. Tilly shifted uncomfortably, but she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. At first, it felt silly, but her breathing steadied and her thoughts sharpened. It matters because it's part of the house, she said slowly. And the house matters. Why does it matter? Ivy asked gently. Why not just leave it as it is? Tilly frowned. Because if I don't deal with it, no one will. It'll just stay like this forever. That's heavy, Ivy said. Why is it yours to fix? Tilly's fingers brushed the fabric of her overalls. My Uncle Fred talked about how important this house was. Always talked. But he never did anything. He let it rot. I don't want to be like that. Ivy nodded. You're doing something real. That counts. Tilly didn't answer, but a faint nod acknowledged the weight of it. Next step. Clarity, Ivy said, brightening. She lit a tea light from her bag. This is for focus. The flickering candle threw soft shadows across the attic. For a moment, Tilly thought she felt a shift in the air, a cool brush against her skin. She glanced around. The fan hadn't moved. The sensation passed. And herbs, Ivy continued, holding up a jar of water. Lavender, thyme, or mint. I had thyme. She sprinkled dried leaves into the water, stirred with her finger, then set the jar beside the flame. Tilly watched as the scent mingled with the attic's dry air. The room didn't feel so stale anymore. Now, Ivy said, standing, we walk the space. Tilly rose. As her bare feet shifted on the boards, a tingling spread through her legs. It climbed higher, a full-body sensation that buzzed just under the surface. She froze. Ivy noticed. Did your legs fall asleep? Mine are tingling. Tilly blinked. It wasn't just my legs. It was all over. Ivy grinned. See? Don't fight the spirits. Open yourself up, and good things happen. Tilly ran her hands down her arms, the sensation fading. The attic didn't feel so heavy anymore. Maybe, she muttered, though a smile tugged at her lips. Ivy ended the ritual by placing a shiny button on the windowsill. A token of welcome, she said, and stood back, satisfied. That's it. Don't you feel lighter? Tilly glanced around, boots in hand. Actually, yeah, a little. Ivy beamed. Told you. Now let's get this place in shape. They didn't get as far as Tilly had hoped, but that didn't seem to matter. The work felt different. She found herself glancing at the book Ivy heft on top of a box, wondering what else it had to say. Maybe she'd give it a real read this time. Tilly arranged a few more items on the table. A delicate Art Deco perfume bottle, a set of tarnished silver candlesticks, a pair of carved bookends, and a porcelain jewelry box with a faded floral design. Happy arrived with his usual easy smile and a worn leather portfolio slung over one shoulder. Ivy, perched on a nearby stool, watched with interest as Happy looked over the selection, occasionally picking up an item to inspect it closely. These smaller pieces work best, he said, examining the perfume bottle before carefully placing it in his bag. They're easier to clean up and photograph in my little home studio. Eventually, we'll need to tackle the bigger things, but that'll be more of a project. Tilly's eyebrows lifted. You've got a studio? Happy nodded. Yeah, just a small setup at home. I take photos under good lighting, get the angles right. It makes all the difference. For online sales, a good photo can turn a maybe into a definite yes. He pulled out his phone, showing Tilly a few recent listings he'd posted. And so far, it's working. I've sold 4 pieces on eBay and 2 through Etsy. Oh, that's great, Tilly said, scrolling through the listings. Why the 2 different sites? Happy pointed at the images. They each have their crowd. eBay's good for functional items like these bookends. People there are more likely to search for deals or something practical for a collection. Etsy, though, draws people who are looking for vintage decor and curated items, like the perfume bottle. It's a different vibe. Ivy leaned over, eyeing the photos with interest. So you've got a knack for spotting what'll sell? Years of experience, he said, setting his phone down. But I also take a lot of pictures to research online, seeing what similar pieces go for on each site. If I'm unsure, I have an appraiser friend I run things by to get a sense of the real value. He glanced back at the table, selecting a few more items carefully. The candlesticks, a small porcelain box, and a brass letter opener. Pieces like these can go for a few $100 if they're from around the late 20s or early 30s. People love that era right now. Tilly nodded. I'll have to keep an eye out for anything else in that price range when we clear out more rooms. Happy packed the pieces into his bag with steady, careful hands. So, how's the restoration coming along? Still knee-deep in repairs? More like neck-deep, Tilly said. Every time we fix one thing, 3 other things break, and some parts of the house feel like they're pushing back against the changes. Happy chuckled, setting his bag down and looking around the room. These old places do seem to have a mind of their own, he said. I don't know how you keep up with it all. Tilly shrugged. I'm just trying to tackle one thing at a time, but it feels endless. Half the time, I don't know what I'm doing. Happy nodded, glancing at the worn details around the kitchen, the old fixtures, the faded woodwork. Well, I bet none of us started out knowing exactly what we were doing. I sure didn't. Ivy looked up with interest. So you didn't always do this kind of work? No, not at all. Happy gave a small laugh. I worked a steady job for over 20 years, in a completely different line of work. It was predictable and stable, but, well, it wasn't exactly fulfilling. He paused, picking up one of the porcelain pieces on the table, examining it. Then I got laid off. And instead of just looking for the same kind of job again, I thought maybe it was a chance to do something different. Tilly raised her eyebrows. So you just started over? Pretty much, he replied, setting the piece down gently. I packed up, drove west without a specific plan, and ended up here in Santa Creta. Figured, if I was going to make a fresh start, I might as well go all the way with it. So I started introducing myself as Happy. My real name's Buford, but I wanted something with a bit more optimism. Maybe something that could set the tone for the new chapter, you know? Ivy tilted her head, a slight grin forming. Now that's a rebranding story. I mean, my mom named me after a tree-killing invasive species because she thought it sounded cute. Thanks, Mom. They all shared a laugh, and Tilly glanced back at Happy, her head tilting thoughtfully. Happy suits you. I like it. Happy shrugged, adjusting his portfolio with a small nod. Thanks. Works for me. He took out his phone again, scrolling to his Venmo app. By the way, I've got the payment from the latest sales here. I like to transfer payments in person so there's no confusion about amounts or whether it went through. I appreciate how straightforward you make this, Tilly said. My mom's been dragging her feet about the bit of money I'm supposed to get, and I think she's doing it to keep things tight, so I'll feel pressured to sell the house. She gave a small shrug, looking away. It's like she doesn't think I can handle it. Happy looked over, watching her for a moment. Have you asked her outright why she's holding back? Ivy paused, her eyes darting back to him. I did. She said it needs to be there in case of taxes. She'd part right, but there's way more than the taxes should be, and home repair is a legitimate expense. She could let loose with some of it. Seems like you need to push a little harder, but then, I don't know her, he said, adjusting his portfolio again as he slipped his phone into his pocket. Tilly stepped out of August House, closing the door quietly behind her. She'd just gotten off the phone with her mother. The call had ended with a brief, definitive click, but Anne's words clung in the air, unyielding as the stone walls. Her attempt to push harder had just gotten more pushback. She moved down the stone steps and onto the garden path, her fingers grazing the rough wood of the railing before she tucked her arms around herself. The dampness of the late afternoon settled on her sweater, cool and lingering. Her mother's voice repeated in her mind, each phrase measured, the words coming back in fragments. You're young. You have to learn not to get caught up in these ideas. There had been a slight pause before Anne continued, her tone sharpening. It's only a house, Tilly. As she walked farther, Tilly let the garden enclose her, winding past hedges that reached out with overgrown branches. She tried to explain, saying something about the house, its age, its place in the family. The words had felt scattered, barely formed. But Anne hadn't waited. You're being sentimental, she'd said, her tone slipping from persuasion to something firmer, weighing each word. I know you think this means something, but clinging to the past, it doesn't do any good. Tilly reached the fountain, the stone base still clear of vines from her hard work. One thing accomplished, at least. She lowered herself onto the edge, her fingers brushing against the damp moss clinging to its sides. The fairy statue rose above her, its face softened by time, arms stretched skyward, wings poised. She traced the statue's weathered arm, the stone rough under her fingers, and let her hands settle there. This is a chance for you to be free. Anne's final words from the call came back clearly, steady and direct, landing with a feeling almost like pressure against her chest. She sat still, watching as the statue's shadow stretched long across the garden, a dark outline etched into the worn stones beneath. Tilly? She looked up to see Opal emerging from the thicket of overgrown branches, her hair catching loose in the breeze. She moved over quietly and sank onto the fountain's edge beside her, glancing up at the statue. They sat without speaking for a moment, the soft rustle of leaves filling the space between them as the evening settled around them. Mom wants me to sell the house, Tilly said finally, her voice steady. She says it's a chance to be free. Opal's gaze stayed on the statue. And what do you want? Tilly brushed her thumb over the moss on the statue's arm. I don't know. It's a lot. She looked around, at the stone pathways half hidden by overgrowth, the edges of things she could only half see in the fading light. But then, there's this. Opal nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. Sometimes it's about keeping what's already yours, she said. Her voice was quiet, but there was a steadiness in it that softened the words. Tilly continued tracing the roughness of the moss, her fingers moving slowly along the stone as the garden shifted into deeper shadows. Her gaze drifted from the fairy statue's softened face to the quiet stretch of trees, the shapes blending with dusk as evening settled in layers around them. The coolness pressed against her skin, grounding her, and for a moment, the memory of her mother's voice grew faint, softened by the quiet. Opal leaned over without a word, wrapping her arms around her, the touch both gentle and steady. Tilly let herself lean into the warmth, feeling the closeness ease some of the tension that had coiled in her shoulders. She closed her eyes, her breath slowing as she took in the subtle scent of earth and leaves, the quiet rise and fall of Opal's breathing beside her. In the stillness, the garden felt almost suspended, holding them within its shadows and half light. Opal's hand moved to rest lightly on Tilly's back, a reassuring presence. They stayed there, neither moving nor speaking, allowing the silence to deepen. Tilly's gaze drifted to the dark shapes of the bushes lining the path, their branches intertwined and unmoving. She listened to the faint rustle of leaves overhead, the soft sigh of the breeze as it stirred the vines around the fountain. The weight of the conversation, the words that had pressed on her so heavily, dissolved. After a while, Tilly lifted her head, her cheek brushing against Opal's shoulder. The sky had darkened to a soft indigo, and the faintest stars were just beginning to show through the branches above. She caught a glimpse of Opal's face, softened in the dim light. Opal glanced down at her, and her hand drifted from Tilly's back to her hand, their fingers lacing together in an unspoken assurance. They sat that way for a while longer, letting the evening settle around them, until the air grew cooler and the light nearly faded from the sky. Eventually, Opal gave her hand a gentle squeeze and stood, her fingers slipping from Tilly's hand only as she rose. She held out a hand, and Tilly took it, letting Opal guide her up from the fountain's edge. Together, they began the slow walk back to the house, the outline of August House just visible between the darkened trees, its windows catching the last traces of light. The night folded in softly, wrapping around the edges of the path as they moved through the shadows, side by side. Behind them, the fairy statue watched in silence, and somehow its expression no longer looked soft. The three women settled into the hot tub, the warmth rolling through the water. Tilly let herself sink lower, feeling her shoulders finally loosen. The air was damp and cool, and the faint scent of rosemary and salt lingered from the garden beyond. They'd managed to get the tub running just before dark, after hours of tinkering with valves and knobs, and the reward felt worth it. Was this the most important thing they could have fixed? Absolutely not. But Tilly wanted something, anything, to feel good again. The porch lights glowed softly, illuminating the rising steam. Across from her, Opal sat back against the edge, a serene look on her face. She had tied her hair up loosely, but a few strands had escaped and fell around her face, curling slightly from the heat. Tilly found herself noticing how, without the usual paint-smeared clothes and art supplies spilling out of her bag, Opal seemed unexpectedly polished, a softer side of her she hadn't often seen. Ivy, on the other hand, had her hair piled high in a messy bun and sat perched close to the edge, her arms resting delicately on the rim as she took in the unfamiliar setting around her with wide-eyed interest. Ivy sighed, gazing out over the shadowed shapes of the garden. This place, just being here, it feels like there's more to it, like the house is alive. Her voice was soft, almost reverent. Opal rolled her eyes. An old house that's alive, right. She dipped her fingers into the water, creating small whorls around her hand, nothing like a haunted hot tub. Tilly caught herself bristling. Maybe she's onto something. Some houses do feel like they have a presence. Opal held her gaze a moment like she might press back, but then just shrugged, a flicker of a smile still lingering. Maybe so. You're the expert now, after all. They lapsed into a companionable silence. Steam curled upward into the night air, the only sounds the wind stirring the trees and the distant call of a seabird. Eventually, Tilly spoke. Ted Carson made an offer on the place. Big one, too. Opal raised an eyebrow. Oh, how big are we talking? Tilly took a breath before saying the number aloud. It still sounded surreal. Opal let out a low whistle. That's wow. With that, you could go anywhere, do just about anything you wanted. Ivy looked back at Tilly, thoughtful. But do you actually need it? You've got the house, the library. You seem comfortable. Would all that money make you any happier than being here? Tilly didn't have an answer. She watched the way the steam curled into the dark sky, disappearing into the air. Beneath the water, Opal's foot brushed hers. A fleeting contact. Tilly let her foot linger a moment longer before shifting away. Plus, Opal said, her voice matter of fact, you'd be walking away from a lot. The history, the stories, everything that's been here for generations. Isn't that why you wanted to fix it up in the first place? Tilly nodded slowly. It is, but sometimes it's hard to know if it's worth it. It's a lot to take on, and the offer, it's tempting. Opal gave a small shrug. And there's always the question of how much you really need, right? What was it Ivy called it? Rich girl problems? Tilly shot her a look. Very funny. I'm hardly swimming in cash. Ivy leaned back, her voice calm. I'm serious, though. You're here. You're not struggling. Money's nice, but it's not everything. She glanced back toward the garden. Some things are worth more, like keeping something beautiful, keeping a connection alive. Tilly leaned back, gazing at the stars just starting to peek through the clouds. She hadn't expected to feel so torn, and Ivy's words lingered. Opal tilted her head toward Ivy. So, Ivy, how's it going with Nick? Ivy smiled, trailing her fingers through the water. It's not exactly going. We tried, the whole dating thing, but it wasn't really there. Opal raised an eyebrow. What wasn't there? Chemistry, I guess, Ivy said. You can think someone's amazing, but still feel nothing romantic. It was more like sitting with an old friend, comfortable but nothing sparking. She smiled and flicked a little water. We're better off as friends. Opal nodded. Makes sense. Besides, who wouldn't want a friend like Nick? She nudged Tilly's foot under the water. Right, Tilly? Tilly smiled faintly. He's a good friend. She tried to sound casual, but her mind wandered briefly to the image of Nick swimming laps years ago. She felt Opal's foot brush hers again, more deliberate this time, and kept her eyes on Ivy. Ivy laughed gently. No need to worry, Tilly. I think I figured out what Nick wants, and what he doesn't. He's all yours, if that's what you're after. Oh, I'm not, Tilly began, then stopped, realizing she was fumbling. Opal chuckled, and Tilly nudged her back under the water. It's just nice having everyone here, building something together. Opal leaned back, still amused. That's fair. Besides, friendship's a good deal. Ivy nodded. Actually, I think Nick might be ace. Possibly Aro, too. Opal's expression turned more thoughtful. Yeah, I've wondered, but I didn't want to assume. Tilly looked between them. Ace? Aro? Ivy turned to her. Ace means asexual. Not feeling much sexual attraction. Aro is aromantic, not really feeling romantic attraction. It varies for everyone, but for Nick, I think he just wants to connect in his own way. Opal added, it's not about being alone. It's about being true to what feels right. Tilly nodded slowly. That actually explains a lot. I always thought he was just reserved. He hasn't said it directly, Ivy admitted, so I haven't asked, but it feels right. After a pause, she turned back to Tilly. So, have you ever really been into someone? Like, truly? Tilly hesitated, then let out a breath. Yeah, I had a crush on Nick for years. Back in high school, I never told him, it never went anywhere, but he felt solid. Safe. Opal grinned. Nick? Solid? You do love a good boy next door. Tilly laughed. Yeah, maybe. It's not just him, though. I think I just find people attractive in different ways, for different reasons. She glanced at Opal, their eyes meeting briefly. Then she looked away. It's weird, Tilly said. I feel like I'm all over the place with emotions. My mom's always so certain, but for me, it's messier. Ivy nodded. That's not a flaw. You're just finding your way. Tilly offered a faint smile. My mom had me on her own. She always knew what she wanted. I think that made it harder to figure out what I want. Opal leaned forward slightly. That tracks, she said softly. My parents didn't approve of me. I ended up couch surfing most of high school. I'd have traded some of your mom's control for a little consistency. Tilly exhaled, her voice quieter. She's always been there, at least, until the house. They let the silence stretch. The steam thickened around them, the air growing denser with night. Then Ivy nudged Tilly with a grin. So, anyone now? Tilly laughed. No, not really. Never even dated. Just crushes. Opal raised her brows. Seriously? Seriously. Ivy smiled. You'll figure it out. Maybe August House has a way of sorting things out. Opal nudged Tilly's leg under the water again. Or maybe you just need to start looking in the right places. Tilly looked up, catching Opal's eyes. And this time, she didn't look away. Open yourself to your home as you would a friend. Over time, you will find that each time you open yourself up, you will unveil something new, something just beyond the reach of your last glance. The Way of the Weathered Home, Practical Wisdom for Old Souls and Older Houses. Tilly had found herself reading The Way of the Weathered Home every night before going to bed. Maybe it was the time of night. She'd heard people were most receptive just before sleep. But the words lingered in her mind, shifting her thoughts about August House into something she hadn't expected. She wasn't particularly mystical or new age. She had never thought of herself as someone drawn to esoteric ideas, not seriously. Her mother had raised her to be practical, to approach the world with logic and sense. Problems had causes, causes had solutions, and magic was for stories. When she'd first picked up the book, it had been for the amusement of it. An old thing with a fraying cover and the tone of a kindly, eccentric aunt. Quaint, almost performatively whimsical. A curiosity, a diversion, nothing substantial. But little by little, the thoughts had seeped in. There was something compelling about the idea of forming a relationship with the house. Not just an attachment, but a bond, an understanding, something even vaguely romantic. The idea had taken root without her realizing, growing stronger with every page she turned. It made the idea of selling August House harder to stomach, not just emotionally, but spiritually, irrationally, inexplicably. She was starting to feel tethered, bound not only by memory, but by presence. The house had stopped feeling like a structure and started to feel like a character in her story. A companion. A witness. a being. Tonight's chapter had been about gardens and gardening, a deliberate choice on her part. Over the last 3 days, she'd had landscapers out, real professionals. They'd cleared out dead plants, trimmed back the unruly tangle of vines, rediscovered stone paths that had been buried for years. They'd worked hard and fast. Too fast, maybe. She had imagined doing it all herself, reclaiming the garden inch by inch, pulling back the wild with her own hands. But reality had set in. She didn't have the time or the strength. Not on her own. The garden had needed a proper start, a foundation laid. Still, watching strangers do it left her with a strange emptiness, like she'd skipped a step. Missed a conversation with the house she hadn't yet learned how to hold. She closed the book, but the feeling clung to her. It made her skin an itch, not with irritation, but with urgency. Restless and barefoot, she slipped from bed and padded quietly down the hall. The tile floor was cold under her feet, each step grounding. The air in the house was still, expectant. She didn't consciously plan to go outside. She just found herself moving, down the stairs, through the kitchen, hand brushing the countertop for balance as she passed. The back door gave a small sigh as it opened. Her fingers lingered on the frame as she stepped out into the garden. Moonlight poured over the garden like water, cool and silver blue. It lit up the newly cleared paths, traced the outlines of half-wild flower beds that still clung to their summer growth. The air smelled different out here, earthy, damp, alive. There was the scent of turned soil and crushed leaves, a residue of recent disruption. She moved slowly, reverently. Her feet made no sound against the stone paths. She passed the old fountain near the center of the garden and paused. The Faerie statue stood tall in the moonlight, her wings lifted, her arms raised as if reaching. Even softened by moss and worn by time, she held her poise. There was grace in her stillness, a patience. Tilly brushed her fingers along the base of the statue, then walked on, past where the path narrowed, then disappeared. She kept going. The air thickened slightly the farther she moved from the house, the garden folding in around her. Eventually, she reached the farthest corner, the clearing the landscapers had just uncovered. There were no lights here, no distant sound from the house. The quiet pressed in on all sides. This place felt untouched, waiting. The book's words echoed again in her head. A true steward does more than restore what's been lost. They offer themselves to the house, a piece of themselves left in its halls and soil. She hesitated. Then she peeled off her sweatshirt, folded it, set it down on a flat rock near the edge of the clearing. Then, slowly, the rest of her clothes. A part of her marveled at her own boldness, but it didn't feel reckless. It felt necessary. Honest, like some deep part of her had known this moment was coming. The air touched her skin like a whisper, cool, electric, alive. She stepped forward, barefoot on the damp grass. The blades parted under her feet, soft and pliant. She lowered herself slowly, knees then back, until she was lying on the earth. Limbs outstretched, the sky above her wide and breathing. Stars shimmered through the treetops. The soil beneath her was surprisingly warm, as if it remembered the sun. She inhaled deeply, her chest rising with the scent of wet greenery, old roots, and the clean breath of night. She ran her fingers through the grass beside her. The texture, smooth in one direction, coarse in another, grounded her. She reached into the soil, scooped a loose handful, and let it fall in a slow cascade across her stomach. The cool grains clung to her skin in small clusters. She shivered, not from the cold, but from something stranger, something deeper. She whispered into the night, "I am yours." The words vanished into the dark like smoke. A breeze moved through the clearing. The trees rustled, and then something touched her. It was gentle, barely there, a breath across her shoulder like the passing of a shadow. She turned her head, scanning the trees. Nothing. Then again, a touch. This time along her leg, soft, lingering, a line traced from her knee to her ankle, as if something unseen was mapping her with fingertip and memory. Her breath caught. She didn't move. The garden no longer felt empty. The air had weight. The stillness had substance. "What is this?" she thought, but the words came out barely louder than a breath. She waited, still, listening, feeling. She didn't know how long she lay there. The touches came and went, sometimes brief, sometimes deliberate, sometimes so faint she questioned them. But they were there. The garden was breathing with her, holding her. At last she murmured, "The book would tell me what to do." But she hadn't brought it. There was only her, and the sky, and the waiting. She stared upward, letting her gaze wander across the constellations scattered in their familiar formations. The night silence stretched on, thick with possibility, amplifying every small sensation: the press of damp grass against her back, the lingering scent of the garden, the distant whisper of leaves rustling somewhere behind her. She felt small, yet grounded. The vastness of the sky and the solidity of the earth had locked her in place. Then a soft touch brushed against her cheek, so faint she almost dismissed it as the flicker of a thought. Her breath caught, and she lay very still, afraid to break the spell of the moment. The touch was tender, lingering just long enough for her to feel its warmth before it faded, leaving her face cool again in the night air. As she absorbed the feeling, another sensation followed, a subtle warmth that trailed across her right thigh. This touch, too, was delicate and brief, like the brush of a feather or a wisp of cloud moving against her skin. Her body tensed slightly, but not out of fear, more an instinctive response, a sharpened awareness of the garden's mystery enveloping her. She tilted her head, eyes searching the garden's dark edges. "What is this?" she asked, barely louder than a breath. Silence answered, heavy and calm. She released a slow breath, looking back to the sky. For a moment, something flickered in her vision, a shadow or shape passing between her and the stars, a faint, momentary ripple. She blinked, eyes straining against the night's darkness, but the sky remained unchanged, the constellations shining steadily overhead. The air around her carried an earthy sweetness, mingling with the sharper scents of damp foliage and the faint tang of recent rain. Each element held her in place, sights and sounds and smells settling into an almost intimate silence. She felt an urge to whisper again, to ask the garden questions she couldn't quite form. In the quiet, she could hear the distant chirp of a lone cricket, the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a barely there breeze. The night felt vast and somehow close. The air had thickened, heavy with unseen presence, pressing gently around her. And yet, for all its silence, the garden seemed alive in ways she hadn't anticipated. Alive with touches and shadows and the lingering scent of old soil breathing softly alongside her. Tilly lay still in the grass, inhaling the earthy scent of damp soil and wild foliage around her. She felt an unmistakable presence nearby, a sensation she couldn't quite name. It wasn't like a shadow or a shape, but it felt warm, like a hand hovering just above her skin. She spoke softly, her voice barely breaking the silence. "I must be crazy," she said to whatever might be listening, then closed her eyes, letting the quiet take her as she drifted off. Sometime later, she awoke to the sound of something sprinting across the clearing, soft, quick footfalls crunching through the underbrush. She opened her eyes, disoriented, her skin prickling from the chill that had settled over her. It was still night, but the sky carried a faint, bluish tint near the horizon, hinting that dawn was close. A shiver ran deep through her bones, and she hugged her arms around herself. Tilly sat up slowly, her limbs feeling heavy and clumsy. She glanced around for her clothes, which she'd carefully folded just a few feet away before lying down. But they were gone. A pang of irritation, mixed with disbelief, flickered through her. She stared at the empty spot, her mind racing. "Again," she muttered to the silence. "That's not good for trust." As she stood, brushing bits of grass from her skin, she spotted her clothes neatly folded on the opposite side of the clearing. Someone had moved them there, just out of reach. She dressed quickly, tugging on her t-shirt and slipping on her underwear. The thin fabric did little to shield her from the cold that had seeped into her skin. Barefoot and shivering, she looked around, trying to orient herself. She thought she could remember the way back, but every path took her further off course. She took a wrong turn, then another, each twist and corner deepening the chill that gripped her. Her teeth chattered, and her arms wrapped tightly around her, holding in what little warmth she could. She was just starting to wonder if she was truly lost when she caught sight of the Faerie statue through the trees. Relief flooded her as she moved toward it, the familiar sight pulling her back to reality. By the time she reached the house, the first streaks of dawn had painted the sky. She slipped quietly through the back door, hoping not to disturb anyone, but Nick was already up, emerging from the kitchen with a coffee mug in hand. He looked at her, his eyes widening slightly as he took in her appearance, barefoot, dirt-smudged, hair tangled from the night. "Where were you?" he asked, his voice a mixture of surprise and concern. Tilly glanced down at herself, then back up at him. "I slept in the garden." She hugged herself, the warmth of the house seeping into her chilled skin. "Now I'm cold, I'm dirty, and I need to clean up." Nick raised an eyebrow, but he didn't press for details, only giving a half smile as she passed. She took the stairs 2 at a time, already craving the heat of a shower. In her room, she peeled off her clothes, stepping into the steaming water and letting it chase away the last remnants of the night. Afterward, wrapped in blankets, she slipped back under the covers, her mind drifting. The night in the garden, the strange rearrangement of her clothes, the feeling of someone, almost brushing against her skin, it was too vivid to dismiss, yet too surreal to fully accept. Tilly drifted into a dreamless sleep, dim morning light filtering softly through the windows. Tilly slipped into the lecture hall, settling into a seat near the back. She'd missed the last couple of sessions, the days blending together in the long hours spent at August House. Glancing at the page of notes in front of her, she felt a familiar pang of guilt at the thought of the unread chapters she should have covered by now. "Emotional energy," Dr. Bergen was saying as she tuned in, his voice calm yet deliberate, filling the room. "It's something we bring into each interaction. It's what creates meaning in even the smallest exchanges, what's at work behind patterned social encounters." Tilly nodded to herself, her pencil poised over her notebook, trying to catch up. Dr. Bergen's words felt dense, something she couldn't fully grasp without the background reading, but she knew she couldn't afford to fall any further behind. She focused on him, leaning forward slightly, and tried a trick she'd learned, repeating key phrases quietly, below even a whisper, barely moving her lips. Emotional energy, patterned social encounters. Dr. Bergen continued, his words measured. This energy isn't random. It flows according to patterns, predictable ones in certain contexts. Consider flirting. He paused, letting the words sink in, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. Flirting is a patterned encounter. The energy is charged, and it's shared between two people, sometimes almost like an unspoken agreement. Tilly's pencil stilled. Flirting. She could feel herself tense slightly, listening a little more intently, hoping to absorb something useful. Dr. Bergen went on. Flirting builds from microsignals. The slightest touch, the angle of someone's body, a lowered gaze. These are all tiny gestures that add up to create what we interpret as interest or attraction. Each of us brings a different level of emotional energy to these encounters, and how we handle it, how we receive it, often reflects back what's in ourselves. Tilly let her pencil trace light, aimless lines in the margins of her notebook. Her thoughts drifted to her own attempts at flirting, the awkward pauses, her uncertain responses. She tried to flirt in the past, once or twice, maybe more, but each time it felt stilted. She was struggling to match a rhythm she couldn't quite hear. Then there was Opal. She thought of Opal's small, almost invisible gestures, the way she leaned in just a bit closer when they spoke, or her hand reaching to adjust something near Tilly's shoulder, the light touch lingering for just a moment. For Opal, flirting seemed effortless, woven naturally into her words and gestures. Tilly looked down, her mouth shaping the phrase, microsignals, emotional energy. She wondered, with a faint feeling of uncertainty, whether these signals she'd picked up were anything more than fleeting moments, small pieces of something that felt like interest, but could fade as easily as they'd appeared. Dr. Bergen spoke again, his tone taking on a thoughtful quality. Often, the question isn't whether someone's flirting, but how you're receiving it. Are you interpreting it as an invitation or just as friendliness? That's where personal experience and your own emotional energy come in. It's a dance that requires tuning in not just to others, but to yourself. The words held her attention, bringing her back to the quiet moments with Opal. She remembered Opal's gaze, steady but warm, and the way her hand had lingered just a second longer when they'd hugged by the fountain. She couldn't be certain if it meant anything more than friendship, or if she wanted it to. Part of her was sure Opal knew she was flirting, and maybe even that Tilly knew. But where the line blurred, Tilly found herself uncertain, wondering if she was simply misreading gestures that felt weighted with significance only to her. The professor's voice cut through her thoughts. Flirting, like any other patterned interaction, relies on emotional alignment. It isn't always intentional. Sometimes it's simply the flow of energy between two people. But when that energy aligns, when there's a give and take, a push and pull, that's when it becomes noticeable. That's when it matters. Tilly felt the faintest pull at her lips, a nearly imperceptible smile forming. Dr. Bergen made it sound almost scientific, something with structure and clear signals. And yet, sitting there, her mind drifting back to Opal, she felt how slippery it all was, how easy it was to lose the thread, to doubt whether it was even there in the first place. She scribbled down a few more words: patterned encounters, alignment, emotional energy, her lips barely moving as she repeated them under her breath. The phrases felt distant, abstract, but somehow just real enough to resonate. Dr. Bergen's voice faded into a steady rhythm, his words creating a low, layered hum. Interpreting emotions had always felt just out of reach for Tilly, an exercise in shadows and faint gestures she wasn't certain how to read. Sometimes she wasn't even sure if she was having emotions at all. Opal, at least, had her armor, sarcasm and quick remarks that left things half-concealed. Tilly had no such cover. Her attempts felt obvious, and yet when it came to others, everything felt hidden, fleeting. Her thoughts drifted to the night in the garden, the mist hanging thick in the air, vines entwined along the fountain's stone. She almost smiled, catching herself before wondering whether the garden had been, in some way, flirting. The notion softened her. Perhaps even the garden knew something about invitation that she didn't. The faintest smile surfaced, and she made a mental note to look up videos on flirting. Maybe it was a skill, a rhythm she could practice. If there were patterns, she could study them, learn the right turns of phrase, the angles of approach. She pictured herself responding to the garden's quiet allure, weaving through its paths with purpose, matching its gestures, flirting back with it. The lecture wrapped up around her, Dr. Bergen's words breaking into her thoughts. She tucked her notes into her bag but lingered, watching as students filed out, the hum of voices swelling and then softening as the room emptied. Tilly gathered her things slowly, watching as the last few students left, their voices fading into the hallway. She lingered, running her fingers over the edge of her notebook. Dr. Bergen's words on emotional energy and alignment drifted back to her. Love, it seemed, could turn into its own ritual. The late morning light slanted through the kitchen windows, catching the dust that hung in the air and brightening the worn surfaces of the cabinets and countertops. Tilly scrubbed at a stubborn patch on the counter, her coffee mug cooling nearby. Nick was crouched beside her, adjusting the hinges on a cabinet door that had been creaking with every swing. Across the room, Ivy was carefully wiping down the shelves, her focus intent, while Opal was bent over the sink, muttering about the years of grime clinging to its edges. "School's relentless this semester," Nick said, tightening a screw and giving the door a cautious swing. "Feels like every professor's out to prove their class is the hardest." Opal groaned, blowing a strand of hair out of her face. "Don't remind me. They all act like we don't have any other classes. I can't remember the last time I got more than 5 hours of sleep." Tilly smiled, taking a quick sip of her coffee. "I finally made it to my Sociology of Emotions class this morning," she said. Dr. Bergen was talking about flirting, the whole ritual of it, the little signals we give off without even meaning to. "Oh, yeah?" Nick looked up from his work. "What kind of signals?" "Well," Tilly replied, twisting her cloth thoughtfully, "he mentioned things like leaning in a little closer or holding someone's gaze for just a bit longer than usual. Even a small touch can be a signal." She leaned toward Nick with exaggerated seriousness, reaching over to tap his shoulder lightly. "Apparently, it's all in the details." Nick laughed, shaking his head. "If that's subtle, I must be hopeless at it." Ivy looked up from the shelves, a slight crease between her brows. "People always think I'm flirting when I'm just being nice," she said. "It's a little frustrating, honestly. I just want to have a normal conversation without everyone reading into it." Opal straightened from the sink, looking over at Ivy with a curious expression. "Funny," she said, crossing her arms. "I've spent half our friendship convinced you wanted to kiss me." Ivy froze, her cloth held midair, eyes wide. She glanced from Opal to Tilly, her surprise clear. Wait, really? Opal held her gaze, her expression unreadable, the barest hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. Even Tilly felt her breath catch, wondering if Opal was actually serious. The quiet in the kitchen deepened for a moment. After a beat, Opal finally cracked, letting out a laugh. Relax, Ivy. I'm kidding. Ivy's face softened in visible relief, though she looked both flustered and a bit bewildered. Opal grinned, glancing over at Tilly. But honestly, people think the same thing about me half the time, and they're probably right. I mean, I probably am flirting. Hard to tell sometimes. Tilly laughed, feeling the tension in the room dissolve as Nick chuckled from where he was now reattaching the cabinet door. Ivy shook her head, giving Opal a look of amused exasperation, clearly still processing what had just happened. The moment passed, and the sounds of scrubbing, tinkering, and easy laughter filled the kitchen once more. Opal shook her head, sighing as she wrung out her cloth. Honestly, I'm in my second year as an art major, and I feel like I barely get to do any actual art. I'm still slogging through general requirements that I couldn't care less about. The only class I really like is life drawing. Nick crouched down as he tested the cabinet door one more time, looked up with a grin. So, what's it like drawing, nude people? Opal rolled her eyes, though a small smile crept onto her face. Not nearly as interesting as people think. Trust me, it's the least sexy thing in the world. You're too busy trying to get the proportions right, the angles and shading. Meanwhile, the instructor's pacing around, hanging over your shoulder, pointing out every single thing you're doing wrong. She leaned against the counter, folding her arms thoughtfully. Plus, it's usually not anyone who looks like they've just stepped off a magazine cover. And honestly, I'm glad. Drawing rolls of fat, skin creases, and all the stuff that makes a body unique is a much bigger challenge, and I actually want to get better at it. The details are where all the interesting stuff is. Tilly nodded, glancing over from where she was scrubbing a particularly grimy section of the countertop. So you prefer drawing regular people? Absolutely, Opal said, her eyes lighting up a bit. I mean, I can do buildings, streets, even faces pretty well. But full bodies, the way weight falls, the way skin curves, that's a real challenge. There's something satisfying about capturing what's real, Not just a version of beauty everyone's used to. Ivy, who had been quietly wiping down the shelves, looked over with interest. That sounds like a totally different way to see people, she said thoughtfully. Like getting to know them without words. Opal nodded. It is, kind of. You start to notice details most people don't think about. It's actually one of the reasons I wanted to study art in the first place, just to see things differently. Nick tilted his head, giving Opal a teasing smile. So, no romance in it at all, huh? Opal laughed, shaking her head. Not a bit. It's all about lines and shading and getting it right. Meanwhile, the instructor is breathing down your neck. I'm just grateful every time I don't smudge the page. Tilly hesitated, wringing out her cloth a little more slowly. She looked down, her fingers tracing a faint scratch on the countertop. Well, if you ever wanted to draw someone you know, she said, her voice quiet, I might be open to that. Opal looked over, eyebrows lifting slightly. You'd want to pose? Tilly's gaze stayed on the counter, her fingers pausing. Maybe. I mean, I've never done anything like that, but I'd trust you to make me look like I belong on the page. Opal nodded, considering this. I'd like that, she said, if you'd ever want to. Tilly glanced up, her mouth curving into a slight smile. Yeah, she said softly, maybe. They returned to their tasks, the sounds of scrubbing and quiet shifting in the kitchen. Nick and Ivy, across the room, exchanged a quick look and a small shared smile before returning to their work. The late afternoon light filtered through the narrow, dust-streaked windows of the study, casting a gentle glow across stacks of old ledgers and a well-worn desk. Tilly was dusting off an old bureau, while Nick flipped through a stack of forgotten magazines. They worked in companionable silence, the kind that had started to feel familiar over the past few weeks. Tilly glanced at him, debating whether she really needed to know about his sexuality. But she knew she did. The other night, she started, shifting a little, Ivy made a comment, sort of a guess, really, about your preferences. Nick raised his eyebrows, looking a bit lost. My preferences? Yeah, she kind of implied you might be, well, maybe asexual? Tilly paused, not sure if she was overstepping. I don't mean to pry. It's just I'd never thought about it before, and I wondered if she was onto something. He let out a quiet breath, setting down the magazine and folding his hands. Honestly, I'm still figuring it out myself, he said, looking down at his fingers. I've been dealing with depression since even before my dad died. After he died, I ended up on medication. 3 different ones, actually. They help, but they make it hard to feel anything, strongly. Tilly nodded, absorbing that. She reached for a rag but stopped when she noticed Nick watching her a little too long. She looked up. You okay? He asked, voice soft but direct. You look, I don't know. You've lost weight. She blinked, caught off guard. I've just been busy. The house takes a lot of time. Nick didn't press, but the concern lingered in his expression. Just don't forget to take care of yourself, too. Tilly gave a small smile, brushing a hand through her hair. Yeah, I know. I will. There was a pause. She looked down at the rag in her hands, then said more quietly, Have you ever tried getting off the meds? He gave her a sad smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. I have. I wanted to see if there was any difference, but it got bad, Tilly. I still need them. She reached out, her hand resting on his forearm for a moment. Thank you for telling me, she murmured, seeing the weight he carried. That must make things really complicated. He shrugged. It does. Sometimes I wonder if I'd feel differently, have stronger connections or attractions, if things were different. Tilly glanced down, then smiled faintly, steeling herself to share something she hadn't even admitted to herself fully. Can I tell you something? I had the biggest crush on you for years. I didn't even know what to do with myself half the time around you. I used to drag my friend Lisa to your swim meets so I could sit there and watch you. Nick looked up, a grin breaking through his usual reserved demeanor. You're kidding. Not at all. I even used to daydream about what it'd be like to kiss you. I'd wonder what you'd do if you ever noticed, or if I had just told you. Her cheeks flushed. Nick laughed softly, shaking his head. I guess I was more clueless than I thought. She laughed too. Yeah, I never really expected anything to come of it. I mean, I wanted it to, but you were kind of my dream boy. Don't worry, I'm past it. After a moment's pause, Nick's face softened, and he tilted his head slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. You know, it seems a shame to go through life with questions that are easy to answer. Do you want to see what it's like? Tilly's eyes widened a bit, surprised at his offer. What do you mean? A kiss, just to satisfy your curiosity. No pressure, no expectations. Friends as before. She hesitated, feeling both silly and touched. Well, all right, yeah, I'd like that. They leaned in slowly, sharing a brief, gentle kiss that felt warm and comfortable, a moment that held no surprises, just a quiet sweetness. As they pulled back, they exchanged a small smile. Thanks, Nick, she said, her voice light. I guess I can cross that off my teenage daydream list. His face relaxed, a little more open. Anytime. Let me know if you ever want to touch a boob, she said. I owe you one. Nick chuckled. I've touched a couple, but thanks for thinking of me. Ivy? Tilly asked. I'm going to keep quiet about that, if you don't mind. That's probably for the best, Tilly answered. As they resumed sorting, Tilly reached up to dust a high shelf above the desk. Her fingers brushed the spine of an old book wedged behind some tax manuals, and as she pulled it free, it slipped loose and tumbled forward, bouncing off her forehead with a light thunk before hitting the desk. Ow, she muttered, rubbing the spot with a wince. Nick looked up. You all right? Yeah, just a little betrayed by literature. She turned the book over in her hands, blinking at the worn leather cover. Second time a book's done that to me. I think they're starting not to like me. Nick raised an eyebrow, amused. Do I want to know what the first one was? Found it at a used bookstore. Same move. Right to the face. She opened the new volume gently, frowning at the cramped, handwritten script inside. Definitely a journal. She flipped through the first few pages, scanning the lines. It says, August House feels quieter tonight. I saw her again by the grove in the back, her figure blending into the shadows. She doesn't ask for help, doesn't speak to me, but I feel bound to watch her. I am hers. Nick leaned in, eyebrows rising. Who's her? They turned more pages. Each entry was precise, yet increasingly fragmented. Tilly read another aloud. I went out tonight barefoot, the chill sharp. I placed salt in a circle around myself and left the candle burning beside me. She stood just beyond it, silent, her eyes fixed on mine. I don't know what she wants, but each night I feel more drawn to her. I am hers. Tilly's finger brushed over the edges of the pages, the ink faintly smudged in places. The scent of musty leather rose as she turned the page. She continued, her voice barely above a whisper. Tonight, she was closer. I could feel her watching. I left the stone by the fountain, felt the weight of her presence. There was a moment, a hand, faint as a whisper, brushing my shoulder. I am hers. I know this. I whispered it to her myself. I am yours. A chill settled over her as she turned the next page, the lines growing shorter, the thoughts more disjointed. I see her in the grove. I light the candles, but they burn too fast, and the shadows lengthen. I pour the salt into the shape she likes and place the offerings in perfect order. When I close my eyes, I see her watching me. Each night I return, and each night I feel her closer. I am hers. She holds me, commands me, and I obey. Nick glanced at her, his expression shifting as he listened to each line, the entries unspooling into something neither of them had expected. Tilly turned another page, the ink darker now, etched into the paper with an urgency that made her hands tremble slightly as she read. I went to the garden, the earth cold beneath my feet. I touched the ground and felt her there, heard her voice, distant but undeniable. She is waiting for me to understand, to see her as she was. She stands with me now, unseen but real, bound to my every step. I am bound to her. I am hers. They exchanged a look, the words settling heavily around them. Each sentence conveyed a strange devotion, pulling him deeper into this secret ritual. Tilly turned to the final entry, and her breath caught as she read aloud. The words were slow and deliberate, each letter etched with care. I don't know what this is, only that I can't stop. The garden waits for me. The trees watch. I am hers in ways I don't understand. She has taken my heart, my mind, my every breath. I have given her what she wants. I am forgiven, at least by her. I hope you forgive me, too. Midterms were done. Tilly had studied when she could and had at least made it to every test, but to say she had done well? Tilly doubted it. There had been questions on the Sociology of Emotions test that sparked no memory in her at all, and college algebra too? She was pretty sure she'd done just well enough for a D. Botany? Hey, plants were something she knew a little about lately, but not scientifically, so that was probably a bust. And history of social unrest? Yeah, definite C vibes there. Sophomore composition had been an essay, written on the spot, about an important current event. The only current event she could think of was that her third attempt to fix the fountain pump had failed. Apparently, it wasn't a task for amateurs. Fingers crossed, Happy had sold some things so she could afford someone who knew what they were doing. The little group huddled around the scarred oak table, takeout containers scattered between them like the aftermath of a half-hearted feast. Opal wasn't there. She'd headed back to campus to finish a sculpture project and promised to rejoin them later. Tilly's container sat barely touched, a few noodles still tangled around her fork as she leaned an elbow on the table, her chin propped on her hand. Across from her, Ivy leaned in toward Nick, her eyes wide as she recounted the strangest energy she'd felt in the hallway. I swear, there was this cold spot right by the staircase, Ivy said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear and holding Nick's gaze. Like something was just there. Tilly, you're here all the time. But it was intense. I don't know how you don't notice. Tilly's mind had drifted, but she tuned in just as Nick jumped in, his voice light but with a touch of exasperation. Hey, Tilly, if you see anything, tell Ivy. All right? She's got, what, a sixth sense now? He nudged Ivy with a grin, but his eyes flicked back to Tilly, the humor in dimming to something more serious. Tilly managed a faint smile, a little delayed. There are more than 6 senses. Last count, I think it was 20. Or something like that. Her gaze drifted to the worn surface of the table, watching how the wood grain blurred and faded under the light. Her fork twisted idly in her noodles, tangling and untangling, a quiet rhythm that was holding her there. Ivy latched onto her comment, nodding eagerly. Exactly, 20 senses. Things like temperature, proprioception. She tapped her temple, clearly pleased with herself, and Tilly caught a glimpse of a surprising brightness in her eyes, the kind of enthusiasm that was so Ivy. genuine, even if scattered. Nick's brow furrowed as he watched Tilly's expression fade. His gaze lingered, flicking from her face to the untouched food on her plate. Just checking in. You need to take care of yourself. Ivy tipped her head, her gaze dropping to Tilly's half-full container. Yeah, Nick and I were just talking about it. You've lost weight. A lot, actually, she said, her tone almost admiring until her words registered, and her expression shifted. I mean, not in a bad way. Just don't, disappear on us or anything. Tilly looked up, catching Ivy's flustered expression, but not fully registering her apology. Ivy's gaze softened, and she reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of Tilly's plate. Sorry. I just mean, we care about you. Nick nodded, still watching Tilly with a mixture of worry and something unspoken. Yeah, we just don't want you to ghost us or anything. His voice softened, his hand resting on the table near hers. You're not floating away, right? Tilly's hand stilled, her fork resting in the tangled noodles as the phrase repeated in her mind. Disappear. The word landed like a stone, and her mind began circling it, drifting further as the room around her faded. Disappear here. The phrase rose up from somewhere deep, feeling sharp and familiar, like an echo. Disappear here, she murmured, almost absently, the words slipping out long after the conversation had moved on. I read that somewhere. A billboard or something. Ivy glanced at her, caught off guard, but her eyes lit up with sudden recognition. That's it! The billboard in Less Than Zero, right? Just looming over everything. It's a warning no one sees because they're all too busy numbing out. Her voice had an edge now, something sharper than her usual breezy manner. Tilly blinked, surprised, like she was seeing Ivy through a new lens. Right. You actually remember that? She let out a small, genuine smile, a faint trace of amusement slipping through her exhaustion. You're kind of brilliant, Ivy. Ivy's cheeks flushed, a pleased smile spreading across her face as she glanced at Nick, looking almost shy. Yeah, that whole book's just people disappearing into themselves, she said softly. They think they're living, but they're all just slipping away. Tilly nodded absently, her gaze drifting back to her plate, watching her fork slowly twist in the noodles. Almost hypnotized by the tangled motion. Kind of like how I always pictured my dad, she said without thinking, her voice softer. I used to imagine he was just out there somewhere, floating, not really real, like a ghost. Nick shifted uncomfortably, his jaw tightening as he cast a sideways glance at Ivy. They shared a quick, uncertain look, but Tilly barely noticed. She was still staring at her fork, feeling a strange sort of detachment settle over her, heavy and familiar. Of course, you can't really have a ghost of a man who isn't dead. Or maybe dead. Schrodinger's sperm donor. Tilly laughed, then shook her head. Whoops, I don't know if you guys knew that. TMI, Tilly. TMI. Nick cleared his throat, forcing a bit of lightness into his voice, though it came out rough. No worries, he said, nudging Tilly's shoulder with a gentleness that felt awkward, like he wasn't sure it would land right. Don't let it get to you, okay? Yeah, Ivy added, her fingers tapping the table edge as she tried to shift the mood. You don't want to disappear on us. I mean, who'd protect us from the house's energy? Tilly gave a faint smile, her lips twitching up, but her exhaustion was thick, pressing down on her, dragging her under. Ivy's voice carried on, filling the quiet with talk of energies and presences, fading to a soft hum as the edges of Tilly's world blurred. Bit by bit, Tilly's chin slipped from her hand, her eyelids growing heavy as she sank down, her head coming to rest on the cool surface of the table. Her breath slowed, each one carrying her further into sleep. Ivy's voice trailed off as she noticed Tilly's stillness, her face softening with quiet concern. She reached out, placing a gentle hand on Tilly's shoulder. Let's get you to bed, Tilly, she murmured softly, her tone filled with a tenderness she didn't usually show. Tilly stirred, half-conscious, her movements slow and pliant as Ivy helped her to her feet. Without a word, Tilly wrapped her arms around Ivy's shoulders, her grip almost childlike, clinging to her friend as they took slow, careful steps toward her bedroom. Ivy's arm looped around her, steadying her as they moved, her touch calm and sure. Nick followed a few paces behind, his expression a mix of concern and hesitation. He opened his mouth to say something, then stopped, watching Tilly lean into Ivy's support. His hands hovered briefly, unsure of where to step in, or if he should, his worry evident in the way he stayed close, quietly ready if needed. They reached Tilly's room, and Ivy gently helped her onto the bed, pulling the covers up over her. Tilly's arms relaxed as her head sank into the pillow, her breaths deepening into a steady rhythm as sleep took hold. Ivy glanced back at Nick, offering him a slight, reassuring nod as they stepped back into the hall. "We need to look out for her," she said, keeping her voice low. "She's struggling." Nick gave her a sharp look. Maybe stop talking about energies and just ask how she's feeling. Ivy opened her mouth, then shut it again. She looked annoyed, then nodded. Fair point. They stood there for a moment, still in the doorway, both staring back toward the dim room. "I mean, we're helping," Ivy said, her tone quiet now. "A little, but not like she needs." Nick crossed his arms. "We were supposed to be helping with the house. That was the plan, right?" Ivy nodded slowly, looking down at her shoes. "Then let's start acting like it." The morning sun filtered softly through the overgrown canopy of trees surrounding the garden. Tilly and Nick stepped off the uneven path, the air cool but carrying the damp heaviness of lingering dew. Tilly clutched the weathered home under her arm, her fingers pressing lightly into its worn cover. "You do this often?" Nick asked, glancing at the book as they reached the fountain's edge. Tilly shrugged. "I've tried it a couple times. Thought maybe doing it again, with someone else around, might help keep me tethered." She gave him a half smile. "It's better with a witness, maybe." Nick raised an eyebrow, but there was no mockery in his expression, only curiosity. Moral support for spontaneous spiritual grounding. Sure. They reached a small circle of cleared soil near the fountain. Tilly nudged a stone bench aside and dropped the book beside it, flipping it open to a bookmarked page. "It's meant to help you connect with a space. Ground yourself. You're supposed to go barefoot." Nick glanced down at her boots, then at his own. "Of course we are." Still, he kicked his shoes off without complaint, then peeled off his socks, flexing his toes on the cold earth. "I'm in." Tilly followed suit, leaving her socks tucked inside her boots. She moved with slow care, as though the ground might shatter if she stepped too quickly. Her feet pressed into the soil, toes curling slightly as she adjusted to the texture. From a small satchel she'd brought with her, she pulled out a tea-light candle and a jar of water. "Water for respect," she murmured, pouring a small stream at the base of the fountain, then lighting the candle and setting it on the lip of the stone. "Fire for clarity." Nick stood a few steps away, leaning against a tree. "I'll keep lookout, just in case the garden tries anything funny." Tilly gave a faint smile, but her focus stayed on the ritual. She knelt beside the circle, took a bundle of dried thyme from her pouch, lit it with the candle flame, and slowly walked the edge of the circle, waving the smoke as she went. The scent rose sharp and earthy, cutting through the moist, sweet air of the garden. It clung to her skin, to her clothes, to the back of her throat. When the smoke died, she pressed the bundle into the soil, extinguishing the last ember with a small hiss. Then she sat on the fountain's edge, spine straight, hands folded loosely in her lap. "This is the part where I just sit," she said, half to Nick, half to herself. It worked before. I mean... Something happened. He didn't speak, but she felt his attention on her. She closed her eyes. The sounds of the world faded, not disappeared exactly, but dropped away as if wrapped in gauze. Her breath slowed. Her fingers grew still, the chill of the stone pressed through the fabric of her jeans. Her body grounded. And then came the shift. The garden sharpened, not around her but inside her. She could see it without looking. The plants were still and alert. The birdsong stopped. Far beyond the fountain, at the edge of sight, a figure stood between two trees. It wasn't a shadow or a hallucination. It was a presence. Female, tall, silent, watching. A breath caught in her chest. The stillness held her, yet something beckoned. Her spine arched forward, her hands flexed. "Tilly?" The voice. Nick's punched through the silence. Her eyes snapped open. Sunlight poured over the garden. The birds sang. The scent of thyme still hung in the air. Nick stood now, just a few steps closer. "You've been sitting there almost half an hour," he said. Then you started to move, eyes still closed. Tilly blinked rapidly, like waking from a dream. "I didn't realize it was that long." "You good?" She nodded slowly. "I think so. I just lost time." They walked back toward the house in silence. The garden trailed behind her like something half awake. Upstairs, the house was still. She dropped the book onto her desk and paused at the threshold of her room. Her body felt grimy, the sweat from the garden sticking at her back. Her intention had been to shower, had always been to shower. She turned toward the bathroom and stepped inside. She peeled off her shirt, folding it and placing it neatly on the counter. Then came her jeans, peeled down and folded over the sink, her socks, her underwear. Each item made its own small whisper against the counter. She shivered slightly, bare against the air. The tiles bit at her toes. She stepped toward the mirror. She hadn't looked closely at herself in days. She leaned forward, resting her hands on the counter's edge. Her reflection stared back, tired, pale, hair slightly matted from the garden. Her collarbones were sharp, her ribs faintly visible under her skin. She brushed a hand along her side, over the place where softness used to sit. "Is this real?" she whispered. Had she not been eating? Was it stress? Magic? She couldn't pin it down. It didn't feel like sickness, but it didn't feel normal either. She leaned closer. Her reflection leaned too, perfectly in sync. Then something flickered. A blink? A pause? A hiccup of the mirror. The reflection lingered half a second too long. Then it winked. Tilly stumbled backward. Her hips slammed against the counter. She hissed in pain, grabbing at the sharp edge. The room spun for a moment, too fast, and then the air went still again. When she opened her eyes, she wasn't in the bathroom. She was on her bed, still naked. The blanket half pulled over her legs. Pale sunlight streamed through the window. Her body ached. Her hip throbbed. She sat up slowly and pressed a hand to the spot. A bruise was already forming, tender under her fingertips. Her breath came in shallow pulses. Had she imagined it? The wink? The shift? She didn't know. Her body was real. The bruise was real. But the gap, the missing moments, were harder to hold. "What happened in between?" she asked aloud. The house offered no answer. But from somewhere, faint as breath, she thought she heard the garden stir. Tilly sat cross-legged on the dusty wooden floor, a sharp, persistent discomfort nagging at her. It was the next morning, the morning after the mirror. She both knew it had happened and knew it couldn't possibly have happened. That was where she was at, her mind processing both truths. She shifted uncomfortably, her side and hip aching with every small movement, a reminder of her earlier tumble. The sound of rain pattered softly against the window, the air heavy with the scent of old wood and damp paper. But the photo album in front of her held her attention. Each page a relic of a world she'd never known. Her fingers lingered on a glossy photograph, tracing the outline of a little girl with bright eyes and a red dress. 4-year-old Anne. Tilly turned the page slowly, her chest tightening as she took in more images. A Christmas tree glowed faintly in the background, lights catching on shimmering tinsel. In the photo, Anne sat on a man's lap, clutching a wrapped gift, her mother leaning into the frame with a bright, warm smile. Tilly's grandparents. She felt a strange twist in her chest. She'd never seen these photos before, never imagined her mother like this. Young and happy, surrounded by love and security. And yet, the knowledge of what came after pressed against her, sharp and relentless. These people, this happiness, gone. Just a few years later, Anne had been left alone in that huge empty house, barely a child herself. The weight of it all pressed down on Tilly, mingling with her growing discomfort. The clock on the wall caught her eye, and she winced. She needed to get ready. Her mother and Ted were due soon, and she was far from presentable. A sinking feeling twisted her stomach at the thought of the conversation ahead. Ted's polished, dismissive tone, her mother's disapproving gaze. Just imagining it made her chest tighten. She stood abruptly, closing the photo album and setting it gently on top of a dusty box. She stretched her legs, brushing the stiffness out of her knees as she glanced toward the window, still half open, letting in a faint chill from the rain. At least she hadn't left it open all day. She grabbed her bag and reached for the door, twisting the handle, only to feel it stick. Frowning, she twisted harder. The door rattled faintly, but it didn't budge. She pressed her shoulder against it, leaning into the wood, but it barely gave an inch, the faint groan of the swollen frame telling her exactly what had happened. The rain. "Oh, come on," she muttered, yanking the handle with more force. The old wood creaked but stayed firmly in place. She stepped back, staring at the door with irritation simmering under her skin. You've got to be kidding me. Her bladder was sending insistent reminders now, and with no phone in her pocket, she'd left it charging downstairs. She was out of options for calling anyone for help. She twisted the handle again, this time with both hands, her bladder protesting every moment she spent wrestling with the door. "Okay, Tilly, think," she muttered, stepping back and glancing toward the window. She moved closer, peering out. The rain streaked the glass, faint trails of water dripping down the outside. It was only a one-story drop, but the slick ground below was scattered with rocks and patches of overgrown grass. Not a soft landing. And she wasn't wearing shoes. Her bare toes flexed against the floor as she weighed the idea. The damp grass outside seemed unwelcoming, a reminder that even if she didn't hurt herself climbing down, the chill of the rain would make her miserable the second she hit the ground. She grabbed the screwdriver she'd noticed in a nearby toolbox and wedged it against the doorframe, prying at the edge. The wood splintered slightly but held. She shoved harder, frustration bubbling over. "I don't have time for this," she snapped, her voice echoing in the empty room. With a sudden slip, the screwdriver popped free, twisting violently in her hand. Pain shot up her wrist like lightning, sharp and immediate. She dropped the tool with a loud clatter, clutching her wrist as tears sprang to her eyes. "God damn it!" she cried, the words spilling out in a mixture of anger and pain. She slumped to the floor, her back against the door, hot, angry tears blurring her vision. Her voice broke as she muttered under her breath, half choked by tears. "This stupid house, this stupid door, everything is falling apart." The rain outside continued its relentless rhythm, a mocking soundtrack to her misery. She wiped at her cheeks with her free hand, her injured wrist trembling as she tried to steady herself. The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in, the weight of everything, her wrist, her bladder, her aching side and hip bearing down on her. The answer was as obvious as it was stupid. She'd have to go out the window. Tilly groaned, pressing her forehead against the door for a moment, as her wrist throbbed in sharp, pulsing waves. The thought of climbing down barefoot in the rain, with one hand barely functional, was as appealing as stabbing herself with the screwdriver again. But she was out of options. She hoisted herself onto the windowsill, her bare feet gripping the frame as she eased one leg over, her movements jerky and awkward. The rain hit her skin in cold, steady droplets, slicking the sill beneath her. She hesitated, glancing back into the room, where the photo album still sat in its quiet place. "Sorry, Anne," she muttered, more to herself than to the ghost of her mother's past. "I'll deal with this mess later." Her other leg swung over, and she gripped the edge of the sill tightly, wincing as her injured wrist flared with pain. The cold rain mixed with the sweat on her brow, her breath coming in short, uneven bursts. She tried to lower herself slowly, one hand gripping the frame, while her feet searched for some purchase against the wall. But she was rushed, distracted. Her mind caught between the urgency of her situation and the pounding ache in her arm. Her footing slipped, her grip on the sill faltered, and gravity did the rest. She fell, her body twisting midair as she tried to brace herself. Her feet hit the wet grass first, but the uneven ground sent her sprawling, her legs buckling. Her side slammed into the ground, the shock jolting through her as she rolled onto her back, gasping. Her bladder released. Not that it mattered anymore. She was soaked. The rain poured down, pattering softly against her face. Every muscle ached, her wrist throbbed, and her side protested every attempt to move. She forced herself to her knees, half crawling toward the cover of the house as the storm poured on. She stumbled into the shelter of the porch, panting. It wasn't enough. A heavy creak sounded above her, and then a gutter broke free, dumping a torrent of ice-cold water and leaves directly onto her head. She froze, gasping as the cold hit her skin, and then choked out, "I'm trying to save you!" Her voice broke on the last word, tears mixing with the rainwater and leaves. But after a moment, she straightened. Slowly, deliberately, she dried off as much as she could under the porch, wringing out her shirt and squeezing water from her hair. Tilly limped inside, every step deliberate, her side and hip screaming with each movement. She climbed the stairs as slowly as she dared, her hands gripping the railing for support. Her breath hitched, but she kept moving, whispering under her breath, "Keep it together, Tilly. Just 20 minutes." She stepped into the bathroom, wiping her face with a towel and brushing the mud from her arms and legs. The reflection in the mirror showed a pale, damp version of herself, but she met her own gaze, nodding faintly. She could fake it long enough for the meeting. She had to. Tilly finished cleaning herself up as best she could, dabbing her skin with a damp cloth and brushing her fingers through her wet hair. Her wrist ached with every movement, and her hip sent sharp pulses of pain up her side whenever she leaned too far. She swallowed hard, steadying herself with one hand on the edge of the sink. Her reflection stared back, pale and bruised, with faint streaks of dirt clinging to her neck and jaw. But her clothes were clean, and her hair was no longer a wild tangle. It would have to do. As she moved to leave the bathroom, she caught sight of the small tube of concealer on the counter. Opals, left from a late-night hangout weeks ago. Hesitating only a moment, she grabbed it and carefully dabbed it over the dark circles under her eyes and the reddened patch on her cheek. It didn't erase the exhaustion entirely, but it softened it enough to make her feel less exposed. "Good enough," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her heart. Descending the stairs was a slow, deliberate process. Each step sent a jolt of pain through her hip, and she bit her lip to keep from groaning. She knew the minute she sat down, she wouldn't be able to hide her limp when she got back up, so she'd have to settle into a chair quickly and stay there. The dining room was ready for the meeting, relatively clean, with 3 chairs arranged around the old oak table. Tilly eyed the seat nearest the window and made her way to it, lowering herself carefully. Her ribs protested as she leaned back, but she forced herself to breathe evenly. She folded her hands in her lap, gripping one wrist with the other to keep them from shaking. The house was quiet now, save for the faint ticking of a clock in the next room. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and the light filtering through the window was soft and gray. Tilly's chest tightened as she thought about what was coming. Her mother's sharp gaze. Ted's clipped, professional tone. The quiet disappointment she could already feel settling over the room like a shroud. "Just get through it," she muttered under her breath. 1 hour, maybe 2. You can fall apart later. A car engine rumbled to a stop outside, the sound muffled by the rain. Tilly straightened in her chair, her pulse quickening as she heard the car door slam. Footsteps crunched on the gravel driveway, steady and deliberate, and she knew it was them. She folded her hands tighter in her lap, forcing her expression into something neutral. The knock on the front door came a moment later, sharp and decisive. Tilly didn't move to answer it. She couldn't manage the stairs again, and she knew they'd come in on their own if she didn't. Sure enough, after a brief pause, the door creaked open and her mother's familiar voice called out. "Tilly? We're here." "Dining room," Tilly replied, keeping her tone even. Anne entered first, her coat damp from the rain but still immaculate. Her sharp eyes scanned the room, lingering on Tilly for a moment before she stepped aside to let Ted in. He followed, carrying a folder under one arm and wearing his usual look of calm detachment. Anne's gaze swept over her. "You've cleaned up," she said, the faintest edge in her tone. Ted said nothing, only nodded politely as he took a seat across from her. Tilly's mother settled into the chair beside him, smoothing her coat as she sat. Tilly resisted the urge to shift in her seat, knowing any movement would betray how much she was hurting. "Let's get started," Anne said, her tone brisk. Tilly nodded, keeping her expression neutral even as her chest tightened. She could do this. She had to. The afternoon light filtered dimly through the grime-coated windows of August House, casting hazy patterns across the weathered floorboards. Tilly sat at the old dining room table, her hands loosely clasped in her lap, her wrist stiff and awkwardly angled against her thigh. Every movement sent a dull ache through her arm, and her ribs throbbed with every breath. But she forced herself to sit as still as she could. The effort of maintaining herself made her voice sound more tense and angry than she intended, though not more than she felt. Her eyes fixed on the streaks of dirt that marred the once polished surface, while Anne and Ted Carson stood nearby. Anne's sharp, expectant posture contrasted with Ted's measured stillness as he gestured toward the room. "This dining room," Ted began, his voice steady, "is a central feature of the house. It's where the family would have gathered, and I can see how much history is rooted here. In the new project, we'd aim to honor that spirit in our communal areas. In her mind, Tilly corrected him silently, did gather. But she said nothing, her fingers tightening against her lap. Ted placed a clipboard on the table and flipped it open to a set of renderings. Now, I won't sugarcoat this. August House, as it stands, isn't salvageable. The amount of restoration it needs? Well, it's far more practical to start fresh. But what we're proposing would incorporate the essence of this home in a way that's functional and sustainable. Tilly leaned forward slightly, the chair creaking as her bruised ribs sent a sharp pulse through her side. "That's not true," she said firmly, her voice tight despite her effort to keep it level. "I had my own inspector out here last week, and he said the foundation only needs some reinforcement. Structurally, the house is sound. Don't exaggerate just to get what you want." Ted's fingers brushed the edge of the clipboard, his composure unshaken. "I understand that opinions may vary," he said. "But in our professional assessment, the costs of bringing this building up to modern standards, especially for safety and energy efficiency, would be prohibitive." Tilly's gaze shifted to the renderings, where glossy, arched windows and clean, symmetrical facades hinted at August House's original architecture, but lacked its intricate details. The garden, however, reduced in size, still looked expansive, and the statue still stood proudly in the center. It seemed unlikely that so much of the garden would still be there. It seemed odd for a development where he had just brought up prohibitive costs. "What would happen to the garden?" she asked, her tone measured, though her fingers dug slightly into the edge of the table. Ted straightened, his voice adopting a softer tone. "We'd preserve as much of the original garden as possible. The most suitable plants could be transplanted, and the new courtyard would replicate the layout to maintain the character. It would be tamed and suitable. It would make this place special in a way few places are." Tilly's jaw tightened as she stared at the rendering, her forearm trembling faintly against the table from the effort of holding it steady. "You want to control it," she said, almost to herself, realizing for the first time what Ted might actually want. Anne, who had been standing with her arms crossed, stepped closer, her low heels brushing against the dusty floorboards. "Tilly, he's being realistic. You know the garden, in its ideal state, isn't overgrown. It's beautiful, but it would take full-time care, probably a gardener just for the grounds. Do you have the means to manage that?" Tilly sat straighter, her voice gaining a sharper edge. "I've done more for that garden in the past 3 months than has been done for it in years." Anne tilted her head, her brow furrowing as she stepped closer. "And what has the toll been? Have you been keeping up with your classes? Honestly, Tilly, how many have you missed?" Tilly's gaze flicked away for a moment before she muttered, "I've missed a few, but I'm not dropping out or anything." Anne pressed her lips together, watching her daughter for a beat before stepping back. "You thought you could just do whatever you wanted with the inheritance, didn't you? That it would magically solve everything?" Tilly's knuckles whitened against the edge of the table. "It should have been clear. Uncle Fred wanted me to save this house. He trusted you to help make that happen. Why aren't you following his wishes?" Anne sighed, her tone measured but edged with frustration. "Fred left me the money with instructions to support you, but he left the details up to me. He trusted my judgment, and I'm trying to use it. This isn't just about the house, Tilly. It's about making the right choices for you." Tilly's jaw tightened, her injured wrist tucked close to her side. "What's right for me? Letting this place fall apart while you second-guess what he wanted?" Anne's expression shifted slightly, softening but still guarded. "I'm not second-guessing. I'm making sure his gift isn't wasted on something that might break you before it saves anything else." Tilly shifted slightly, her gaze sharpening. "I actually have someone who's willing to invest in the restoration of the house." Ted's polite composure faltered just slightly, his eyebrows lifting. "Do you mind disclosing who?" Tilly hesitated for a moment. Benton had told her she could use her name as a bargaining chip, but the promise of help hadn't been explicit. Still, her fingers dug slightly into the table as she met Ted's gaze. "Benton Norrow. She's interested in keeping the house intact. She said it would be worth restoring and preserving as it is." Ted's expression sharpened, his fingers tightening briefly around the clipboard. "Benton Noro," he repeated slowly. He leaned back slightly, his tone losing some of its earlier smoothness. "Let me be clear, Tilly. Benton wouldn't pay to restore this house unless there was something in it for her. A big something. And having her as part owner would be a risky way to move forward." Ted paused, lowering his voice. "Talk to people who've done business with Benton in the past. You'll find a long list of people with regrets, and I'm one of them. She's driven, yes, but she'll drive the whole project in the direction she wants, no matter what you agreed on at the start." Anne stepped forward, her voice crisp. "I think that's all for today, Ted. I need to talk to Matilda one-on-one before she does something foolish." Ted's eyes narrowed slightly. "Take all the time you need, but be realistic about who you're bringing to the table. Benton doesn't leave room for anyone else once she's in. Keep that in mind." With that, he exited, leaving the two women alone. Anne turned to Tilly, her gaze sharp. "What exactly do you think you're doing, Matilda?" Tilly sat rigidly, the ache in her ribs and wrist, forcing her to move as little as possible. "I'm doing what I need to, Mom. You don't want to help me? Fine. But I'm not going to let this house go without a fight." Anne's lips curled into a dry, humorless smile. "A fight? Is that what you think Fred gave you? This wasn't some noble mission. It was his way of avoiding reality. He handed you an impossible mess because he didn't have the courage to let go." Tilly's voice strained with the effort of keeping steady. "He believed in me. He believed this house was worth saving." Anne stepped closer, her presence towering, though her tone dipped into something falsely sympathetic. "Fred believed in his own dreams, not yours. He put this on you because he couldn't admit he'd already lost. He wasn't thinking about you when he made those plans, Tilly. He was thinking about himself." Tilly's fingers twitched faintly against the edge of the table, her body too stiff with pain to react as she wanted. Her voice was quiet but sharp. "He loved this house, and he loved me. You can say whatever you want about him, but I won't let you rewrite that." Anne sighed, a sound meant to feign patience but laced with irritation. "Tilly, he dumped this on a 19-year-old girl with no real-world experience and less common sense than I thought. He set you up to fail, and you're too stubborn to admit it." Tilly's gaze sharpened, her words cutting through the heavy air. "First, I'm 20 now and I learn fast. Second, maybe Fred did set me up to fail, but right now it feels a lot more like you did." Anne froze, her face tightening for just a moment before she tried to smooth it over. Her voice dropped, slower, deliberate. "I'm trying to help you, Matilda. I'm the only one who is. You aren't capable." For a moment, Tilly prepared herself to fight, but then she looked at her mother and all of Tilly's resistance drained out of her. "You aren't capable," rang in her head, every cruel voice in her own head gathering around those three words. The ache in her ribs, her wrist, and her heart felt like too much to carry anymore. Her voice came out soft, almost broken. "Okay." Anne tilted her head, confused by the abrupt shift. "Okay, what?" Tilly's shoulders sagged as she exhaled shakily. Her gaze dropped to the table, her voice barely above a whisper. "You win. I can't fight you. I can't do this without you. I never wanted to do this without you." She hesitated, the lump in her throat threatening to choke her, but she forced herself to go on. "I'd rather lose everything than keep fighting with the person I love most in this world." Anne blinked, her expression flickering through surprise, guilt, and something else, something unreadable. She studied Tilly for another beat, her gaze softening slightly but still guarded. She took a small step closer, her voice low but deliberate. "I'm sorry this is so hard for you, honey, but I think you'll be happier once it's over." Tilly sat motionless, her body tense with the effort of holding herself together. The weight of her mother's words pressed down on her like the ache in her ribs and wrist, unbearable and unrelenting. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling but steady enough to cut through the silence. "Make your deal. I can't bear to be there. Just let me know when I'm supposed to sign it away." Anne hesitated, her face flickering with something like regret, but she didn't argue. Instead, she adjusted her bag on her shoulder and stepped toward the door. "I'll call you," she said softly, pausing with her hand on the doorknob. "I really do want what's best for you." The door clicked shut behind her, and the room plunged into stillness. Tilly stared at the grain of the table, her injured wrist cradled in her lap. The silence of August House was heavy, pressing against her like a weight she couldn't escape. She exhaled shakily, letting her head drop forward, her hair falling into her face. "You're not capable," whispering in her brain over and over again. For a long moment, she stayed there, her body aching, her mind spiraling. Then she closed her eyes, letting the stillness envelop her. Somewhere in the depths of her exhaustion and defeat, a flicker of something sharp and determined stirred, but it felt impossibly far away. Tilly sat on the Chesterfield sofa, the deep button-tufted leather worn smooth in places, with creases that caught faint shadows from the shifting light. The dark leather had lost its sheen, and the rolled arms bore patches where the varnish had all but worn away. Across from her, a sleek, black 60-inch television dominated the wall, its smooth, modern frame contrasting with the older textures of the room. The television cast a shifting glow across the faded wallpaper, the colors subtly warping the room's old details. A brass lamp that leaned into the light, a faint layer of dust catching the colors. Bob's Burgers played on the screen, filling the room with color and sound. Linda, lost and muddy, grumbled about her birthday while a skunk loomed in the background. Tina's flat commentary floated through the space, offset by Louise's sharp laughter as she pushed another scheme into motion. The soft hum from the old radiator added a quiet drone under the cartoon's background music, blurring the edges of the room. Tilly leaned back, adjusting the ice pack on her wrist. Her jeans were clean but rumpled, and her hair hung loosely around her face, stray pieces sticking out. She shifted the ice pack on her lap, glancing at the screen but not entirely focusing on it. The sound of footsteps approached, and Opal appeared in the doorway. She wore her usual paint-streaked overalls, slightly loose, with a few streaks of blue and green marking the straps and pockets. One strap hung down on one side, exposing the faint outline of her collarbone, and as she leaned forward to watch Tilly, the overalls gapped slightly, revealing the bare skin beneath. "Hey," Opal said, stepping into the room. "How was your day?" Tilly's gaze lingered on Opal's collarbone for a second before she looked back at the television. "Fine," she said, her voice flat. Opal's gaze drifted to the ice pack in Tilly's lap. "What happened there?" "Sprained it," Tilly replied, still not meeting her eyes. Opal tilted her head slightly, her fingers tapping idly on the couch's edge as she considered this. She crossed to the couch and sat down next to Tilly. The leather gave a faint creak under her weight, and she leaned back, draping one arm along the top of the sofa as she stretched her legs out, casual and relaxed. "Bob's Burgers?" she asked, glancing at the screen. "Didn't think this was your thing." Tilly shrugged, her focus still on the shifting colors from the TV. "Comfort show," she said simply. "It's easy." They fell into silence, the radiator's steady hum mingling with Linda's voice lamenting her ruined shopping trip and sticky fingers full of spilled juice. Opal leaned back, settling further into the couch, her gaze alternating between the screen and Tilly. As she relaxed, the gap in her overalls widened slightly and Tilly's eyes flicked over it, catching glimpses of the bare skin beneath. After a few minutes, Opal glanced over at her again. "It's funny. In a slow-motion disaster kind of way," she said, nodding toward the screen. Tilly adjusted the ice pack, her fingers pressing the cold surface as she glanced briefly at Opal. She took a breath, her hand shifting slightly, but didn't respond right away. "My wrist is sprained," she said again, her tone softer, almost hesitant. Opal looked at her, arching an eyebrow. "You said that." Tilly's fingers flexed around the ice pack, her gaze slipping downward. "I know I said that. Sorry. I had more, but it got caught in my throat." She paused, steadying herself. "What I wanted to say is, if it weren't sprained, I'd hold your hand. Sorry it is." She fell silent, her hand resting stiffly on the pack, her eyes fixed on her lap as the flickering colors from the television painted faint, shifting patterns on her knuckles. The cartoon rolled on, Linda staggering through the front door in triumph after a day that had gone spectacularly wrong. Opal watched her carefully, her fingers resting lightly on her own knee. She shifted slightly, letting the strap of her overalls slide down her shoulder a little, catching Tilly's eye as it did. For a moment, she didn't say anything. "I could change sides if you like," she said finally. Tilly looked over, her mouth opening slightly, but whatever she meant to say caught in her throat. She swallowed and gave a small nod, her hand brushing her jeans, clearing a space for something she wasn't quite ready for. Opal stood slowly, crossing around the couch, her footsteps light on the creaky floorboards. She sat down on the other side, close enough for their arms to brush. She rested her hand on the cushion between them, palm up, fingers loosely spread. Tilly looked at Opal's hand, her gaze lingering on the faint marks of paint along her fingertips and the soft curve of her palm. She reached out slowly, her hand hovering above Opal's, before finally letting her fingers slip into the open space. Her grip was light, hesitant, but she didn't pull back. Opal's fingers curled around hers, her touch steady, her thumb resting gently against the side of Tilly's hand. Tilly's thumb settled over Opal's knuckles, her hand easing as the radiator hummed and the cartoon's soft music filled the room. Opal's thumb traced idle circles against the back of Tilly's hand, her gaze drifting between their joined fingers and the television screen. After a moment, she glanced sideways at Tilly. "Are you okay?" Tilly hesitated, her shoulders slumping slightly. "My mom talked me into selling," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry, I know you like it here." Opal was quiet for a beat, her expression thoughtful but calm. Finally, she said, "It's a cool house, but I know this has been hard. I'll work something out." Tilly blinked, her grip on Opal's hand tightening slightly. "I know I'll have a bunch of money when this is done," she said, her tone uncertain but with a hint of hope. "Maybe I get an apartment with room for roommates. Not as epic as this, but at least you'd still be with me. All of you, but especially you." Opal turned to her, a faint smile curving her lips. "Especially me." Tilly met her gaze, and the warmth of Opal's smile softened the ache in her chest. They sat in comfortable silence after that, letting the cartoon's gentle fade-out roll across the room, the radiator's warmth filling the rest of the space. After a while, Opal shifted slightly, breaking the quiet. "Can you come up to my room? I really want to show you something." Tilly glanced at her, her brow furrowing. "It wasn't just my wrist," she said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "I'm really banged up. I fell out a window. A gutter hit me in the head. Even just sitting here is hard." Opal winced faintly, her grip on Tilly's hand tightening. "I'd bring it down, but I can't," she said, her voice earnest. "I think you need to see it, though. Especially now. I'll help you up. You can lean on me." Tilly smiled faintly, her tired eyes softening as she looked at Opal. "As long as we go slow." Opal stood and offered her arm. Tilly hesitated for a moment before letting her good hand grip Opal's forearm. Slowly, carefully, she shifted her weight and rose from the couch, her bruised ribs protesting the movement. She grimaced, her breathing shallow, but Opal was steady, bracing her gently. "We'll take it easy," Opal said, her voice low and reassuring. "One step at a time." Leaning heavily on Opal, Tilly nodded. Together, they began the slow climb up the stairs, the creaking of the wooden steps mingling with the faint sounds of the cartoon's end credits still playing in the background. The stairs to the third floor didn't like being climbed. They groaned under Tilly's weight, each step sounding like a loud, disapproving sigh. By the time she reached the landing, she was leaning heavily on the banister, her wrist tucked against her stomach. Every movement made her shoulder ache like it had a personal vendetta against her. "Are you going to make it?" Opal asked, a step ahead. "Because if you're about to pass out, I need some notice." Tilly glared at her. "I'm fine." "You're not fine," Opal said gently. "You said you were banged up, but I don't think I took you seriously enough." "I'm climbing, aren't I?" Tilly muttered, though she couldn't help a faint smile. At the top, Opal nudged the door open with her hip and gestured dramatically. "Behold, the greatest thing you'll see all day, probably all week." Tilly stepped into the room and stopped short, her breath catching. The mural stretched across the far wall, so vivid it felt alive. The garden spilled over every inch of it. The fountain at the center, its stone cracked and entwined with vines. The fairy statue perched delicately on its toes, its shimmering wings catching the light. The painted paths twisted through the greenery, disappearing into shadows that shifted under Tilly's gaze. The entire wall radiated an energy that made the room feel smaller, like the garden had muscled its way in and wasn't planning on leaving. Tilly took a step closer, her voice soft. "It's incredible." Opal leaned casually against her desk, watching Tilly's reaction. Yeah, it's all right. No, Tilly said, her gaze fixed on the shimmering wings of the fairy statue. It's perfect. It's like the garden decided it wanted to live inside. Opal grinned. That's exactly what I told it when I started. The garden, though, was like, nah, I'll stay out there and haunt Tilly instead. Tilly let out a faint laugh, but her gaze caught on something in the corner of the mural. A shadow, faint and half hidden behind the vines, her shadow. Further along, in the reflection of the fountain's painted water, her face hovered just below the ripples. And there, near the edge of the path, the curve of her shoulder disappeared into the leaves. Her breath hitched. Wait! Is that me? Opal's grin widened. It is! Tilly's pulse quickened as her eyes darted across the mural. She was everywhere, tucked into corners and reflections, never fully visible but undeniably present. You've been watching me. I have, Opal said without a trace of shame. Since the moment I met you. Feel free to back away in terror. Tilly shook her head, her voice quieter now. I would, but you're all that's holding me up. Her painted reflection in the fountain shimmered like it might ripple into motion at any moment. You could have said something. And miss this moment? Opal said, tilting her head. Never. Besides, you're impossible not to notice. You belong to the garden, whether you like it or not. Tilly lowered herself into the chair by the window, her movements careful, her breath uneven. I don't know if I belong anywhere. You do, Opal said, moving closer and pulling out a small bottle from her desk. Here, take this. What is it? Tilly asked, eyeing the brown bottle warily. Opal nodded seriously. Ibuprofen, prescription strength, the mural painter's best friend. She handed Tilly the bottle and a half-empty water bottle. Tilly nodded, putting the pill in her mouth and doing her best to follow it with water. It took her 3 tries, but she got it down. Good girl, Opal said, giving her a soft smile. In about 45 minutes, you'll feel almost tolerable. Until then. She pulled out her iPad and queued up a playlist. We can sit together and listen to some Elliott Smith. You can tell me about your day. Tilly slumped further into the chair, the edges of her mouth pulling into a tired smile. It was so damned bad. Did I mention I peed my pants? Because that happened. You didn't, Opal said, her eyebrows shooting up. And for real, you should have led with that. Her voice faltered at first, but as Opal leaned in, asking detailed questions. Wait, how wet were the leaves? Like soggy or drenched? Tilly found herself answering, her tone dry. Soggy would have been an improvement. They were gooey, slimy and cold, clumped together like I don't even know what. Opal's expression shifted into exaggerated disgust. Ew, okay, new low. I need all the details now. Spare nothing. The recounting became lighter, the weight of the day fading slightly with each shared laugh. Tilly's words came easier as Opal punctuated them with gasps, snorts, and occasionally a well-timed, "You're kidding me!" And Opal was right. In about 45 minutes, Tilly felt almost tolerable. Somewhere past 2 in the morning, Tilly eased open the back door, stepping quietly out of August House and into the cool, dense air of the garden. Behind her, the house stood in near darkness. Everyone was asleep. She had passed out for a few hours after leaving Opal's room and collapsing into her enormous bed. Tilly hadn't planned on coming out here. She didn't even remember deciding to. She'd been halfway through the house before she realized where she was going. In her mind, though, she was saying goodbye. She knew the sale wouldn't be closed in a day, maybe not even a month, but it already felt over. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her of all the reasons to move on, to let go. She'd have to start finding a place to live, and she needed to get back to her classes. There was no point in worrying about the house or the garden. They weren't hers anymore. So why didn't it feel that way? The stone steps were cool beneath her bare feet, slick with a thin layer of dew. She hesitated, taking in the shadows that filled the garden, draping the paths and blending into the trees. Her side twinged as she adjusted her weight, and her wrist throbbed faintly where it rested against her hip. She winced, but pressed forward, ignoring the discomfort. The garden felt like it was waiting, and she couldn't bear to leave it unanswered. She wasn't sure why it felt strange, stepping outside like this. It was her garden, her house. Yet the thought of her roommates catching her out here in the dark, maybe without a stitch of clothing, gave her pause. They'd made enough jokes about her garden rituals already. Everybody knows anyway, she told herself. Any dignity I was holding on to ended 20 jokes ago. She breathed in the earthy scent of damp leaves and moss, the air cool and crisp as she took her first steps along the path. The stone pathway unfolded beneath her feet, guiding her through clusters of ivy and wild bushes that had crept well beyond their borders. Faint scents of lavender and thyme drifted up as she moved past, stirred by the cool night air. The heart of the garden, the fountain she could just make out in the dimness, drew her forward. She could see the outline of the Faerie statue, wings lifted, fixed in place, waiting for some unseen cue. As she moved further from the house, a chill crept along her spine, the grass and scattered stones damp and rough under her steps. She glanced over her shoulder, a flicker of habit, half expecting to see one of her roommates at the window. Opal, maybe, leaning out to tease her with another irreverent quip. But the house stood quietly behind her, its tall, darkened windows facing inward. Tilly ventured deeper into the garden, the cool night air settling against her bare shoulders and arms as she left the glow of the house behind. The last time she'd come out here, she'd found a clearing, a place where the trees opened enough to reveal a wide patch of sky. Tonight, she passed that spot, her steps leading her further into the most overgrown part of the garden, where everything felt denser, more hidden. Here, vines stretched across the ground, and low branches arched over the path, blocking the sky and casting tangled shadows. The uneven ground pressed against her sore feet, stones and twisted roots catching her steps as she pushed further into the depths of the garden. Her side ached more sharply now, a quiet reminder of the fall that had left her bruised and sprained. She paused, resting her good hand against the rough bark of a tree. The rustling leaves and occasional quick movements of unseen creatures filled the space around her. The darkness felt heavier here, every familiar sound tinged with something she couldn't quite name. She closed her eyes and leaned into the tree's support, her breath unsteady. In this shadowed corner of the garden, she felt the pull of everything she was about to leave behind. The tangled beauty of the overgrowth, the strange stillness of the house, and the memories she'd woven into this place, even in such a short time. Her fingers brushed over the bark. After a moment, she spotted a narrow patch of earth, partially cleared and just large enough to lie down. She undressed, her movements slow and deliberate, each protest from her bruised side a reminder of the fragile balance between pain and longing. Folding her clothes into a neat pile, she lowered herself carefully, feeling the cool, damp press of soil against her back. This felt like an offering, a final act of surrender to the garden that had been hers for so long. She shifted slightly, a sharp twinge from her side making her pause. Small stones pressed into her shoulder blades, and the dull ache in her wrist flared as her fingers grazed the rough texture of dirt and scattered leaves. The branches above interlocked closely, forming a thick canopy that left only a few gaps where faint stars flickered. She stretched her arms out slowly, letting her fingertips graze the dirt. The cool night air prickled over her skin, and she exhaled, letting her breaths grow long and slow. A breeze stirred the branches overhead, making a low, creaking sound. She listened to the sounds around her, the faint hum of insects, the rustle of leaves, but occasionally a shift or a crack sounded closer than expected, something moving just beyond her line of sight. The sky above began to shift, the stars trembling, stirred by an unseen hand. The green tint seeped into the spaces between them, a color she vaguely recognized from her dreams in this place. The stars slid into new, unrecognizable clusters, their light shifting and flickering. The green deepened until it felt like a dense canopy pressing down, both vast and enclosed. Her body grew heavier, her limbs slack against the ground as a wave of exhaustion crept through her, slow and consuming. She tried to move, to sit up, but every effort felt like pushing against lead, her muscles unresponsive. She lay still, watching the strange green-tinged sky, feeling the earth's coolness sink deeper into her skin. A part of her wondered if this was the garden's way of holding her, refusing to let her go. Then, from the depths of the garden, she heard a faint crunch, a deliberate footstep breaking the silence. Her pulse quickened, and she tried again to lift her head, to turn, but her body felt heavier still, sinking further into the ground. The footsteps grew closer, slow and steady, moving with the measured weight of someone or something approaching. She could feel each step pressing into the earth, carrying with it a presence that settled heavily around her. The footsteps stopped, just behind her, the silence deepening. She lay there, her breath caught, feeling the air grow colder, her skin prickling. It wasn't fear that filled her now, but a strange sense of recognition. A voice threaded through the air, so soft it could have been mistaken for the wind stirring the branches. Except it wasn't. It brushed against her ear, intimate and close. The words didn't merely drift. They settled around her, sinking into her skin and unfurling inside her mind. They were impossible, yet undeniable, each syllable carrying a weight that felt ancient, rooted in the garden's depths. "Give me your name." The voice was quiet but resonant, like the hum of something vast and unseen stirring beneath the surface. It wasn't threatening, not exactly, but there was something in its tone, a pull, a quiet insistence, that made her chest tighten. It didn't sound human. It didn't sound like it belonged to anything she knew. Her lips parted, though she hadn't meant for them to. The garden's air pressed against her, filling her lungs with a strange, charged stillness. Her name teetered on the edge of her tongue, caught between instinct and reason. Her voice came weakly, barely a whisper. "Tilly?" The moment the word left her lips, the atmosphere around her shifted. It was subtle at first. The breeze stilled, and the faint rustle of leaves ceased entirely, replaced by a silence so complete it felt alive. Then, an overwhelming weight settled over her. It wasn't just her body. Something pressed against her, pushing her deeper into the earth. The soil beneath her back softened, wrapping around her limbs like cold, damp hands pulling her under. The green-tinted sky pulsed faintly, the stars overhead quivering. Then, one by one, they began to recede, their light fading into the depths of the dark canopy. The green hue thickened, deepening into a swirling, oppressive shade. Her limbs, already heavy, became immovable. It was no longer her body sinking into the earth. It was the earth rising to meet her, to claim her. The voice did not speak again, but its presence lingered. It pressed against her awareness, her thoughts bending under its weight. It wasn't malevolent, but it wasn't gentle either. It demanded without words, leaving no space for refusal. A creeping realization began to take root in her. She had given her name, and with it, something else. The quiet felt binding now. Her breath came in shallow gasps, the air sharp and metallic. She tried to lift her head, to push against the force that held her down, but her muscles refused to respond. Even her eyelids felt too heavy to lift. Her vision dimmed as the green light folded inward, the edges of her awareness unraveling. The last thing she felt before the darkness took her was the faintest sensation, a cool, deliberate touch brushing lightly against her temple. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the earth. It was something else, something patient, and it wasn't going to let her go. She stirred, her eyes opening slowly to the dim, green-tinged light above. It took a moment for her to realize she was no longer lying in the tangled depths of the garden. Around her, the clearing pulsed faintly with a life that didn't belong. Blossoms opened in perfect silence, their movements too precise, too deliberate. Their pale petals were drained of color, muted under the strange green sky. As she watched, she realized they were all tilted toward her, like a crowd of pale faces waiting for her to speak. A chill ran through her. They weren't moving, but somehow, they felt watchful. Tilly shifted, trying to sit up, but her body resisted, her limbs heavy and uncooperative. Propping herself up on one elbow took far more effort than it should have, and as she moved, a faint tremor ran through her fingers. Her chest tightened with an ache she couldn't place. Something had been pulled out of her, leaving a hollow space behind. She glanced down at herself, expecting something to be missing, but everything was there. At least, everything physical. Her breath hitched as she became aware of a figure looming above her. The fairy stood impossibly tall, her shadow stretching across the clearing like an anchor holding everything in place. She was nothing like the dainty, pastel creatures from childhood tales. Her frame was muscular, powerful, and unyielding, her features sharp, carved from stone. The green light caught on the planes of her face but revealed little else, keeping her just out of focus. Shadows clung to her like a second skin, rippling faintly with every shift of her body. Tilly felt her throat tighten as the fairy leaned in. Her presence filled the clearing. The space bent toward her. When she spoke, her voice was low, steady, and resonant, blending with the hum that filled the air. It wasn't loud, but it demanded attention. "What is your name?" The question landed like a blow, sharp and deliberate, its weight knocking the breath out of her. Her name. It should have been simple, an instinctive answer. But as she tried to summon it, her mind stumbled. She could feel it there, just out of reach, a fragment caught in the folds of her thoughts. But every time she grasped for it, it slipped further away. Her lips parted, and for a moment there was only silence. The hollow feeling inside her deepened. Her name had been the thread holding her together. I don't know, she murmured finally. The words felt foreign, unfamiliar. "I think I lost it." The fairy tilted her head slightly, and her lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. It was a faint, deliberate movement, edged with something Tilly couldn't name. Her eyes, sharp and unreadable. "You didn't lose it," the fairy said, her voice calm and certain. "You gave it to me of your own free will. A name is a thread. It weaves you into the world. When it is pulled free, everything begins to fray. You gave me your thread, and now I hold it." The words wove their way into Tilly's mind, settling heavily. She tried to find some way to refute them, but the truth pressed against her too firmly. Her name. Her name. She'd handed it over, just like that. Another mistake. Just one more in a chain of them, stretching back further than she cared to count. What was one more? The fairy's voice softened, though her presence remained as unyielding as ever. "Do you think you can take it back?" Tilly's breath caught. Her chest felt tight, her pulse sluggish. Could she? Did she even deserve it back after so carelessly giving it away? Her lips moved before her thoughts could catch up. "Yes, please," she said quietly. The words came out soft and uncertain. As soon as she spoke them, she wondered if she meant them. The fairy nodded, her presence filling the clearing with a quiet weight. "I can give it back. But in exchange, you will give me the answer to 5 questions. I will not ask them until you agree. But know this, it will cost you a piece of yourself, a piece I have no plans to return. And the reverse will be true. A part of me will take its place." The air between them grew heavier, the garden seeming to lean closer. Blossoms strained on their stems, petals tilting toward Tilly, waiting. The fairy's gaze held her in place, sharp and unyielding. "Why are you doing this?" Tilly asked, her voice breaking the silence, the words slipping out unbidden. The fairy tilted her head, a faint, inscrutable expression crossing her face. "You don't get questions, only me. Do you agree, or do you wish to remain nameless?" Tilly hesitated. A faint prickling spread along her arms. The hollow space left by her name felt like a dull ache radiating from somewhere she couldn't locate. "Finally," she whispered, "I agree." The fairy smiled, a thin, knowing curve of her lips. "The deal is made. What do you long for most?" The answer rose from her like a wave, unbidden and inevitable. "To find a purpose," she said softly, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. "Something that's worth everything else, worth the time, worth all the uncertainty." Her voice faltered, breaking into fragments. I think I'd like to know if there's something I'm supposed to be. Maybe it's just nothing, something other people see, but I don't." As she spoke, the fairy leaned down, her fingers tracing a sharp rune into the soil, a mark resembling 2 interlocking circles connected by a jagged line. The rune shimmered faintly, and a soft, rhythmic vibration ran through the ground beneath Tilly's knees. She drew in a sharp breath, her hands instinctively pressing into the cool earth for balance. The fairy's gaze narrowed slightly, and she pressed on. "What are you most afraid of?" Tilly's eyes drifted as images surfaced. Faces, shadows, fragments of places she recognized but couldn't name. Her stomach tightened, a faint churning rising with each memory. "That? I don't really matter," she said, her tone distant. "That everything I do will disappear, and no one would notice. Sometimes I think of people I used to know, ones who slipped away, and I wonder if they remember me, or if it's only me who carries that." The rune etched into the soil pulsed faintly again, a subtle warmth spreading through the ground beneath her fingertips. She exhaled slowly, her arms losing some of their tension, though the prickling sensation lingered at the edge of her awareness. The third question broke the rhythm. "How often do you dream of mirrors?" the fairy asked, Her tone steady, though the words felt jarring in their simplicity. Tilly blinked. The answer came with detached calm. Often, she replied, the word pulling her into a memory. I see myself, but it's not really me. Or it is, but she's different. I'll catch myself moving strangely, or the reflection changes, looking a little older or younger. Once I think she spoke to me, but I couldn't hear her. I wanted to, but she was gone. Her words drifted off, and a faint, cool breeze brushed against her face, grounding her. The fairy's fingers traced a spiral surrounded by jagged lines, enclosed in a thin oval. It shimmered briefly, sending a faint shiver through Tilly's legs. The fourth question landed lightly, almost innocuously. What's your favorite color? Gray, Tilly answered without hesitation. Not the dark, heavy kind, but the light, soft gray that comes just before dawn. It feels open, like anything could happen. The image stayed with her, a sliver of calm amid the tension. The fairy's fingers moved again, though her gaze remained unwavering. Another rune appeared, its lines smooth and deliberate, the soil rippling faintly around it before settling again. What is your secret shame? The fairy asked, her voice dipping lower, carrying a sharper edge. Tilly hesitated, her breath catching before her voice emerged, steady but quiet. I am a thief. The fairy didn't move, her gaze unwavering, her fingers poised above the soil. I stole a necklace, Tilly began. Silver, with a clasp that always caught on things. I took it from a room where the curtains were blue. The fairy's fingers moved, tracing a rune into the soil. The lines shimmered faintly, and Tilly felt the slightest vibration beneath her knees, a ripple running through the ground like a whispered echo. A pebble with a crack that looked like a lightning bolt. I found it on a shelf behind a little wooden box that played music. I took it because it was the nicest thing I'd ever seen on a shelf like that. The rune glowed briefly, its edges sharp and angular, and the faintest metallic taste lingered on her tongue. A key from the back of a drawer, with a piece of red string tied to it. I tried it in every door I could find. The key's still on my keychain. Another rune appeared, its shape narrow and jagged, and the air around her tightened. A coin, one I'd only seen once before. It had a bird stamped on it, and I could tell it was old because the edges were soft. The fairy's fingers moved again, the mark taking on a curved, feathered shape. Tilly's stomach twisted faintly, the memory leaving behind a hollow ache. The words kept coming. A feather tucked into a cabinet, dark green, its spine fine and delicate. A coin purse from an unlocked drawer, the leather cracked and worn. A small, weathered notebook with pressed flowers between its pages. She listed each item, her voice steady, though her breaths grew shallower as the litany unfolded. Each confession brought another rune, the soil filling with faintly glowing marks that pulsed like a heartbeat, alive and waiting. I stole all these things for no reason I could understand, Tilly said finally. I didn't need them, but I needed to take them. The fairy's gaze lingered on her, sharp and unblinking, before her lips curved faintly. Not a smile exactly, but something edged with recognition. Taking is our way of remembering, she said, her voice low and deliberate. Tilly's breath caught, her fingers curling against the ground. The words hung in the air. The fairy's fingers moved once more, tracing a final rune. Close your eyes, the fairy said softly. Tilly obeyed. A soft touch brushed her face, then deeper, settling within her mind. A ripple of warmth spread from her temples to her fingertips, and for a moment she felt weightless. Then the warmth shifted, carrying with it something unfamiliar. It wasn't just her name returning. It had traveled far and brought pieces of that journey back with it. The hollow ache inside her reshaped, filling with something sharp and unyielding. She didn't know if it belonged to her or the fairy, or if it mattered anymore. The world vanished into silence, and in that silence a voice whispered her name. It sounded both distant and close, hers and not hers, threading itself through her like a pulse. Tilly opened her eyes slowly, reluctantly, pulling herself into the light. Pale green light angled over her, filling the narrow patch of earth where she lay. Cool, damp soil pressed against her skin, her body weighted and limbs heavy. Gradually, she pushed herself upright, blinking to clear the haze that clung to her mind. She looked around, taking in the tangled vines and dense shrubs surrounding her, the garden close on all sides. Her gaze drifted upward, catching sight of the sky's pale green tint, a shade she didn't remember seeing before. The question of whether the sky was supposed to look that way floated at the edge of her mind, fading before she could fully consider it. Lowering her eyes, she saw her clothes folded neatly in a small pile nearby, faintly damp from the garden air. She didn't remember taking them off, though she knew she'd done it before. Wandering out at night to feel the garden without anything between herself and the world around her. The sight of the folded pile brought a strange unease. She didn't remember folding them either. She reached for the clothes, clutching them to her chest. Her thoughts flickered with fragmented images. The faint outline of a figure with wings, the sound of a voice, not words exactly, but the rhythm of questions. Someone had spoken to her in a dream, the memory evaporating as soon as she tried to hold it. She couldn't recall the questions or if she'd answered them. A faint pulse of unease spread through her chest, the edges of the memory too soft to grasp, but too insistent to ignore. She started toward the fountain, following the twists of the path. Each plant and branch seemed slightly off in ways she couldn't fully place. The leaves held a faint sheen, catching the light in a way that looked almost unnatural, though the ground beneath her feet was dry. Nearby flowers, open wide with petals turned outward, angled toward her, tracking her movements. A faint scent drifted through the air, something warm, vanilla-like, but she couldn't spot any source. She kept moving, unable to shake the feeling that the garden had somehow changed, though she couldn't pinpoint how. Her thoughts drifted, circling around questions that wouldn't take shape. A strange urge rose within her, a need to say her name aloud to ground herself here. The impulse grew stronger, yet each time she tried, the words stopped just out of reach, locked within the silence. Finally, she reached the fountain. The familiar statue rose from the overgrown greenery, its stone figure still and watchful, with the Faerie's outstretched wings casting sharp shadows over the basin. The fountain's water glimmered faintly, rippling in uneven patterns, stirred by invisible hands. The statue's gaze followed her, its sharp wings cutting through the pale light like knives. She lowered herself to the edge of the fountain, letting the weight of the stone press into her palms, feeling the solid ground beneath her feet. Staring down, she focused on the scattered leaves near her toes, forcing herself to center. She took a breath, narrowing her thoughts, determined to hear her own name. It felt like reaching through layers of fog. Her mouth opened, her throat catching as she formed the sound. Massalia. The word slipped out, sharp and strange, wrong from the moment it left her lips. She stilled, listening to the name as it lingered in the silence. Massalia. It sounded foreign, yet there was a pull to it, something that felt oddly familiar, almost tempting. A faint hum spread through her fingertips, brushing the edges of her thoughts like a whisper. Her brow creased. Could it have been right in some way? She opened her mouth and said it again. Massalia, slower this time, hearing each syllable carefully. This time, the name tugged at something deep inside her, a thread buried beneath layers of memory. She felt fleeting warmth against her skin, the sensation of running, a flash of light so vivid she flinched. The edges of the garden blurred momentarily. Her heart quickened, an unease settling into her chest. Not fear exactly, but the weight of something she couldn't name. Massalia. The sound curled through her mind, familiar yet unreachable, sparking a sense of longing that bordered on loss. It felt like a secret, one that had been whispered to her long ago but never fully explained. She pressed her palms harder into the edge of the fountain, grounding herself as the faint hum in her fingertips deepened, sinking into her bones. Tilly sat by the fountain for a long stretch, trying to sift through her thoughts, trying to decide if this name, Massalia, held any part of her. Finally, her mind drifted to another name, a name that felt more familiar yet strange in its own way. Matilda. The sound was closer, nearly hers, but it still felt slightly removed, a name she might answer to but never quite inhabit. Matilda belonged to her, but in the way an old coat belongs in the back of a closet, kept but never worn. It felt stiff, polished, like something she'd wear for others to see. She whispered it again, Matilda, but the name hung in the air, untouched. Her gaze dropped to her hands, resting on the edge of the fountain. The cold stone grounded her, but the name Matilda still felt foreign, curling within her like an itch she couldn't quite reach. The flower's petals fluttered faintly. The silence deepened, the garden waiting for something more. She closed her eyes, steadying herself, and focused again. Another name came to mind, softer and familiar, one she hadn't used in a long time, but felt woven with warmth, simplicity, and truth. Tilly. It came easily, slipping into the silence with no resistance, filling the space she'd been trying to reach. Tilly. Her name. It wasn't polished or stiff or heavy with formality. It was light, steady, real. A faint breath of relief passed through her, but it brought no clarity, no sudden resolution, only the sense that this was where she needed to start. Tilly. Her name. Her real name. As the name settled in her mind, the garden shifted again. The leaves deepened in color, their green richer than before, and the air grew warmer, almost alive. Shadows pooled at the base of the trees, curling like ink across the ground. The faint scent of vanilla thickened, sweet and cloying. For the first time, the garden felt like it recognized her, truly saw her. And yet, it didn't make her feel whole. The sensation was distant, incomplete. She'd recovered only a piece of herself. Tilly opened her eyes. The golden light of the setting sun spilled through the clearing, its glow soft yet strange against the shifting shadows. The sky had darkened from pale green to dusky gold. More time had slipped away, the hours vanishing without notice, leaving her with the dull ache of something just out of reach. She sat there, unmoving, her fingers tracing the edge of the fountain absently. The name echoed in her mind, Tilly, but it felt fragile, like a thread barely holding her in place. The garden stretched out around her, vast and unknowable, and she felt no closer to understanding what it wanted from her, or what she wanted from herself. Tilly stepped back into the house, the warmth of the kitchen wrapping around her, though everything seemed oddly bright. The surfaces, the countertops, the fridge, the light over the sink, gleamed too sharply, every edge a little too crisp, every shadow a little too long. She moved to the fridge and opened it, wincing as her wrist protested the motion. She squinted at the contents, each item reflecting too much light. Her hand drifted over to the bread and mustard, pulling them out slowly, piecing together a familiar ritual that no longer fit quite right. She placed the items on the counter, her side twinging as she leaned forward and reached for a slice of bread. Her gaze wandered over the surface. "The kitchen looks different," she murmured, her voice low. "Brighter than usual. Or maybe not." Her fingers pressed absently into the bread, the texture grounding her, though the rest of the room felt slightly off, like it belonged to someone else. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Ivy walked into the kitchen. Her expression was warm at first, but her eyes quickly narrowed as she looked at Tilly. Tilly's gaze lingered on Ivy's face, taking in the faint purple tint in her hair. It caught the light in an unnervingly vivid way. Tilly blinked, feeling the edges of reality blur slightly as she focused on Ivy's features. "Hey, Tilly," Ivy said, leaning against the counter, though her eyes stayed fixed on Tilly with a hint of concern. "How's your day been?" Tilly paused, her hands stilled over the bread. Her leg gave a faint throb as she shifted her weight, grounding her unsteady balance. She looked up, realizing she had no idea how to answer. My day," she echoed, her voice uncertain. "Well, I was outside, I think. Maybe? I don't. Remember why." Her gaze dropped to her hands, holding a slice of bread. "I'm making a sandwich," she muttered, hoping that naming her action might tether her to something real. Ivy's gaze sharpened as she took in Tilly's disheveled appearance. Bits of leaves clung to the ends of her hair, and faint scratches trailed along her forearms, barely visible beneath smudges of dirt. Her wrist looked swollen, faint bruising darkening the joint. A thin line of soil marked her collar, trailing faintly along her neck. "Tilly, are you feeling okay?" Ivy asked, her voice softer now, gentle but filled with worry. "You look kind of out of it, and your arms?" She stepped closer, brushing her fingers over one of the scratches. "Did something happen? Out of it?" Tilly repeated, her voice a whisper as she looked at Ivy, her gaze drifting to Ivy's hair again. "You look different. Did you change your hair? It's purple, right?" She blinked, struggling to focus. "And the kitchen light, it's too bright." She looked around, almost squinting at the walls. "I feel strange. Everything feels strange today." Ivy stepped even closer, her hand hovering over Tilly's uninjured arm as she took in the dirt, scratches, and bruising. "Tilly, did you fall or something? You look a little rougher than usual." Tilly looked down at her arm, noticing the scratches in her swollen wrist for the first time. I was, maybe, in the garden? She tilted her head, confusion flickering across her face. The air smelled different. It smelled like vanilla. Her eyes drifted back to her sandwich, her fingers brushing over the slices of bread. I'm making a sandwich. I think that's normal. Ivy stepped to the sink, dampening a paper towel. She returned, brushing the dirt from Tilly's neck with careful precision. Tilly winced slightly as Ivy's hand brushed near her side, the tenderness from her earlier fall flaring briefly. Tilly, this isn't normal. You've got scratches, bruises, dirt everywhere, and you're acting off. Her fingers brushed a leaf from Tilly's hair. I really think you should get checked out, just to make sure everything's okay. Tilly blinked, feeling a faint irritation, but it was muffled, buried beneath a fog she couldn't shake. No, I just lost track of time, maybe. She touched her hair, her fingers brushing over the mess of leaves and dirt, a detail that felt both obvious and unimportant. Are you sure? Ivy pressed, her tone patient but firm. You're scaring me a little. Just let me take you to get checked out, please. Tilly wanted to brush her off, to insist she was fine, but the brightness of the room pressed in on her, everything sharp and jarring, while her own thoughts slipped through her fingers like they belonged to someone else. Her gaze drifted back to Ivy's hair, the purple tint catching her eye again. It's very purple, she murmured. Ivy nodded, her expression patient but concerned. Yes, I added a touch of purple. Thanks for noticing. We're going to get you checked out. Come on, let's go. Tilly nodded slowly, her head pressing through a cloud. Maybe you're right. She looked around the kitchen once more, at the sharp brightness and exaggerated edges, and let Ivy gently lead her, the strange clarity of the kitchen falling away behind her. As Ivy guided Tilly toward the door, Tilly's gaze drifted sideways, studying Ivy's face with soft intensity. Her brow furrowed slightly, her voice hesitant. Are you my friend? Ivy's expression softened, a gentle smile touching her lips. Of course I'm your friend, Tilly, she said, her voice steady. Why would you ask that? Tilly paused, her gaze dropping to the floor. I don't know. I mean, do you even stand me? Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with uncertainty. I feel like, I don't know, like I don't fit. Ivy reached out, taking Tilly's uninjured hand gently in hers. The touch felt steady and grounding, more real than the kitchen ever had. Tilly, of course I can stand you. You're my friend, okay? I like you just as you are. Tilly hesitated, her voice soft and unguarded. Like Bridget Jones? She asked, a faint, hopeful smile flickering across her lips. Ivy gave a small laugh, shaking her head. The book or the movie? Because if we're talking about the movie, yes. But the book's better. More depth. Bridget feels real, not just funny. A little messy, but who isn't? Tilly took a small, relieved breath. You smell like vanilla, she murmured. Please, take me to the hospital. Ivy nodded, her arm slipping around Tilly's shoulder, offering steady support as they walked toward the door. Tilly lay in the hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling tiles, each one blending into the next until they were indistinguishable, like clouds drifting by. Time felt strange here, stretched and warped, slipping past her without a shape she could hold on to. She knew there had been doctors and nurses, voices asking questions she couldn't quite remember, bright lights, the beeping of machines, flashes of unfamiliar faces, the cold press of a stethoscope against her chest, the sharp pinch of needles in her arm, the faint chemical tang of antiseptic clinging to the air. It all blurred together, scattered pieces she couldn't fit back into place. Her mother's voice surfaced, soft and uncertain, tinged with worry. I should have noticed something was wrong. The words weren't sharp or accusatory, just quiet, almost sad. You've been holding so much together. Too much, haven't you? Tilly imagined her mother sitting beside her, hands folded tightly in her lap, brow furrowed in thought. It was the kind of thing her mother might say when guilt crept in, wrapped in care but unspoken apology. And Opal. There'd been a thought of Opal, too, a faint image of her leaning over the bed, hands adjusting Tilly's blanket with exaggerated fussiness. Do you need anything? Water? Snacks? A pony? Opal's voice floated through her mind, teasing and affectionate. The imagined scene was so vivid it almost made her smile. She could hear Opal's laughter, could feel the warmth of it. Had that moment happened, or was it just something Opal might do? Her wrist ached faintly beneath the weight of a bandage, a reminder of something she couldn't fully recall. The dull throb in her side felt distant, muted. She flexed her fingers absently, noticing the IV taped to her arm. It pulled slightly when she moved, a small, steady tether to the world around her. The air was thick with a stillness that wasn't truly quiet, not entirely. The faint hum of machines, the occasional squeak of shoes in the hallway, and the murmur of voices seeped through the cracks in her awareness, pulling her halfway back into the room, only to let her slip away again. Time felt slippery, moments folding into one another without edges. How long had she been here? Hours? Days? There was no sense of before or after, only now, stretched and vague. She turned her head toward the window. The light outside looked dim, like it could have been morning or late afternoon. It gave no answers, just more questions. Had Ivy stayed with her? She thought she remembered her sitting by the bed, but when she glanced over now, the chair was empty, the blanket draped over the arm untouched. Had she dreamed that? Tilly closed her eyes briefly, trying to stitch the fragments into something coherent. But every time she tried to hold onto a moment, it slipped away, leaving her only faint impressions. Her mother's voice, Opal's laughter, Ivy's hair catching the light, the steady tug of the IV. The ceiling blurred as she opened her eyes again, her thoughts no more anchored than before. The door opened softly, and a woman stepped inside. She was taller than Tilly by at least a head, her height adding to the quiet certainty she carried. Waves of dark blonde hair cascaded down her back, catching the light and softening the room's sterile edges. She didn't look like a doctor. No white coat, no clipboard, no badge clipped to her chest. Her presence was calm, settling, but there was something about her that didn't quite fit the setting. She moved with easy assurance, settling into the chair beside Tilly and folding her hands in her lap. For a moment, she just studied her, warm but sharp, like a teacher expecting an essay they knew you hadn't written yet. "What's your name?" she asked, her voice gentle. But the question landed with the weight of a command. Tilly blinked, the answer rising without her meaning to summon it. "Tilly, Missalia August," she said, the name spilling out like it had been waiting to escape. She hesitated, confusion flickering across her face. "No, my middle name is Anne. It's from my mom. Missalia, I don't know where that came from, but I guess it's me. It sounded right, but not right. It's strange." The woman tilted her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Missalia," she repeated thoughtfully. "I like that. It has a certain flair. Like a name you'd use to sign a very important letter, or maybe a dramatic resignation." Her smile deepened. "Do you mind if I call you Missalia?" Tilly felt a strange, inexplicable pull toward the name, a compulsion that made it impossible to disagree. "That's my name," she murmured, though a small part of her still knew it wasn't completely true. The woman's gaze didn't waver. "It is now. I'm Katrin, by the way." The name barely registered. "Tell me about the garden." Tilly's mind jolted, scattering. She didn't remember mentioning the garden, but the question tugged memories loose before she could stop them. Words tumbled out, vivid and half... "It was dark, but not fully," Tilly began, her gaze drifting. "The sky was this strange green, dark but with light, like the whole world was wrapped in it. There were flowers everywhere, but they didn't look alive. They were faded, drained, like their colors had been washed out." Her fingers twisted into the blanket. "But they moved," she added, her voice softening, like they were breathing. Katrin didn't interrupt, only watched her with patient attention. "And the paths. There were paths," Tilly continued, the words coming faster now. "They twisted, went on and on. I couldn't tell where they led, or if they led anywhere at all." She hesitated, feeling herself sinking further into the memory. "There's a statue, a fairy, I think. She's standing with her arms stretched up and her wings behind her, like she's ready to take off. But she's not flying. She's waiting." Tilly's voice dropped lower. "Her face is worn, like it's been there forever, but it felt like she was looking at me, like she knew. And the fountain, it's hidden under vines. The stone is rough, damp. I touched it. I sat there just waiting with her." Katrin leaned in slightly, her voice a soft thread. "Waiting for what?" Tilly's hand drifted to her collarbone. "I don't know," she whispered. "Me? Something I was supposed to do? I didn't even know why I was there. I took off my clothes without thinking. I felt like I had to, like the garden needed me to. The air was cold, the ground was wet, but I lay down anyway, right on the earth. Katrin tilted her head, unreadable. And? Tilly's voice turned faint. The stars, they were moving, shifting, like they weren't where they were supposed to be. The trees were all around me, their branches so low they almost touched the ground. And the earth, I could feel it pressing into me. The stones, the grass, the soil, it felt like it was holding me there. She faltered, staring down at the blanket. And then there was a voice, she said. It called me, I think, but it didn't say Tilly. It said Missalia. Her breath shuddered, like it knew me, but not me. And did you answer it? Katrin asked, casually, though her eyes were sharp. I did, Tilly whispered. I don't know why. It didn't feel like mine, but it did, for a moment. Katrin sat back, her expression thoughtful. Missalia, she repeated, testing the weight of it. You wear it well? Like a borrowed coat that's starting to fit. Tilly frowned faintly, unsure whether to be comforted or unnerved. Who are you? She asked, her voice small but steady. Katrin smiled. Me? I'm a bartender, she said lightly. But everyone needs a side hustle these days. She shrugged easily. I thought, I moonlight for, well, your best title for him is probably a reaper. But it's a bigger job than that. His name's Jack. You'll meet him sometime, I'm sure. She gave a faint, wry tilt of her head. Don't spend too much time worrying about that, though. You'll forget his name fairly soon. Although, since you touched the liminal world, maybe not. Welcome to the weird world. Her smile widened slightly. Expect to see things a bit differently now. She sat back. Anyway, Jack deals with the liminal world, but he focuses on moving spirits across the threshold. That keeps him busy, so he pays me to handle the human element. She grinned. Contract basis, mind you. I still have to use the portal to get my health insurance. Tilly gave a dazed blink, struggling to process it. And you're telling me all this because... Because? Katrin said, her voice softening. You're tied to it now. She shifted in her chair. I'm going to call you Tilly now, she said. Do you know why? Tilly blinked again. Because that's who I am? Exactly, Katrin said. But the garden gave you something else, something it thought you'd need. Her tone grew more serious. Missalia isn't just a name, it's tied to your place there, your role. She leaned in slightly. You're its caretaker now. Tilly's throat went dry. Caretaker? The word sounded too big, too strange. Katrin tilted her head. Keeper, if you like. Guardian. It's pretty simple on paper. You tend it. You keep it in balance. You stop its influence from spilling too far. Her smile was thin. Easy, right? Tilly shook her head faintly. I didn't ask for this. You didn't have to, Katrin said. It chose you. Or maybe Freddie did. Either way, you're bound now. Bound, Tilly echoed, the word falling heavy. To the garden, Katrin confirmed. You already felt it, didn't you? That pull. The farther you go, the stronger it'll get. Tilly looked down at her hands. Freddie didn't tell me any of this, she said. He just left me with everything. Freddie was an optimist, Katrin said dryly. He thought if he passed it on, everything would sort itself out. But the garden doesn't work that way. It's alive in its own way. And now, it's yours. Tilly hesitated, her voice low. I sold it, she whispered. Or, I think I did. I'm selling it. There was an argument. I don't even know if it's final. Katrin's brow lifted slightly. That explains the escalation, she said. What escalation? Tilly asked, unease creeping into her voice. Katrin leaned back. If you're selling, you're trying to walk away, and that's not something it accepts easily. That's why things are happening faster, why it pulled you in deeper. Tilly pressed her palm against the blanket. So it's punishing me? Not punishing, Katrin said. Surviving. It's afraid, and when it's afraid, it holds on tighter. Tilly's thoughts twisted painfully. What happens if I sell? If you're lucky, Katrin said, the new owner will take your place, and the garden will let you go. If you're not, well, the garden has ways of keeping what it needs. Tilly's stomach churned. And the garden, what even is it? Is it a gateway to the fairy world? Katrin's smile turned wry. Wouldn't that be nice? She shook her head. No, it connects to the liminal world, a place of transitions and stragglers. Stragglers. Spirits who don't move on. The liminal world isn't a home, it's a waiting room. But when places get thin enough like the garden, you get leftovers. Santa Creta's full of them. And I crossed into it? You did, Katrin said simply. One of the spirits got hold of you, shoved a piece of itself into you. Tilly shivered. What about Jack? Doesn't he handle spirits? Jack handles the big stuff, Katrin said. Doors opening, doors closing, transitions. You're human. Still here. That makes you my job. Tilly swallowed. And if I need help? Katrin's smile reappeared. I work weeknights at the brass rail. You need something. That's where you'll find me. She hesitated, then added, her voice sharpening. And if you want help, you'd better tip. Big. Tilly blinked. Tip? You're rich. I'm not. The world's expensive, and I work for a living. Keep that in mind. Tilly opened her mouth, but Katrin cut her off. One more thing. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small silver necklace. At the center hung a flat disc etched with a faint rune. This is for protection, Katrin said. I'd suggest you turn it into a tattoo at some point. It'll help keep your mind clear. And necklaces? Too easy to lose when you're dealing with fairies. They like to steal little things. I've heard, Tilly murmured. Katrin looped the necklace carefully over her wrist and gave her a final nod. For now, rest. You're not much good like this. She stepped back toward the door. The selling thing, it'll work out, one way or another, but don't expect to just walk away. Her smile was small, knowing. That would be optimistic. With that, she was gone, leaving Tilly alone in the soft, humming stillness of the hospital room. The hospital room was quiet, except for the faint hum of the air conditioner and the occasional murmur of voices in the hallway. The overhead lights were dimmed, leaving the space bathed in a soft, artificial glow. Tilly lay propped up in the bed, her legs stretched out under the stiff white sheets, her hand resting limply on the edge of the rolling tray table. The faint smell of disinfectant clung to the air, sharp and sterile. The door creaked open, and Opal stepped inside. She wore her familiar paint-splattered overalls, cleaner today, the smudges of yellow and green faint against the fabric. Her dark hair was pulled back into a loose bun, though a few strands had slipped free to frame her face. In one hand, she carried a paper cup of coffee. The other was tucked into her pocket. "Hey," Opal said, her voice light as she crossed to the bed. She set the coffee down on the rolling table and pulled the plastic chair closer, the legs scraping faintly against the linoleum floor. "You look awake. That's progress, right?" Tilly blinked, her eyes drifting slowly from the window to Opal. Her movements were sluggish, deliberate. "Am I awake?" "Yeah, I guess so," she said softly. Opal lowered herself into the chair, leaning back as her fingers tapped lightly on the armrests. She glanced at Tilly's wrist, resting against the blanket, a faint bruise curling around the joint. "Wrist still giving you trouble?" she asked. Tilly followed her line of sight, pausing before answering. "It feels rusty, like an old hinge that needs... what do you call it? Oil, I guess." Opal nodded. "Well, at least it's not broken. That's something." Her tone stayed upbeat, but her eyes stayed steady on Tilly, taking in the faint tension in her mouth, the stiffness in her hands. "You didn't have to come," Tilly said after a moment, her gaze dropping to the rolling tray table. "Of course I did," Opal replied firmly. "Someone's got to make sure you're not sneaking out of here to fight ghosts or whatever." Tilly's lips twitched, the faintest shadow of a smile crossing her face. "No ghosts. I mean, maybe ghosts, but I think fairies? You were joking, though. No battle. Rest. Gonna rest. I'm tired." Opal leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. "So what's the plan?" she asked. "Are they keeping you here forever, or do I get to drag you back to that creepy house soon?" Tilly's brow furrowed slightly. She studied the edge of the bed where the sheet hung above the floor. "Hard to keep track, but I think they said tomorrow. Or maybe they said that yesterday?" "No. Pretty sure it's not today. Too messy. They must mean tomorrow," she said at last, her voice low but steady. "Then I'll stay with my mom, just for a bit, until I get some strength back." She paused. "Brain strength. My brain is... What's that putty? Silly?" Opal smiled faintly, but didn't press. She shifted in her chair, lacing her fingers together. "Are you going to try to go back? To school, I mean?" Tilly sighed, her fingers brushing the blanket's edge. "Not unless there's a class on the sociology of failure. I could teach that," she said flatly. Opal tilted her head. "Don't say that. You're a superhero, honey." Tilly shrugged. The movement was small, slow. "I missed too much. Couldn't keep up when my brain kind of worked. Now, putty." Her hands stilled. She let the quiet stretch, then almost under her breath, she murmured, "Disappear here." Opal's expression tightened slightly. "What was that?" Tilly blinked, then shook her head faintly. "Nothing. Just something I read somewhere." Opal didn't push, though her mouth thinned thoughtfully. She leaned back again, the chair creaking softly. Well, failing isn't the end of the world, she said after a moment, keeping her tone light. You'll figure it out. Just don't disappear on me, okay? Tilly's mouth twitched, a flicker of a smile. She lifted her head just enough to look at Opal. Not without a wee tug, she said and laughed weakly. Opal gave her an odd look, then grinned. Oh yeah, my Outlander thing. Fraser Danger. Yeah, you could probably use a wee tug. Tilly gave a soft huff that might have been a laugh. Yeah, goals. Just rest up. Let people fuss over you for a bit, Opal said. Tilly's thumb brushed the blanket again. I'm not very good company right now, she said quietly. But you can stay, if you want. I'd like that. Opal's face softened instantly. She shifted forward in her chair. Good, she said simply. I'll stay. Opal pulled out her phone and propped it up on the table between them. Steven Universe lit up the small screen, its bright colors casting shifting patterns across the room. The cartoon's cheerful voices filled the silence, a soothing rhythm as Tilly settled deeper into the pillows. They watched 2 episodes without speaking, the light from the phone flickering across their faces. As the credits rolled again, Tilly's brow drew down slightly. What are you thinking about? Opal asked, tilting her head toward her. Tilly's lips parted, but she didn't answer immediately. Her thumb kept tracing the blanket. Her eyes stayed distant. Thinking about you, she said slowly. And me. She hesitated, her fingers curling slightly against the blanket. When she spoke again, her voice was softer, more uncertain. I think I would like to be your girlfriend. Opal blinked, the words hanging between them. She leaned back a little, searching Tilly's face, gentle, steady. If you still feel that way when you're thinking clearly, absolutely, Opal said at last, her voice low and sure. But I don't want to say yes yet, not until you're fully back. It'd be awkward if it was just the meds talking. Tilly didn't argue. She turned back toward the phone, letting the cartoon's bright colors wash over her without really seeing them. They sat through another episode before Opal finally stretched and stood, slipping her phone into her pocket and cutting off the soft glow of Steven Universe. The room immediately felt dimmer, quieter. Tilly stirred, brushing her hand over the blanket. Tired now? I need to pass out? But can I ask you a question? She said carefully. Opal turned back toward her, curious. Of course. What's on your mind? Tilly studied her for a long moment, her brow faintly creased. Why is Peggy a nickname for girls named Margaret? She asked. They don't sound anything alike. It's maddening. Opal froze, caught completely off guard. She tilted her head, opened her mouth, then closed it again. Finally, she gave a short laugh. I don't know. It's weird. Tilly sighed, letting her head fall back against the pillow. Gonna sleep now. Opal stepped closer to the bed. She hovered for a moment, then leaned down and brushed a soft kiss against Tilly's forehead. I'll see you soon, she said quietly. Tilly didn't answer. The door clicked softly shut behind Opal, and the room fell into stillness once more, the steady hum of the air conditioner filling the quiet. Anne blinked, her mouth opening slightly like she might say something, but then she just closed it again, thinking. Tilly gave a small shrug, a ghost of a smile. It's okay if you think I imagined it. Maybe I did. I just didn't want to sit on it alone. Anne studied her carefully. Her hand lifted partway, almost as if she meant to reach for Tilly's, but she hesitated, letting it fall lightly to her own knee instead. Honey, she said, her voice quiet but steady, I lived in August House for 18 years. If you tell me you gave your name to a fairy, I believe you. Tilly stared at her, feeling her heart press up against her ribs, sharp and sudden. It wasn't about the fairy. It wasn't even about the garden. It was about being seen and believed, even when she couldn't quite believe in herself. Thank you, she whispered. Anne offered the smallest smile, almost shy, like she was giving something fragile away. You never had to earn that, sweetheart. You just have it. And for the first time in a long time, Tilly felt it settle inside her, not as a hope, but as something solid and real. They sat across from each other at Tsuyu Sushi, a cozy restaurant tucked along a quiet side street, its warm glow spilling softly over the tables lit by paper lanterns and dim overhead lights. A half-finished beer sat in front of Tilly, the glass fogged from her hesitant sips. The table was scattered with soy sauce dishes, wasabi, and a few stray grains of rice, remnants of their meal. Tilly's cheek still held a faint blush from everything she'd just shared. The strange, hazy memories of the garden, the unsettling sense of a presence, and even the parts she never thought she'd tell anyone, let alone her mother. Anne listened quietly, her hand resting lightly against her glass, her expression open and thoughtful. Tilly felt a nervous flutter as she looked up, unsure what her mother would say. "So?" Tilly asked, her voice tentative. "Do you believe me?" Anne leaned back, her gaze steady. She didn't rush. "Tilly, I can't pretend I believe in fairies or spirits. That's a little outside my range." Tilly's heart sank just a fraction, but Anne leaned in before she could look away. "But I believe you. I believe it happened to you. And I believe the garden is not just a garden. I always have." Tilly blinked, a flicker of relief warming her chest. Anne gave a small smile, squeezing Tilly's hand. "I'm glad you trusted me enough to say it, and we need to take it seriously, not just as a story, but as something that matters." She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. "I think you should find someone to talk to, a therapist, someone who can help you sort it out safely. And beyond that, if you need help with the house, repairs, contractors, whatever it is, you'll have it. If you need to smudge it with sage and sing lullabies to the walls, we'll make it happen." Her hand tightened slightly over Tilly's. "The only thing I ask is, please leave me out of going back inside. That part, I can't do." Tilly nodded slowly, her fingers tracing the dampness of her glass. "You still think I'm making a mistake?" Anne gave a short, soft laugh, glancing up at the paper lanterns overhead. "I do," she said simply, "but better to make it together than watch you make it alone." A smile tugged at Tilly's lips despite herself. Anne leaned back again, her voice lightening. "Besides, I'm at the stage of life where being a little eccentric is practically expected. It'd be a shame not to use it for something good." Tilly grinned, lifting her glass, her heart lighter. "Thank you, Mom." Anne lifted hers in answer, the soft clink between them feeling more like a promise than a toast. "Promise me one thing?" Anne asked, her voice gentler now. Tilly tilted her head. "What?" "Promise you won't spend all your time trapped in that house. Go out, see people, live a little, even if the walls start whispering at you." Tilly laughed, the sound real and bright. "I promise." Anne smiled, lifting her glass one more time. "To beautiful disasters," she said. Tilly tapped hers back, smiling wide. "To beautiful disasters." And for the first time in what felt like forever, the future didn't look like something to fear. It looked like something she might actually want to step into. The drive was instinctive, more than planned. Tilly let her car drift through the streets of Santa Creta, her hands loose on the wheel. Her senses felt unusually sharp, almost overstimulated. Colors burned brighter, the brilliant orange of the evening sky, the deep blue of the ocean, the lush green of tightly spaced trees. The smells hit stronger too, salt air mingling with faint traces of grilled seafood, hot asphalt, and blooming jasmine. It had been her mother's idea, or at least Tilly's interpretation of it. Get out into the world. Be part of it. She hadn't mapped anything out, just turned onto one street, then another. Midtown's residential streets came first. Modest houses sat shoulder to shoulder on small lots, their front yards little more than patches of grass edged by hibiscus or succulents. Some homes had low fences with chipped paint, while others managed only a chair and a pot on narrow porches. Two kids crouched over a handheld console on the curb, their bursts of laughter floating into the still evening. A basketball hoop leaned precariously on a driveway nearby, its fraying net stirring in the breeze. Turning onto Barton Street, Tilly passed the Pearl Theater. Its neon letters glowed faintly against the dusky sky, advertising a Hitchcock double feature, Rear Window and Vertigo. Outside, a young couple lingered under the marquee, the girl flipping through a program while the boy checked his phone. Across the street, a bookstore with faded green awnings had set out a cart of battered paperbacks, their spines sun-bleached but orderly. As down gave way to Seaside, the air shifted, breezier, brighter. The boardwalk stretched ahead, its wooden planks darkening in the fading light. Upscale shops and cafes lined the walk, a pastel-painted ice cream parlor, a high-end seafood restaurant with bay windows spilling golden light, tourist shops offering everything from handcrafted jewelry to toy sailboats. The faint clink of silverware and low hum of conversation wove around her as she passed. At the boardwalk's far end, The old merry-go-round turned slowly. Its chipped horses caught the last light as it spun without riders, the creak of its mechanisms barely audible over the crash of waves. Tilly shivered and drove on. Outside Seaside Espresso, a man sat alone on the second-floor terrace. His untouched iced coffee sweated beside an open notebook, its pages fluttering lightly in the breeze. A wooden cane rested against his chair. He wasn't writing. He watched the ocean, following the slow arcs of herons skimming the water. Tilly eventually pulled onto a quieter side street, where small businesses lined the block. She parked in front of Ivan's salon, its modest sign blending into the neighboring stationery shop and used bookstore. Posters in the salon's window showed outdated hairstyles under sun-faded glass. The bell above the door jingled as she entered. Inside, the clean tang of shampoo mixed with a hint of antiseptic. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A stylist looked up from the counter, scissors glinting under the harsh light. "What can I do for you today?" they asked, polite but reserved. Tilly brushed her fingers over the end of her ponytail. The strands felt heavy, unfamiliar. "I need a change," she said. "Something short. Something that doesn't feel like before." The stylist pulled a thick book of hairstyle options from beneath the counter. "Take a look." Tilly flipped through the pages. Sharp bobs, undercuts, layered waves, until she paused at a model with strikingly short hair. Close-cropped at the sides, slightly longer and tousled on top, softening the strong lines of her cheekbones. It wasn't dramatic. It just felt right. "This one," she said, tapping the page. The stylist smiled. "Good choice. Let's get started." She sat quietly in the chair as the scissors made their first careful snip. Her ponytail fell away in a soft arc, landing silently on the floor. More hair followed in deliberate passes, each one lightening the frame of her face. Clippers buzzed along the nape of her neck, the hum steady and low. On top, longer strands were trimmed and shaped to fall loosely forward, catching movement without looking stiff. The stylist handed her a mirror to check the back. The cut was clean, precise, the nape of her neck exposed for the first time in years. The longer strands in front gave the style a touch of softness, even as the lines stayed sharp. "What do you think?" they asked. Tilly ran her fingers through the short hair, the texture strange but exhilarating. A small smile tugged at her lips. "It's perfect," she said. Outside, the night had deepened. Cool air skimmed the newly bare back of her neck. She stood on the sidewalk a moment, letting the town's pulse fold around her. The rumble of distant waves, the muted clang of a buoy out in the dark, the faint strumming of a guitar farther down the boardwalk. For the first time in weeks, she felt lighter. She hadn't even realized how much weight she was still carrying until she finally let it go. Tilly pushed the door open, standing still for a moment, adjusting to the feel of cool air brushing against the back of her neck. Her shoes scraped softly against the mat as she stepped inside, brushing sand from her soles. The air in the house was warmer, carrying a faint mix of lavender and the sharp tang of cleaning spray. She slipped off her jacket and hung it by the door, the fabric still damp from the sea breeze. She ran her fingers absently through the short strands of her hair, the new texture unfamiliar. The quiet settled over her, heavy but not uncomfortable. Just different, like a sweater that didn't quite smell like her yet. "Tilly?" Anne's voice called from the kitchen, followed by the rustling of paper bags and the clink of containers against the counter. Tilly followed the sound, her footsteps soft on the polished wood floor. Anne stood at the counter, unpacking a brown paper bag stamped with Paulo's Deli's bright red logo. Plastic containers were stacked haphazardly, their lids fogged from the heat inside. Anne looked up as Tilly entered. "Hey! Whoa! Wow, that's a haircut!" Before Tilly could respond, Anne crossed the kitchen and pulled her into a firm, welcoming hug. Tilly stiffened a little, then relaxed, her words muffled into Anne's shoulder. "Is it okay? I think I had some rom-com power anthem playing in my head when I did it. I might have gone full manic pixie dream girl." Anne laughed, pulling back just enough to see her. "It's just a big change, but it looks great, honey. You look like you." Tilly smiled, small but genuine. "Okay, I'll choose to believe you." Anne gestured toward the spread on the counter. Picked up dinner. Roast beef, pastrami, Swiss, mustard, kraut, pickled onions, pickled cucumbers, pickled mustard seeds. Paulo's officially renamed it the Tilly's brine bomb. Tilly opened the container, the sharp tang of vinegar rising immediately. She gave Anne an exaggerated look of dismay. "It's called the pickled everything, and I am not ashamed." Anne leaned against the counter, arms loosely crossed. "Pickled everything. Brine bomb. Either way, you're single-handedly keeping the pickling industry alive." Tilly ignored her, lifting the heavy sandwich and taking a deliberate bite. The rye was dense and nutty, the fillings bright and acidic against the rich meat and sharp mustard. Anne smiled as she watched her. "I still don't know how you eat that thing." "Because it's glorious," Tilly said, her mouth half full. Anne chuckled and reached for her own container. "I needed something solid today. Hot pastrami and provolone felt safer." Tilly swallowed, tilting her head. "Something happen?" Anne hesitated, setting her sandwich down untouched. Her fingers tapped lightly against the counter. "I've been trying to reach Ted. We were supposed to meet earlier this week about the house, but he never showed. At first I thought he was ducking my calls. This morning I called his assistant." Tilly lowered her sandwich, suddenly alert. "And?" Anne's expression tightened. "She hasn't seen him since Monday. He's not answering his phone. She's worried. I'm worried." Tilly blinked, the words sinking in slowly. "Missing?" Anne nodded. "Ted doesn't just disappear, especially not in the middle of a deal." Tilly set her sandwich down, wiping her fingers absently on a napkin. Her mind flickered uneasily. "What if it's the garden?" she said, the words spilling before she could second-guess them. Anne didn't scoff. She folded her arms, listening. "I know it sounds wild," Tilly said, "but you felt it too. It's not just a garden, it's aware. What if it's pulling people in, protecting itself somehow?" Anne's expression stayed careful, her mouth pressed into a thin line. "Maybe he went to walk the property and got turned around. It's overgrown. If he got hurt, we can report that without bringing up anything that sounds," she caught herself, choosing her words, "complicated." Tilly frowned. "Did he have permission?" Anne gave a half shrug. "I gave him the gate code. I think he took that as a yes." She hesitated, then added, "It gives the police a reason to look without involving you." Tilly exhaled, reaching for her sandwich again, but only nudging it across the waxed paper. "You should call," she said. "I'm not exactly a credible voice around town these days. I'll tell the gang, though, just in case there's a midnight expedition." Anne laughed quietly. The sound was real, but didn't erase the worry shadowing her features. "Thanks. I'll call after dinner." Tilly nodded and took another small bite of her sandwich, though the flavors barely registered. The sharpness of the pickles, the tang of the kraut, they seemed distant, muted under the quiet gnawing at the back of her mind. Outside, the night pressed softly against the windows. Somewhere beyond the streetlights and the familiar rows of houses, August House sat under the dark sky, heavy and waiting. And somewhere inside her, something stirred, an old thread tugging gently at the edges of her thoughts. She pushed the feeling down and took another bite. For tonight, she was staying right here. The driveway at August House was already busy when Tilly pulled in. Police cruisers lined the edge of the property, and officers moved in tight, methodical groups, their dogs sweeping back and forth across the tangled lawn. The house loomed beyond, its windows catching the hazy afternoon sun, blank and unwelcoming. Tilly parked her car off to the side, careful not to block anyone in, and slipped out into the cool air. The smell of damp soil and wet stone pressed close around her. Anne stood by her own car, arms folded, her gaze fixed steadily on the house. Tilly jogged over. "I'm glad you're here," Anne said, her voice low. "I don't mind being the one who made the call, but the sooner I get away from here, the better." Tilly nodded. "I texted the roommates this morning," she added, "told them to stay away until tonight. They don't need to get dragged into this." Before Anne could reply, Officer Lorca approached. His face was impassive, his clipboard tucked under one arm. "Miss August," he said, nodding to Tilly. "Thanks for being available." "What's happening?" Tilly asked. "We found evidence Ted Carson was on the property recently," Lorca said. "Enough to expand our search." Anne's shoulders tightened. "What kind of evidence?" Lorca shook his head. "I can't share details yet, but we are requesting permission to search the house. It could help the investigation." Tilly hesitated for half a heartbeat, then nodded. "You have it. Search whatever you need." "Thank you," Lorca said simply. He turned and strode back toward the other officers. Tilly watched them fan out toward the porch, the dogs pulling eagerly at their leads. The sight sent a cold shiver crawling up her spine. Anne touched her elbow lightly. "Come on, let's get out of here." Tilly nodded again, grateful, and followed Anne to her car. Inside the car, Anne glanced toward the activity outside before shifting into gear. The Salt Grotto's close. Might as well take advantage of being out this way. Tilly didn't argue. She just leaned her head back and closed her eyes as Anne pulled onto the main road, putting August House behind them for a little while. The Salt Grotto welcomed them with its polished stone walls and wide windows overlooking the marina. The faint hum of conversation blended with the gentle clink of glasses and the occasional muted thud of footsteps across the floor. Anne led the way to a table near the window, sunlight glinting across the water. Tilly slid into the chair opposite her, feeling the faint tension in her shoulders ease as she looked out at the rocking boats. A server approached briskly. Anne closed her menu without even glancing at it. "We'll start with a carafe of the house white," she said easily. Tilly smiled faintly and accepted her glass when the server returned. Anne lifted her own. "To being productive while waiting around," she said with a dry humor that made Tilly's smile wider. They clinked glasses lightly. Their meals arrived quickly. Blackened snapper tacos for Tilly, buttery lobster roll for Anne. They ate quietly for a while, the marina bobbing and glittering outside the window. Anne set her fork down with a soft clink. "So," she said, watching Tilly carefully, "if they don't find anything, what's next?" Tilly toyed with the edge of her plate, pushing a piece of lime peel in slow circles. "It's probably time to move back to August House. School's a bust for this semester, but if there's no Ted, there's no deal to finish, so I guess it's back to what I wanted before, just smarter." Anne tilted her head thoughtfully. "This time you won't be doing it alone. We can hire people to help clear the place out, professionals, store the valuables off-site, give you room to actually live there." Tilly nodded, absorbing the words. "There's some good stuff inside. I'll need a better system for figuring out what's worth selling and what's worth keeping." Anne tapped the rim of her glass lightly. "We'll bring in someone reputable, catalog it properly, make sure nothing important slips through." Tilly smiled faintly, a weight lifting slightly from her chest. "It's weird, though. Thinking of it as mine now, not something I'm holding on to for someone else." Anne's voice softened. "It was always yours, Tilly. You just had to claim it." They finished their wine slowly, letting the conversation drift off into a comfortable silence. Outside, the tide shifted and glittered under the afternoon sun. The drive back to August House felt heavier than the drive away. Anne pulled into a side spot near the gate, her lips pressing into a thin line as she surveyed the scene. More cruisers, more officers. Dogs now pacing closer to the porch. Anne turned off the engine but made no move to get out. "I hate this place," she said, flatly. "Let's not stay longer than we have to." Tilly nodded grimly. They stepped out together and approached Officer Lorca, who was waiting at the edge of the driveway. "Miss August," Lorca said, "thank you again for your cooperation." "What's happening now?" Tilly asked, her gaze drawn past him to the swirling activity near the porch. "We've expanded the search indoors," Lorca said. "We'll keep you informed of anything significant." Anne gave a curt nod. "We'll be at home. Call if you need anything." Lorca acknowledged them with a small gesture before turning back toward his team. Tilly and Anne walked in silence back to Anne's car. As they pulled away from August House for the second time that day, Tilly didn't look back. She didn't have to. The pull was still there, winding through her chest like a thread tied tight, tugging quietly at her with every mile. Waiting. The brass rail had a timeless quality, the kind of place that seemed preserved in amber. Brass fixtures gleamed under soft, dim lighting, their polished surfaces catching the occasional glint from the mirrored bar back. The walls were lined with sepia-toned photographs of bridges and steamer ships, each one framed in tarnished brass. A low haze of conversation mixed with the faint hum of the jukebox, which played a steady stream of 70s rock. Dr. John's raspy voice spilling into the air, followed by the mellow guitar of Boz Scaggs. Tilly stepped inside and let the door close quietly behind her. The room was about a quarter full, mostly men in their 60s, dressed in plaid shirts and worn jeans, nursing beers and swapping low-voiced stories. A few women lingered at the far end of the bar, their laughter rising briefly above the music before settling back into the warm, steady murmur of the room. The scent of polished wood, faint beer, and brass hung in the air. Katrin stood behind the bar, moving with an ease that suggested long practice. Her dark blonde hair, wavy and loose, caught the light as she worked. The crisply tailored vest over her button-down shirt gave her a professional look, though it was unclear if it was a uniform or just Katrin being Katrin. She set down a drink for a regular, then spotted Tilly and made her way over, setting a napkin down on the bar. "You found me," Katrin said simply, her voice low and even. "What's on your mind?" Tilly hesitated for half a breath, brushing her fingers against the cool brass rail. "Do you know who Ted Carson is?" Katrin's expression didn't shift. "I keep track of the locals. Occupational hazard. Big deal about town, real estate, money. He's missing. But he's not dead. Jack would get involved if he was dead." Tilly nodded, the confirmation settling in her gut. "The police are searching the garden. They found something that proves he was there. But I don't think he ever left. Not the way they think." Katrin tilted her head slightly. "What do you suspect?" Tilly leaned forwards, her elbows lightly resting on the bar. "I think the garden took him," she said, her voice steady but low. "Pulled him into whatever it is. Like it almost did to me." Katrin tapped one finger thoughtfully against the counter. Not impossible. If the garden latched onto him, he wouldn't have stood much of a chance without warning. Tilly nodded slowly. "There's something else, too. When I was looking through Ted's proposal, there was a name written in the margins. Almost like he was making a note to himself. It said Elanthra." She glanced up, searching Katrin's face. "Does that mean anything to you?" Katrin's mouth tightened slightly. "Yeah, it means trouble." She exhaled through her nose, folding her arms casually across the bar. "I suspected it was her. Elanthra's old. I thought she had faded. Jack really should force her out, but good luck with that. He's got a soft spot for the stragglers. She was big once, before my time. So, Freddie mentioned her once, said he had to rescue someone from her. She gets possessive." Tilly's hand tightened slightly on the rail. "So what do I do?" Katrin ducked briefly behind the bar and returned with a small cloth-wrapped object. She unfolded it carefully, revealing a sleek white AirTag. Fine rune-like markings shimmered faintly around its edge, almost too subtle to catch unless you were looking. "This," Katrin said, sliding it across the bar, "is going to be your tether." "Tether for what?" Tilly asked warily, picking it up. "You're the keeper now. Might as well act like it. If Ted's still salvageable, it's your job to bring him back." Tilly ran her thumb over the smooth metal surface. "This is just an AirTag." "It's not just anything," Katrin said. "It's got protective runes etched in. Anchoring, clarity, grounding. Someone you trust needs to sync it to their phone and monitor it while you're in the garden. It'll act like a beacon if you get twisted around or if things get bad." Tilly nodded slowly. "Okay. And if I get lost?" "You find the AirTag. You find yourself," Katrin said simply. She leaned a little closer. "Also, you're going to need a kit." Tilly raised an eyebrow. "A kit? Think of it like Dungeons and Dragons," Katrin said, her voice dry. "Pack some rations, protein bars, granola, nuts, water, hydrate. You'll live longer. Bring energy shots, too. Those nasty little 5-hour things? They can help if you start fading. Anything to keep your body running. You're going to want to have a bag like that around all the time now, because sooner or later it might not just be Ted. It might be someone you desperately want back instead of another rich asshole. Sorry. Eat the rich is my motto, but I'll try to hold back in your case." Tilly let out a soft, exhausted laugh. "Fair enough." "Oh, and bring some reminders," Katrin added. "Photos? Notes to yourself? Write down your real name, where you live, who you care about. If the garden gets its hooks in you, those might be the only things that can pull you back." Tilly nodded, feeling the growing weight of responsibility settle onto her shoulders. She tucked the AirTag carefully into her pocket. Katrin leaned back a little, crossing her arms. "You're not going in blind this time. Make that count." Katrin gave a pointed look. Tether's not free. Tilly already had her wallet halfway open. She slid 100 across the bar without hesitation. Katrin tucked the bill away with an efficient flick of her hand. Insurance premiums are hell these days. The house was quiet when Tilly stepped inside. the faint scent of lemon cleaner mingling with the cool dampness of the night air. The living room was dim, lit only by the warm glow of a single lamp near the couch. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting soft streaks of silver across the hardwood floor. In the kitchen, Anne stood by the counter, tidying up. The quiet clink of plates being stacked punctuated the stillness, followed by the faint rustle of a dish towel. Anne's iPhone chimed sharply from the counter, the sound cutting through the quiet. She glanced at the screen and picked it up, her voice shifting smoothly as she answered. "Hello? This is Anne August." Tilly wandered into the living room and dropped onto the couch. The cushions pressed lightly against her back as she leaned in, stretching her legs out. The soft texture of the upholstery brushed her fingertips where she rested her hand on the armrest. Anne's voice drifted in from the kitchen, polite and measured. "Yes," Anne said, her pen scratching lightly across the notepad she always kept nearby. "I understand. Thank you for letting us know." Tilly glanced up at the ceiling, following the shifting shadows cast by the lamp. Anne ended the call with a soft click and appeared in the doorway, leaning lightly against the frame. "That was the police," Anne said, crossing her arms loosely. "They've officially concluded the search." Tilly sat up a little straighter. "And? Did they find anything?" Anne shook her head. "Nothing in the house. The cadaver dogs didn't pick up anything in the garden either. They found some evidence Ted had been there, something he dropped maybe, but they're keeping it quiet. Whatever it is, it doesn't prove anything happened to him there." Tilly exhaled and leaned back again, her hands brushing her knees. "So that's it? They're done?" "They'll keep investigating," Anne said, her voice even. "But there's no sign anything happened to him at August House. We did everything we could. It's out of our hands now." Tilly frowned, staring at the floor. "It feels wrong." Anne crossed to her and rested a hand lightly on Tilly's shoulder, the touch quick but steady. "We did what we were supposed to. How about a grilled cheese?" Tilly glanced up, managing a faint smile. "Only if I can make it." Anne raised an eyebrow. "Okay, sassy girl, you can cook for me. Just use a scandalous amount of butter." Tilly laughed. "You're going to clog your arteries." Anne shook her head as she grabbed a pan. "That's a myth. Take everything bad they say about fat and hand it right over to sugar, unless it's trans fats. Those are evil. But real butter? Trust me." "Whatever you say, Mom. I'm not going to stand between you and your grilled cheese." Tilly pulled out the ingredients. Real butter, thick slices of cheddar, sturdy bread, and set to work. Anne leaned against the counter, supervising with a mock-serious look. It didn't take long for the rich smell of browning bread and melting cheese to fill the kitchen. Tilly plated their sandwiches, handing one to her mother with a flourish. "I hope your arteries appreciate this." Anne took a bite and sighed with satisfaction. "Perfect." After they ate, Tilly settled onto the couch, the AirTag cool against her palm. She turned it over slowly, the etched runes catching the low light. Across the room, Anne sat at the kitchen table, a magazine open in front of her, unread. She glanced up once, offered a faint smile, then looked back down. Tilly watched her for a moment, then shifted her gaze back to the AirTag. She turned it again, frowning slightly before slipping it into her pocket. She stood and crossed to the table, smiling. "Do you know where I can find a good leather backpack? Something that looks cool but can actually survive me getting out more?" Anne's face lit up. "Finally, an area where my expertise is properly valued." Tilly pulled out a chair and sat down beside her. They spent the next hour talking backpacks, trading ideas and sketches over the crinkled pages of the untouched magazine. The gravel under Tilly's boots crunched faintly, carrying a damp metallic scent that mingled with the crisp air and the faint tang of oil. She paused at the edge of the driveway, looking up at August House. The windows, dark against the deep greenish tint of the evening sky, glimmered faintly, holding on to the last light of the day, the pull she'd felt since leaving the house. The quiet, nagging tug at the edges of her thoughts softened the moment her boots touched the driveway. It was still there, but it didn't gnaw at her like before. It felt like the tension of a long-held breath finally being released. The cool air inside wrapped around her as she stepped through the front door, carrying with it the layered smells she hadn't realized she'd missed. Aged cedar, beeswax polish, long soaked into the wood. and the faint trace of herbal earthiness that lingered in the corners. She set her bag down in the entryway, the soft thud echoing into the stillness. Her eyes drifted to the banister, where the polished wood caught the dim light in a way that made its edges shimmer faintly. She blinked, and the glow was gone. Footsteps approached, uneven and hesitant from deeper in the house. Tilly turned toward the sound, her mouth lifting in a faint smile. Opal appeared first, rubbing her hands on her jeans, the streaks of charcoal already smudged into broader stains. Her expression shifted when she saw Tilly, lingering for a moment on the freshly cropped hair. Nick followed close behind, his broad frame filling the doorway, his stance casual, but his sharp glance toward Ivy betraying some unspoken thought. Ivy trailed last, her arms crossed, the citrusy tang of her lotion mingling faintly with sage as she hovered near the door. They stopped when they spotted her, their body language caught between surprise, relief, and cautious curiosity. "You're back," Opal said finally, her voice soft but steady. "I'm back," Tilly replied, brushing a hand lightly against her jacket. It felt like the right time. Nick nodded, his glance flickering briefly to her hair before settling back on her. "We weren't sure when you'd get here." "Well," Tilly said, nudging her bag lightly with her foot. "I'm here now." Ivy tilted her head slightly, her voice quieter than usual. "Really?" Tilly paused, meeting Ivy's eyes. The room felt heavier for a moment, the kind of silence that sits just before thunder breaks. Then she nodded. "Yeah," she said softly. "I'm okay. Or at least close enough." The silence stretched for a moment before Tilly exhaled sharply, breaking it. "Let's just get this out of the way. Yes, I had a bit of a breakdown. Yes, I've been resting. Yes, the police found nothing." She took a breath. "And yes, I'm fine now, or at least okay. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, so you can stop looking at me like I'm going to shatter." Opal opened her mouth to protest, but Tilly cut her off with a quick wave of her hand. "You were. It's fine. I get it, but I'm here now. Let's move on." The tension eased slightly, and Opal glanced toward the others before clearing her throat. "What's the plan now?" she asked. Tilly turned her attention toward the windows. The garden's shadowy outline loomed faintly beyond the glass, the greenish hue of the sky lending it an otherworldly quality. "I'm going to start with the house," she said. "There's work to do, clearing things out, getting it ready." "Clear it out?" Opal asked, still recovering. "Like, everything?" "Not everything," Tilly said quickly. "The important stuff stays, but we're not doing it ourselves this time. Pros. People who know what they're doing. Everything else will go into storage for now, except for what we need." Nick frowned slightly, his arms crossing as he leaned back against the doorframe. "That sounds like a first step toward selling." "It's not," Tilly said firmly, steadying her voice. "It's a good plan. Mom's on my side now, as much as she can be. She knows I'm keeping the house." The tension in the room softened slightly, but she pressed on. "Once the stuff is cleared out, I'll bring in a cleaning service. They'll give this place a good scrub. Then the house can finally start healing." Opal's shoulders loosened, though her brow remained furrowed. "And the garden?" "We'll work something out," Tilly said. "But that's tomorrow's problem." She looked over the three of them, taking a slow breath. "Tonight, I'm ordering DoorDash for everyone. Then I'm going to watch about half a dozen episodes of The Good Witch, for tips." Opal let out a soft laugh, tension finally breaking. Ivy grinned faintly, her arm brushing Nick's again as she leaned closer to him. "Really?" she asked. "Dead serious," Tilly replied, already heading toward the stairs. She didn't wait for a response. "You're welcome to join me. Or not, but I'll be on the couch." Opal laughed lightly. "Sounds like a good night. I'll get in my pajamas." The sun sat high above the garden the next day, its light sharp and unfiltered, glinting off the fountain's weathered stone. The air carried a crispness that mingled with the earthy scent of soil freshly warmed by the day. Tilly stepped cautiously onto the overgrown path, her boots pressing into gravel that crackled faintly underfoot. In one hand, she carried the weathered home, the corners of its aged pages slightly curling in the humidity. In the other, a bundle of dried herbs tied with fraying twine. Ivy stood just behind her, leaning against a low stone pillar, her stance deliberate and watchful. The phone in her hand reflected the sunlight, its screen glowing faintly as she tracked the AirTag clipped to Tilly's waistband. "I've got your signal," Ivy said, her voice low and even. "It's steady. Just stick to what we planned. I'll be right here." Tilly nodded, the weight of the book shifting slightly in her hand. "I'll keep it simple. It's broad daylight. Just a test." She replied, her words steady but quieter than usual. She took a deep breath, the garden's layered scents washing over her, sweet from the overgrown jasmine near the trellis, bitter from wild dandelion patches, and faintly metallic near the fountain. The fountain came into view as she walked, its stone base cracked but still intact, weathered by time and exposure. The fairy statue at its center looked worn, its delicate features smoothed by rain and wind. The once crisp lines of its wings had softened into ghostly impressions, framed by streaks of lichen creeping along the stone like veins. The fountain gurgled faintly, though no water flowed, the sound coming from somewhere unseen, almost imagined. Tilly placed the book on a nearby bench she had cleared earlier that morning. Its surface was rough beneath her fingertips, pocked with shallow indentations where time had eroded the stone. The air felt heavier here, carrying a charged stillness. She turned back briefly, catching Ivy's sharp focus from the edge of the clearing. "Everything okay so far?" Ivy asked, her voice breaking the silence. "Yeah," Tilly called back. "The air feels different, though. Lighter, maybe?" Ivy's brows furrowed slightly as she studied her. "Different is okay," she replied carefully. "Just don't push too far. This is a test, not a deep dive." Tilly turned back to the book, flipping it open to the marked page. To reconnect with the life of a neglected garden, begin with a gesture of respect. Water, flame, and breath are all appropriate offerings. She scanned the instructions, her pulse quickening slightly at the deliberate tone of the words. It felt less like guidance and more like a warning. Reaching into her bag, she retrieved a small jar of water. The glass was cool in her hand, its surface slightly misted from condensation. She poured a thin stream onto the soil near the fountain, watching as it soaked into the ground almost instantly. The patch of earth darkened, drinking deeply, but there was no other reaction. No shift. No sound. Next, she lit the tea light candle, shielding the small flame with her hand as a faint breeze rippled through the clearing. The scent of the wax was faint, clean, and warm. She set it on the fountain's edge, where its flickering light was nearly invisible against the brightness of the day. "What's the book say now?" Ivy asked, her tone calm but curious. "Centering," Tilly answered. She hesitated briefly before pulling off her boots and socks, tucking them neatly under the bench. The soil was cool and slightly damp beneath her bare feet, its texture gritty and alive. She closed her eyes briefly, breathing deeply as the chill of the earth traveled up her legs. "You good?" Ivy asked again, a slight tension threading her voice. "Yeah," Tilly replied. "Just trying to settle myself." Ivy nodded faintly but said nothing, her presence solid but unobtrusive. Tilly paced slowly around the fountain, gravel crunching softly beneath her steps. She adjusted her grip on the herb bundle and glanced back toward the tea light, which wavered slightly in the breeze. Returning to the book, she knelt and pressed her fingertips lightly into the soil. The next instruction gave her pause. "Whisper your intentions to the earth. Let it absorb your purpose." Tilly glanced toward Ivy, who watched intently, her posture firm and ready. Tilly exhaled slowly, turning her focus back to the ground. "I want to bring this place back to life," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, "to make it livable again. For me, for anyone who comes here." The words felt strange in her mouth. The air shifted subtly, growing quieter and cooler. Tilly straightened, brushing dirt from her hands, and reached for the herb bundle. Lighting it from the tea light, she watched as thin strands of smoke curled upward, the faint scent of thyme mingling with something sharper, almost medicinal. She paced the fountain again, trailing the smoke behind her. The tea light's flame flickered violently, nearly going out before it steadied again. "Everything good?" Ivy's voice came, even but alert. "Yeah," Tilly said after a pause, her pulse quickening slightly. "The candle just flickered weirdly." "It's fine. Keep going, but stay aware," Ivy said. Tilly nodded and continued, her steps slower now. The smoke from the herbs thinned, and she carefully extinguished it on the stone bench, leaving faint, charred streaks behind. The book's final instruction urged her to sit and open yourself to the space. She hesitated, glancing toward Ivy, who gave a small nod of reassurance. Tilly exhaled slowly and lowered herself onto the fountain's edge. The rough stone pressed firmly against her legs through her jeans, cool and steadying. Folding her hands in her lap, she inhaled deeply, the mingling sense of thyme smoke, damp earth, and faintly acrid wax settling into her senses. Her attention drifted to the soil, her mind loosening as the garden's hush wrapped around her. Time slipped loose, unmoored. When Tilly finally opened her eyes, she blinked against the sudden brightness, the sunlight feeling sharper now, almost harsh against her retinas. Her throat was dry, and she swallowed hard before glancing down at her watch. The numbers on its face seemed almost foreign, like she was reading them for the first time. "How long was I sitting there?" she called, her voice raspier than she expected. Ivy stepped closer, her expression calm but tinged with relief. 23 minutes, she said, lowering her phone. At 25, I was going to pull you out if I had to. I'm glad I didn't. Ivy stepped closer, her phone slipping into her back pocket as she studied Tilly carefully. "What did you experience?" she asked, her voice low. Did it seem like no time passed? Tilly shifted slightly on the edge of the fountain, her hands brushing idly over the stone as she thought. "Yes and no," she said slowly. "Here's the thing. I think my body can't transition through whatever the barrier is during the day. I think it has to happen at night." She looked down at her bare feet, the dirt smudged lightly against her skin. Still, and this is hard to describe, I feel myself skimming along the barrier. I can sense that there's another side, and I get these glimpses. She lifted her hand, gesturing vaguely, as if trying to shape something invisible in the air. "I swear there's a voice on the other side. I think it's a kid's. Or maybe that's just what some fairies sound like. It's hard to say. I can't make out words, but the sounds aren't unhappy." Ivy listened without interrupting, her brow furrowed slightly in thought. "Might be other fairies," she said after a moment. Tilly nodded. "It's possible." She exhaled slowly, still feeling the lingering hum beneath her skin. "But it isn't some fairy wonderland down there, at least according to the woman I talked to. It's like the edge of a gateway, a threshold." She looked up, meeting Ivy's eyes. "So it could really be anything." She fell quiet for a moment, then added, almost absently, "I saw flashes too, light flickering along the edge of the barrier, like fireflies, but not." She frowned slightly, searching for the right words. They weren't just yellow, they were reds, blues, deep purples, even silver. Same colors I saw that night, early on, when everything first started. Ivy's expression sharpened slightly at that. "You think it's the same thing?" "I think it's connected," Tilly said. "Maybe it's the energy leaking through, or maybe it's just what the barrier looks like when it's thin." Ivy hesitated, then gave a small, almost sheepish shrug. "I tried the ritual myself, while you were gone." Tilly blinked at her, surprised. "You did?" "Yeah," Ivy said, crossing her arms loosely. "Followed the book as best I could. Water, fire, breath, everything. I could feel it was weird out here. Definitely not normal. But it's different with you." She shifted her weight, kicking lightly at a stray pebble. "I think you've got the deeper connection." Tilly absorbed that in silence, her heart tugging a little at the mix of honesty and frustration in Ivy's voice. She offered a faint smile. "Thanks for trying, though. It means a lot." Ivy shrugged again, but there was a flicker of something, affection, maybe, in her expression. "Just wanted to make sure the place didn't eat itself while you were gone." Tilly huffed a soft laugh. "Appreciated." The breeze shifted, carrying a sudden, sharper scent of damp earth and moss. Tilly froze, her senses sharpening as the hedges at the edge of the clearing shimmered, just a flicker, almost like heat rising off asphalt. For a heartbeat, she thought she saw something move, a shimmer of color, deep reds and purples threading through the green before fading into nothing. She let out a slow breath, the hair at the back of her neck prickling. Tilly turned toward Ivy, lowering her voice. "We need to head back. I want to talk to everyone, but not here." Ivy's brow furrowed. "Why not?" Tilly glanced toward the hedges again, toward the places where the light no longer looked quite right. "I don't know who or what is listening out here," she said simply. They started walking together, moving at an easy pace across the cracked gravel, Tilly's bare feet brushing lightly against the path. Ivy stayed close, her hand brushing Tilly's elbow once, a small, steady touch neither of them commented on. As they neared the threshold of the garden, Ivy hesitated. "Are you sure you want to push this?" she asked quietly. Her voice carried no judgment, only the weight of memory. "You remember what happened last time. I was the one who—" She broke off, but the meaning hung heavy between them. Tilly nodded once, steady. "I know," she said softly. "I'm not going to let that happen again." Ivy studied her for a long moment, then nodded too. She didn't smile. She just fell back into step beside her, silent and sure. They walked the rest of the way toward the house, the garden pressing at their backs. The second-floor terrace of Seaside Espresso offered a sweeping view of the ocean. The late afternoon sun glinted off the waves, and the faint salt breeze carried the occasional cry of a gull. Tilly sat at the head of the large wooden table they'd commandeered, her mug of spiced tea cradled between her hands. Across from her, Opal leaned forward slightly, her dirty chai untouched, while Nick's iced latte rested near his elbow, the glass dripping condensation onto the worn tabletop. Ivy, on Tilly's right, tapped her fingers idly against her mug, her sharp eyes darting between Tilly and the ocean beyond. Tilly cleared her throat, the soft sound drawing their attention. "Before we get into this, I need to tell you all something. About the garden. About what happened to me last time I was there." Nick leaned back in his chair, shifting his weight, his expression tightening. Opal stilled her restless tapping, her focus locking onto Tilly's face. Ivy said nothing, sitting a little straighter. "I don't remember everything," Tilly began, her voice quiet but steady. "But some of it I can't forget, no matter how hard I've tried. The garden isn't just a space. It's alive. It's aware. And when I went into it, something happened. I met someone. Something." "Met?" Nick repeated, his tone skeptical. "A fairy?" Tilly said, her lips tightening briefly. "Not like the kind you see in cartoons. This was different. It wasn't human, but it wasn't entirely alien either. It asked me questions." "Questions?" Ivy prompted, her tone sharpening. Tilly nodded, her fingers tightening around her mug. "It asked who I was, why I was there, what I was willing to give. I don't remember all the answers I gave it. That's the part that's missing. But I know it was trying to understand me. Or maybe judge me." Opal tilted her head, her voice soft. "And you think this fairy is still in the garden?" "I don't know," Tilly admitted. "But I think the garden is connected to it, or to whatever it represents. And I think it's connected to Ted Carson, too." Nick crossed his arms. "What makes you think Ted's even in there?" Tilly set her mug down carefully. "First, because of the timing. Ted disappeared right after our last meeting, after he came to August House. No one's seen him since." She reached for the notebook beside her. "Second, when we went through his redevelopment proposal, there was a handwritten note in the margin. Just one word, Elanthra." She glanced around the table. "I didn't know what it meant at the time, but Katrin, someone I met after the first incident, recognized it." Opal leaned in slightly. "Who's Katrin?" "She works nights at the Brass Rail," Tilly said. "But she's more than a bartender. She knows about the garden, the real way it works. She's practical, not the type to romanticize it. When I was struggling to keep my head after the first time, she helped. She gave me the idea for the AirTag anchor, the notebook, ways to hold on to myself when the garden tries to pull you under." Nick didn't move, but his mouth tightened. "And third," Tilly added, her voice steady, "the police. They already think Ted ended up in the garden. That's why they searched the grounds in the first place." Opal leaned forward slightly. "But if they didn't find anything, why do you think you will?" Tilly inhaled slowly. "Because I want to try the way I did before, not wandering around half asleep and desperate, smart this time, with supplies, a tether back, and a team ready to pull me out if something goes wrong." She met each of their eyes in turn. "The last time this happened, I was injured, dehydrated, sleep-deprived. And yeah, you can think maybe it was a hallucination because of that. I get it. But if it was, no harm in trying healthy, right?" She tapped the notebook. "This time, I'll have a pack full of supplies. Appropriate clothes, water, food, and most importantly, you guys. Watching. Ready. I'm not going in blind. I'm not going to be reckless." The table was silent for a beat, the weight of her words settling over them. Tilly broke the silence first, gesturing toward the AirTag in the center of the table. "This is part of it. It's synced to Ivy's phone. If I bring it with me, you'll be able to track me." Katrin added the runes to reinforce the signal. She said it'll act as an anchor, something to help me find my way back. Nick raised an eyebrow. And if the tech doesn't work? Tilly tapped the notebook again. That's what this is for. It's got reminders about who I am, why I'm there, and what I need to do. If things get weird in there, this'll help me keep my head. Ivy stared at the notebook for a moment, then nodded slowly. Okay, so you're taking precautions. But what do you want from us? I need someone watching my back, Tilly said simply. If something goes wrong, I need you to know where I am. I'm not asking you to go in after me. I wouldn't. But I can't do this completely alone. Ivy's gaze softened slightly as she nodded. I'll monitor the AirTag. But if anything feels off, we're pulling you out. Nick exhaled, his skepticism shifting into reluctant acceptance. Fine, I'll help. But I don't like this. Opal hesitated the longest, her fingers tightening around her mug. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft but firm. If you're doing this, you're not doing it alone. I'm with you. Tilly exhaled slowly, relief washing over her. Thank you, she said. All of you. They spent the next hour preparing. Nick suggested practical additions to her kit, a flashlight, duct tape, and a small utility knife, while Ivy handed over a tiny kaleidoscope, its metal casing worn but sturdy. It's a reminder, she said with a faint smile. Sometimes things look different from another angle. Opal slid a photograph across the table, its edges soft with wear. It was of the four of them, taken during one of their early cleanup days at the house. So you don't forget us, she said simply. Tilly held the photo carefully, her fingers brushing its edges. I won't, she promised, slipping it into her notebook. Tilly lingered just inside the back porch doorway of August House, her hand resting lightly against the worn frame as she cast a final glance into the dim house behind her. Her backpack sat heavy against her shoulders, packed tight with everything she could carry. She had checked the supplies earlier. Checked, rechecked, and then checked again, but she couldn't help mentally running through them one last time. Trail mix, tucked deep against the inner lining. 4 small plastic bottles of energy drink in the side pocket. 4 bottles of water, balanced evenly across the pack's base. A folding shovel strapped securely to the outside. The compact mirror, flashlight, and duct tape sealed in waterproof bags. Paracord, coiled neatly. A whistle clipped bright and sharp against the front strap. A sturdy pocket compass tucked safely to the side. A well-stocked first aid kit. Candles and waterproof matches packed separately. Her fully charged phone sealed with a backup battery. The notebook tucked where it could not be missed. The weathered home sealed away. An herbal magic kit, all Ivy's best stuff, knotted tight. A towel folded at the bottom because Douglas Adams advised it. Nick's keychain, Ivy's kaleidoscope, and Opal's bracelet rested together in her front pocket, the fabric pressing them lightly against her hip. The AirTag sat in her right pocket, its faint, steady pulse grounding her with its weight. She touched her fingers lightly to the front of her jeans, feeling each token through the fabric, steadying herself. Outside, the night had deepened into a thick, heavy darkness. The garden waited, unseen beyond the porch steps, its presence palpable even before she crossed the threshold. A damp, earthy scent floated on the faint breeze, carrying the weight of unseen things. Tilly adjusted the straps of her backpack, the motion careful, deliberate. She tightened the buckles one last time, feeling the gear settle into place against her spine. That's everything, she said softly to herself. Her voice felt steadier this time, small but sure. Without looking back again, she stepped off the porch and onto the uneven dirt path that curved away from the house. Opal was already waiting. Standing a few paces ahead where the overgrown hedges began to close in around the trail. She fell into step beside Tilly without a word, the two of them walking side by side down the narrow, darkened path. Dry leaves crackled beneath their boots, the only sound in the heavy stillness of the night. You sure you've got everything? Opal asked eventually, her hand brushing lightly against Tilly's shoulder before falling back to her side. Her voice was casual, but the tightness behind it was unmistakable. Tilly smiled faintly, her fingers brushing the AirTag through her pocket. If I don't, I'll improvise. I don't think the garden gives out bonus points for overpacking. Opal huffed a short laugh, but didn't quite meet her eyes. I just don't want to picture you facing space vampires with nothing but a bag of trail mix. Tilly's smile deepened, the smallest flicker of amusement breaking through. Trail mix might be more useful than you think. Space vampires probably have a nut allergy or something. Opal tilted her head, pretending to consider. Okay, sure, but you're on your own if they're gluten-free. They walked in silence for a few steps, the air growing heavier as they approached the clearing. The garden pressed closer on either side, vines creeping low across the path like fingers reaching out. Speaking of distractions, Opal said, casting a sideways glance, new Marvel movie drops next month. When you're back, we're hitting the theater. Popcorn, giant sodas, bad CGI. The works. Tilly tilted her head thoughtfully. Depends. Is Spider-Man in this one? Opal stopped mid-step, throwing her arms up in exasperation. Spider-Man? What is it with you and Spider-Man? Spider-Man doesn't let you down, Tilly said simply. Is he in it or not? Opal sighed dramatically. No, Tilly. Spider-Man doesn't fight space vampires. He doesn't even go to space. Tilly's voice grew playful. Excuse me, but he has been to space. Remember? Fought aliens, got dusted for 5 years? Kind of a big deal. Opal groaned. That doesn't count. It was like a cameo. If it's space vampires, I'm sticking with Star-Lord. Fine, Tilly said, smiling. But no Spider-Man. No deal. Opal shook her head in mock outrage. If the next movie doesn't have both, I'm dragging you to the worst space vampire movie ever made. No escape. Deal, Tilly said, laughing softly. Her voice softened as she looked ahead again, the clearing opening before them. The movies sound like a real date. We should do that. A real date. Opal turned toward her, her expression losing all its teasing edge. Yeah, she said quietly. We should. Neither of them spoke as they stepped into the clearing. The dry fountain loomed at its center, the cracked stone fairy statue barely visible in the low light. The air felt heavier here, charged with something unseen and waiting. This is as far as I go, Opal said, stopping a few feet from the fountain. She slid her hands into her jacket pockets and met Tilly's eyes. I'll be watching from my window. The second you come back, I'll see you. Tilly nodded, her throat tight. I know. The silence between them stretched, thick with everything neither of them could quite say. Tilly stepped forward, closing the distance between them. She kissed Opal softly, the touch of her lips steady but aching with everything she carried. Opal's hand rose to her cheek, her fingers warm and steady against her skin, anchoring her for a moment longer. When they finally pulled apart, Opal didn't move back right away. She just smiled, small and certain. Not bad for a first date. Tilly let out a breath, smiling despite herself. You're counting this? Of course. It's memorable. Tilly adjusted the straps on her pack one last time. I'll see you when I get back. You'd better, Opal said firmly. Tilly watched as she turned and walked away, her figure disappearing back down the path toward the house. The sound of her boots faded into the hush of the night. Turning back toward the fountain, Tilly took a long breath and brushed her fingers lightly over the AirTag tucked in her pocket. The tokens pressed against her leg, solid and real. Beyond the fountain, the garden's darkness deepened, thick with waiting. Without another word, Tilly stepped forward and disappeared into it. Tilly stepped forward, her boots brushing against the earth, testing the ground's willingness to bear her weight. The faint light from the fountain had long faded behind her, leaving only the darkness of the garden ahead, where her senses had to stretch and reach for details that weren't readily visible. She could have used her flashlight, or even the light on her phone, but she resisted the urge. The dark wasn't threatening. It was consuming, yes, but in a way that felt necessary. The garden demanded her full immersion before it would reveal its truths. The air shifted around her, heavy and damp, carrying the faint scent of crushed leaves and wet bark. Each step deepened the quiet until even the sound of her boots scuffing the dirt path seemed absorbed, muffled. She moved slowly, deliberately, aware that the path beneath her feet was growing less distinct. Stones softened into a thin layer of moss that sprang faintly underfoot, its texture like wet velvet, giving each step an odd buoyancy. Her fingers brushed a tree trunk as she passed, the bark rough and furrowed, a brief tether to something solid. The world was unraveling in subtle, almost imperceptible ways. Above her, the branches thickened into a net of shadow, blocking out what little glow the evening sky had left to offer. Darkness shifted without reason, its edges sharp, its shapes blurring just beyond comprehension. She noticed a pale form at the base of a tree, a small plant, translucent and skeletal, its waxy surface catching the dimness around it. It glowed faintly. She couldn't tell if it was a trick of her eyes adjusting to the dark or if the plant itself carried its own light. The air here smelled cooler, tinged with something metallic, like the tang of old coins held too long in her palm. Tilly crouched for a moment, the moss damp beneath her knees, and watched the plant sway faintly, though there was no breeze. Its pallor, so stark against the black soil, felt less like decay and more like a reminder that things could grow in the absence of light. When she stood again, her joints ached faintly, the heaviness of the garden sinking deeper into her limbs. Further on, the ground turned wetter, the faint squelch of her boots sinking into sodden earth, punctuating the stillness. The smell of mud and sweet decay thickened the air. Shapes loomed ahead, strange and curved. Plants, but not the kind she knew. They rose from the soil like serpents, their hooded tops arched in a perpetual state of watchfulness. The slick surface of the nearest one reflected a dull gleam, though the source was unclear. She hesitated, not from fear, but from the sensation that these plants were aware of her. She stepped carefully around them, her breath shallow, each movement slow and measured. One of the plants quivered faintly as she passed, the motion almost imperceptible, like the shiver of skin under a cold wind. The farther she walked, the more the atmosphere thickened around her, humid and heavy, making her steps drag. She wiped her hands against her jeans, though they weren't damp, and kept moving. As the terrain shifted again, she noticed the trees were different. Larger now, their trunks impossibly wide. She stopped at one, placing her hand against its bark. The surface was ridged and warm, holding the last of the day's heat. The canopy above stretched into darkness, the faint rustle of leaves so far removed it felt like an echo from another world. The scent here was resinous and deep, anchoring her briefly as she let her breath slow. Time unraveled. The path she'd followed was no longer a path, just an instinct pulling her forward. The ground sloped gently, uneven but steady, and her boots found purchase in the dampened soil. Pale green and silver lichens bloomed across the trees and stones. She traced her fingers along one patch, its surface soft and chilled, and felt a low hum in her fingertips, like static rising before a storm. Something shifted in the underbrush, small, quick, and gone. She froze, her breath catching, but the noise didn't return. Still, the sensation of being observed grew stronger. Not hostile, but persistent, like the garden was cataloging her. Around her, the plants thickened, their forms alien and intricate. Small red flowers, their petals hanging like tiny bleeding hearts, clustered close to the ground. Their color was so vivid it almost hurt to look at against the muted greens and blacks. She crouched to touch one, but her hand hesitated just short of contact. The air changed again, sharper now, tinged with a strange expectancy. Ahead, a flicker of red caught her eye. Plants that seemed to flame, their bracts burning with living color. She approached slowly, the heat she anticipated absent. Instead, the air around them was sharply herbal, the coolness surprising. Standing near them, she felt clarity sharpen in her chest. The chaos of the garden held back for a breath or two. But the reprieve didn't last. The red plants dulled as she moved past them, their fire dimming into embers. The ground rose beneath her boots, the moss and soil giving way to slick stones and uneven footing. Her muscles burned faintly from the climb, the air thickening again with every step. The trees thinned, replaced by twisted stalks that wove together like veins. The faint sweetness of rot clung to the back of her throat. At the crest of the slope, she saw it. A gazebo, pale and worn, its wood catching the low light like bone left to bleach. Vines coiled tightly around its posts, their leaves so dark they seemed black, and the air around it was unnervingly still. She stepped closer, her boots crunching against the gravel circling its base. Inside, the bench was rough but intact. She sank down carefully, her legs trembling faintly. The air inside the gazebo was different, thicker, more intimate, like something unseen was holding its breath with her. The vines trailing across the floor shifted subtly as she sat, their tendrils curling inward but never quite reaching. Tilly closed her eyes and let the hush close around her. The garden wasn't waiting. It was leading. And for now, she let it. Tilly shifted her weight against the beam of the gazebo, the wood cool and solid against her back. The air inside the structure was heavier than it had been outside, almost syrupy, with a faint bite of sap and moss rising from the half-overgrown floorboards. Her pack sat at her feet, a quiet guardian of everything she had prepared, yet now it felt heavier, more like an anchor than a lifeline. She took another breath, slow and deliberate, the taste of damp wood and lavender lingering on her tongue as she unzipped the main compartment and pulled out The Weathered Home. The book's spine creaked softly as she opened it, the pages exhaling the faint, musty scent of old paper. She ran her fingers along the edge of the text, her nails catching slightly on the frayed paper. Light was scarce in the gazebo, but the words on the page brightened as she stared, faint as phosphorescence, but enough for her to read. When you have lost the way, the path does not find you. You uncover it. Gather what resonates, the unseen, the reflective, the anchored, and the fleeting. Place them as your heart guides you. To see beyond, you must see yourself. The passage hovered in her mind, the cadence of it like an incantation. The words were vague, as always, but there was an undeniable pull to them. She closed the book carefully, the faint rustle of its pages dissolving into the quiet. Her fingers found the mirror in her bag, its edges cool and slightly rough where the metal casing had tarnished. Setting it carefully on the floor before her, she withdrew the lavender, its stems dry and brittle, releasing a rich herbal scent as she handled them. They curved easily in her palm, pliable but fragile. She placed them in a loose arc near the mirror, the arrangement feeling right. She reached next for the chalk, the cylindrical piece rough and powdery against her fingertips. Pressing it to the worn floorboards, she began to draw a circle around the objects she'd gathered. The chalk whispered with each motion, the line wavering slightly with the tremor in her hand, deepening the sense that she was pulling herself further from one world and into another. The candle was next. Its wax felt smooth and cool, the wick a small waiting thread. She struck a match, the sharp bite of sulfur briefly cutting through the lavender, and watched as the flame caught and fluttered to life. The glow cast uneven light across the objects before her, throwing jagged shadows over the chalked wood. Tilly placed the candle just beyond the arc of lavender, its flame bending faintly with her breath. She leaned back, her palms brushing against the moss threading through the gaps in the boards. Her attention shifted to the small arrangement before her, the objects familiar yet altered, their positioning shaped by something more than conscious thought. The mirror caught the candlelight, its surface clinging to the glow. Tilly hesitated, her hand hovering above the mirror. She could feel the coolness rising from it, and a contrast to the warmth of the candle. Her fingers trembled as she picked it up, the tarnished glass reflecting her face, faint, fractured, and shifting in the flame's uncertain light. She studied her own features, the curve of her cheek, the shadowed hollows under her eyes, the slight parting of her lips as she exhaled. And then, slowly, her face began to change. The reflection remained her, but subtly altered. Her skin appeared smoother, her features softer, younger. The faint lines of worry that had etched themselves over the last few years dissolved. It was her, and not her. The realization sent a shiver through her. She remembered her dreams, watching herself through a mirror, seeing a version of herself that always felt just out of reach. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Am I the one who is staring back at me?" The words vanished into the thick hush around her, unanswered. Her strength faltered. The mirror slipped from her hand, landing with a soft thud among the moss. Her breath quickened, the air crowding thick around her. The candle's flames swayed wildly, and the shadows jerked and curled across the floor like grasping hands. Tilly pressed a hand flat against her chest, the space where her breath tangled and stumbled. She forced herself to focus, her eyes snapping to the lavender, the chalk circle, the trembling flame. But the world around her blurred now, the gazebo's edges bleeding outward like watercolor soaking into paper. Her limbs grew heavy, her knees folding as she sank lower, her back against the uneven boards. The moss beneath her felt impossibly soft, the damp coolness leaching through her shirt. Her eyelids fluttered as her vision blurred. The candle's flicker was the last thing she saw clearly, a small, unsteady heartbeat of light. Her fingers brushed the edge of the chalk line, her hand twitching once before falling still. As she slipped into unconsciousness, The world around her seemed to exhale. The lavender swayed faintly where it lay, though no wind stirred, and the mirror dulled, its surface growing inert. The garden had drawn her deeper, and the gazebo closed around her like a cradle, holding her while she crossed unseen thresholds. Tilly opened her eyes slowly, her lids heavy. The world around her was a haze of green, a living mist that clung to everything she could see. The damp wooden planks beneath her body were cool and uneven, pressing faint patterns against her skin. She stared at the floor for a long moment, her mind grasping at nothingness. She didn't know where she was, how she'd come to lie there, or why her body felt drained of strength. Her fingers twitched, brushing over the moss that fringed the planks. The texture was spongy, cool, alive against her fingertips. She flexed her hand, but the motion felt foreign, disconnected. The air hung heavy with moisture, clinging to her skin and hair. The light wasn't natural. It came from everywhere and nowhere at once, drenching the world in saturated green without casting real shadows. The outlines of the gazebo blurred, the twisted beams overhead softening into dream shapes, the ivy-draped railings wavering at the edges of vision. She pressed her hand against the planks and tried to rise. The effort made her head swim. A low buzzing filled her ears, and she couldn't tell whether it was from the world outside or from deep within herself. She closed her eyes, swallowing against the dizziness, and when she opened them again, the green light had thickened, wrapping itself around the gazebo like a living thing. It took her several tries to shift onto her side. Her limbs felt leaden, her muscles trembling. Elbows scraping the moss-slick boards, she dragged herself upright, her breath rasping against the closeness of the air. Each inhale brought the scent of earth and something faintly sweet, like fruit left too long to rot. The gazebo stood unchanged, yet it pulsed with a kind of life she couldn't explain. The beams twisted subtly when she wasn't looking directly at them. Vines hung from the corners, their leaves trembling despite the stillness. A cluster of small, bell-shaped flowers clung to one of the railings, their pale forms swaying gently. Their soft green hue bled into the light, their edges blurred like watercolor. She leaned against one of the beams, feeling the rough wood catch against her back. Her fingers dug into the moss under her palms, the dirt cool against her skin. She stared at her hands, dirt under her nails, faint scrapes along her knuckles. She didn't remember how they got there. A shiver ran through her anyway. The world beyond the gazebo was no clearer. Trees and vines merged into an endless sea of green, the light blending everything into one soft, rippling mass. The faint rustling of leaves whispered through the air, irregular and unsettling. Somewhere deeper in the distance, a low rhythmic hum pulsed, steady as a heartbeat, vibrating faintly against her ribs. She curled her hand loosely against her chest, but the hollowness there remained. She shifted her focus downward, to her boots, scuffed, streaked with mud, the laces uneven and slack. She touched one absently, brushing her fingers over the wet leather, but the motion had no weight behind it. The emptiness spread through her ribs and deeper into her stomach. Her mind was blank. Her name, her purpose, her path, all of it hidden behind a curtain she couldn't tear down. The ache in her chest deepened. She dragged a hand roughly over her face, trying to gather herself against the rising panic. When she opened her eyes again, her focus fell to a patch of moss near her feet. It glistened faintly in the green light, dotted with tiny droplets of moisture. She reached out, ran her fingers across it. The moss was cool, slick, vivid under her hand. That simple contact steadied her for a moment. She pulled her hand back, cradling it against her chest. The gazebo creaked softly, a deep resonance rolling through the beams. She looked upward, half expecting to see movement above her, but the rafters remained still. The sound lingered in her bones, a low vibration without clear source or purpose. She shivered, pulling her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. Her forehead touched the damp denim of her jeans. She was alone. That much she understood. But the feeling of being watched clung to her, slipping like cold fingers along her spine. She lifted her head slightly, scanning the softened edges of the gazebo, but the green haze made everything ripple and breathe. Her muscles ached as she carefully unfolded herself, legs stretching stiffly in front of her. She tried to breathe deeply, but the air was too thick, too close. Her movements stayed deliberate and slow, her hands steadying against the rough beam beside her. The world beyond seemed endless and claustrophobic all at once. A maze without edges, a sea without horizon. She closed her eyes, the ache in her chest pulsing faintly. She didn't know why she was here. She didn't know how to move forward. But staying still wasn't an option. Even as her body resisted, something deeper pulled at her, and slowly she prepared to follow. She shifted her weight, feeling the damp floor seep into her clothes as she sat upright. The backpack lay beside her, its shape familiar in the green haze. She reached for it, brushing her fingers over the rough fabric before pulling it close. The zipper rasped as she opened it. Her hands found the first items: trail mix, water, and a small energy drink bottle. She set the water aside and twisted open the drink. The cap snapped free with a sharp click. She drank. The cloying sweetness made her wince, but it jolted her senses awake. She washed it down with water, the cool stream cutting the dryness from her throat. She held the bottle a moment, then set it aside. She reached for the trail mix. The crinkle of the plastic bag broke the silence. She ate slowly, salt and rough textures pulling her closer to awareness. As she chewed, she looked around. The gazebo was still, the air buzzing with a low tension. The green haze blurred the edges of the beams and the vines beyond, smearing the world into a single breathing mass. Above, the lattice twisted against a sky that held no real color. It felt like sitting inside a painting already half melted by time. Her hand dipped into the backpack again, feeling for something solid. Her fingers found the phone. She pressed the button. The screen sputtered to life, casting a thin light. For a moment, hope flared, then died. The screen showed only restless, broken lines. No icons. No numbers. No way back. She ran her thumb across it anyway, then switched it off and let it drop back into the pack. She pulled out the first aid kit next. The neat rows of bandages and gauze brought a thin breath of relief. Her hand found a small orange bottle. She shook out a pill, swallowed it with a drink of water, then sat back against one of the wooden posts. The rough wood scraped lightly against her shirt. The low hum threading through the air had deepened, thrumming in her chest. Her body felt heavy, but the sharpest aches had dulled. Her attention dropped to her gear. She checked the backpack quickly. First aid kit intact, food tucked away, water bottles sealed. She brushed her hands over her jeans, feeling the scuff of damp moss along the knees. Her boots were streaked with mud but solid, laces still tied, though one loop hung loose. She bent and tightened it with slow, deliberate motions. The AirTag in her pocket was still there, a faint, reassuring weight against her hip. Beyond the gazebo, the green haze thickened and shifted. Plants pulsed and bent, their edges blurred. The air smelled of damp earth and slow decay. She leaned her head back against the post and breathed. Somewhere inside the confusion, a thread of memory tugged. She hadn't come here by accident. She couldn't name it fully yet, the reason still tangled in fog, but the certainty of it burned steady beneath the surface. She shifted the backpack into her lap, brushing her thumb over the worn straps. For a long moment she sat still, breathing the strange air, feeling the world ripple around her. She didn't know why she was here. She didn't know what waited outside. But she was alive. And for now, that was enough. The notebook sat in the bottom of the pack, its corner just visible beneath the crumpled towel. The worn cover felt strange in her hands, familiar but distant, like the echo of a dream. She didn't know how it had ended up here or why she'd packed it, but it called to her, its weight pressing against her palms. She traced the edges of the notebook, her fingers catching on a scuffed corner. As she opened it, the pages rustled, the sound magnified in the unnatural quiet. Just as she lowered her head to read, a voice slipped through the stillness, soft and lilting. "It looks like I found you just in time." Her body jerked, and the notebook fell into her lap. She turned sharply, her heart hammering. A figure emerged from the green murk. Mud clung to the hem of her tattered dress, which shimmered faintly. Her wings were translucent, but darkened at the edges like glass etched with soot. Strands of pale hair stuck to her face, dripping. The fairy's smile was faint, her lips curved in a way that could have been kind but wasn't. Her voice carried a strange resonance, like music played on strings slightly out of tune. "If you read that now," she said, gesturing toward the notebook, "you'll never know what you might have been." Tilly swallowed. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice rasping like dry leaves. The fairy stepped closer, her bare feet brushing the moss-covered floor without sound. Her wings quivered, catching the green-tinged light. "You are at a crossroads," she said, tilting her head. "Right now, you are no one. Do you know how rare that is? To not be tied to a name, a purpose, a memory? It is a freedom most people never touch." Tilly's hands tightened around the notebook. She felt the coarse fibers against her fingertips, steadying her. "And if I read this?" she asked. "What happens then?" The fairy's smile widened, though her eyes stayed sharp. "You will remember. You will become who you were, but you'll lose the chance to see beyond yourself. There are things I cannot show someone already bound by their story." Tilly looked down at the notebook. It felt heavier now. The fairy shimmered at the edge of her vision, her words pressing against Tilly's ribs like a hand. "Why does it matter to you?" Tilly asked. Her voice came out sharper than she intended. The fairy was beautiful, but something about her beauty felt like a blade. The fairy's wings flickered as she tilted her head again. "It matters," she said softly, "because you are standing on the threshold of something vast. If you cross it, you might see the world in a way no one else has. If you step back, you'll never know." Her words stirred something restless in Tilly's chest. She brushed her thumb along the notebook's edge, the weight of the choice thickening around her. "And if I choose to stay like this," she asked, barely above a whisper, "to be no one?" The fairy's smile deepened. "Then you'll see the world as it truly is, unclouded, unbound. You'll walk free where others cannot." Her wings shifted, a slow, deliberate motion. "You'll be stronger for it." The air between them thickened. Tilly's hand hovered over the notebook. She thought she caught a flicker in the fairy's shadow, a movement that didn't match her stillness, but it vanished too quickly. The fairy's voice dropped again, barely brushing the silence. "You must choose. The moment won't last." Tilly's chest tightened. Her hand trembled as she lifted the notebook. She looked up, breath-catching. The fairy's presence filled the gazebo like a tide, luminous and dark all at once. "I want," she began. She closed her eyes, letting the stillness settle. The air smelled faintly metallic, heavy as stone. "I want to be no one," she said at last, her words fragile but sure. "For a little while." The fairy's wings fluttered once, a sound like a sigh. "Then you've chosen well. Let's see where no one might go." Tilly let the notebook fall into her lap. A flicker of fear rushed through her, like stepping off a ledge, but underneath it, something steadied. She had chosen this. She hesitated only a moment before nodding. "Yes," she said. "You can hold me." The fairy's smile softened. She stepped closer, arms opening wide. When they wrapped around Tilly, the embrace was warm and impossibly gentle. It felt less like being held and more like being drawn into something larger than herself. The sense of wet earth and something sweet filled her nose. She closed her eyes as the embrace tightened. For the first time in what felt like forever, she wasn't cold. Warmth spread through her chest, heavy and soft. "Let go," the fairy whispered. "Let go, and let yourself be no one." The world shifted. The damp floor of the gazebo fell away. She felt lighter and smaller, folding inward. When she opened her eyes, she was a child again. Her hands were tiny, her arms soft and unmarked. She clutched a man's hand, his grip firm and steady. Ahead, the garden stretched out, bright and perfect. The hedges rose high and even, their green vibrant, while flowers spilled over in colors too vivid to name. The fountain stood tall and clean, its water arcing in graceful lines. Everything smelled fresh, like cut grass and clean rain. The man guided her forward, but his face blurred each time she tried to see it. His voice murmured low words she couldn't catch, but felt deep inside. Ahead, the fairy waited by the fountain. She was radiant, her wings sharp as crystal, her hair a silver river. She knelt with her arms open, smiling. The man hesitated, his hand tightened around hers. "This is where I leave you," he said. He bent down, his arms steady as he lifted her. "It'll be okay," he murmured, though doubt clung to the edges of his voice. Then he passed her to the fairy. The fairy cradled her firmly. "There we are, Massalia," she said with a laugh. "Shall we fly?" "Yes," she shouted, breathless and gleeful. "Higher, higher." Her laughter bubbled up, bright and uncontained, though something inside her stirred uneasily. Below, the man's voice rose, sharp, desperate. "We have to give her back." "We agreed. Our word matters." She turned to find him, but he was already fading into the garden's haze. The colors below blurred, the shapes running together. No, 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 a woman's voice said, sharp as broken glass. Not yet. Not yet. The fairy's arms tightened. The butterflies around them spun faster, their wings shimmering unnaturally. The fairy's wings beat harder. The air thickened until it dragged at her chest. The laughter faded from her mouth. She reached out with her small hands, trying to grasp the fading world, but it slipped through her fingers. The light dimmed, the warmth cooled, and everything began to dissolve. The notebook sat in the bottom of the pack, its corner just visible beneath the crumpled towel. The worn cover felt strange in her hands, familiar but distant, like the echo of a dream. She didn't know how it had ended up here or why she'd packed it, but it called to her, its weight pressing against her palms. She traced the edges of the notebook, her fingers catching on a scuffed corner. As she opened it, the pages rustled, the sound magnified in the unnatural quiet. Just as she lowered her head to read, a voice slipped through the stillness, soft and lilting. It looks like I found you just in time. Her body jerked, and the notebook fell into her lap. She turned sharply, her heart hammering. A figure emerged from the green murk. Mud clung to the hem of her tattered dress, which shimmered faintly. Her wings were translucent but darkened at the edges, like glass etched with soot. Strands of pale hair stuck to her face, dripping. The fairy's smile was faint, her lips curved in a way that could have been kind but wasn't. Her voice carried a strange resonance, like music played on strings slightly out of tune. If you read that now, she said, gesturing toward the notebook, you'll never know what you might have been. Tilly swallowed. What do you mean? She asked, her voice rasping like dry leaves. The fairy stepped closer, her bare feet brushing the moss-covered floor without sound. Her wings quivered, catching the green-tinged light. You are at a crossroads, she said, tilting her head. Right now, you are no one. Do you know how rare that is? To not be tied to a name, a purpose, a memory? It is a freedom most people never touch. Tilly's hands tightened around the notebook. She felt the coarse fibers against her fingertips, steadying her. And if I read this? She asked. What happens then? The fairy's smile widened, though her eyes stayed sharp. You will remember. You will become who you were, but you'll lose the chance to see beyond yourself. There are things I cannot show someone already bound by their story. Tilly looked down at the notebook. It felt heavier now. The fairy shimmered at the edge of her vision, her words pressing against Tilly's ribs like a hand. Why does it matter to you? Tilly asked. Her voice came out sharper than she intended. The fairy was beautiful, but something about her beauty felt like a blade. The fairy's smile deepened. I can show you a memory your mind won't let you see. It was taken, sealed away. This is how I can give it back to you. Her wings shifted, a slow, deliberate motion. You'll be stronger for it. The air between them thickened. Tilly's hand hovered over the notebook. She thought she caught a flicker in the fairy's shadow, a movement that didn't match her stillness, but it vanished too quickly. The fairy's voice dropped again, barely brushing the silence. You must choose. The moment won't last. Tilly's chest tightened. Her hand trembled as she lifted the notebook. She looked up, breath-catching. The fairy's presence filled the gazebo like a tide, luminous and dark all at once. I want, she began. She closed her eyes, letting the stillness settle. The air smelled faintly metallic, heavy as stone. I want to be no one, she said at last, her words fragile but sure. For a little while, the fairy's wings fluttered once, a sound like a sigh. Good, let's see where it takes you. Tilly let the notebook fall into her lap. A flicker of fear rushed through her, like stepping off a ledge, but underneath it, something steadied. She had chosen this. She hesitated only a moment before nodding. Yes, she said. You can hold me. The fairy's smile softened. She stepped closer, arms opening wide. When they wrapped around Tilly, the embrace was warm and impossibly gentle. It felt less like being held and more like being drawn into something larger than herself. The sense of wet earth and something sweet filled her nose. She closed her eyes as the embrace tightened. For the first time in what felt like forever, she wasn't cold. Warmth spread through her chest, heavy and soft. Let go, the fairy whispered. Let go and let yourself be no one. The world shifted. The damp floor of the gazebo fell away. She felt lighter and smaller, folding inward. When she opened her eyes, she was a child again. Her hands were tiny, her arms soft and unmarked. She clutched a man's hand, his grip firm and steady. Ahead, the garden stretched out, bright and perfect. The hedges rose high and even, their green vibrant, while flowers spilled over in colors too vivid to name. The fountain stood tall and clean, its water arcsing in graceful lines. Everything smelled fresh, like cut grass and clean rain. The man guided her forward, but his face blurred each time she tried to see it. His voice murmured low words she couldn't catch but felt deep inside. Ahead, the fairy waited by the fountain. She was radiant, her wings sharp as crystal, her hair a silver river. She knelt with her arms open, smiling. The man hesitated. His hand tightened around hers. "This is where I leave you," he said. He bent down, his arms steady as he lifted her. "It'll be okay," he murmured, though doubt clung to the edges of his voice. Then he passed her to the fairy. The fairy cradled her firmly. "There we are, Miss Alia," she said with a laugh. "Shall we fly?" "Yes," she shouted, breathless and gleeful. "Higher, higher!" Her laughter bubbled up, bright and uncontained, though something inside her stirred uneasily. Below, the man's voice rose, sharp, desperate. "We have to give her back. We agreed. Our word matters." She turned to find him, but he was already fading into the garden's haze. The colors below blurred, the shapes running together. "No, no, no," a woman's voice said, sharp as broken glass. "Not yet. Not yet." The fairy's arms tightened. The butterflies around them spun faster, their wings shimmering unnaturally. The fairy's wings beat harder. The air thickened until it dragged at her chest. The laughter faded from her mouth. She reached out with her small hands, trying to grasp the fading world, but it slipped through her fingers. She floated upward, carried easily in the fairy's arms. The weight of the world slipped away, light as a forgotten breath. Below them, the garden stretched wide and whole, a tapestry of color and shape too vivid to be real. The hedges stood tall and even, their lines sharp and deliberate, curving around sunlit lawns and flower beds. Paths of pale stone wound between beds dense with blooms, blazing reds, soft blues, golds so bright they seemed to hum against the green. Roses spilled over trellises in thick cascades, their petals heavy and perfect, untouched by wind or time. Trees lined the outer paths, their trunks smooth, their branches stitched into neat arches overhead. From the branches hung lanterns of clear glass, each etched with delicate swirling patterns that caught the sunlight and threw rippling reflections across the ground. The air shimmered where the light pooled, turning patches of stone and moss into patches of gold. At the center of it all, the fountain gleamed. Water arced cleanly through the air, landing with soft splashes into a wide, shallow basin carved with dancing figures. Every surface seemed freshly washed, every curve unbroken. There were no cracks, no moss, no weight of years, only the clean, simple presence of a place cared for without flaw. Beyond the gardens, the land rose gently into soft hills, dotted with orchards and trimmed hedgerows. Everything fit together as if stitched by a hand both patient and exact. Farther still, where the hills touched the sky, a low mist curled around the edges, hiding whatever lay beyond. The fairy's wings beat steadily, lifting them higher into the clear light. In her arms, Tilly felt smaller than ever, wrapped in a warmth that muted the quiet ache of suspicion rising somewhere inside her. It was too beautiful. It was too still. But the part of her that noticed was small, and it quieted easily under the vastness of the view. The fairy said nothing. She only held her closer, her face unreadable as they circled above the heart of the garden. Slowly, they began to descend. The garden spun outward beneath them, paths and hedges drawing together into cleaner lines, sharper corners, until the shapes beneath became familiar again. Tilly blinked and saw the gazebo below, no longer weathered and broken but standing tall and straight, its beams smooth and pale. The wood gleamed as if freshly polished, the lattice overhead whole and braided with vines heavy with bloom. The fairy landed lightly at the gazebo's edge, her bare feet brushing the stone step. She set Tilly down carefully. Her hands lingered a moment, brushing along Tilly's arms before falling away. The world around them held its breath. No sound, no movement, only light and air and the soft, impossible perfection of a place untouched. Tilly stood very still, the fresh wood warm against her palms, the stone under her feet firm and whole. She turned in a slow circle, seeing everything she remembered, only better, brighter, cleaner, wrong in a way that was too quiet to name. The fairy smiled, her wings folding neatly behind her. She did not speak. She simply waited. She floated in the fairy's arms, the embrace soft yet unyielding. She felt the warmth against her cheek, the slow, steady touch of hands cradling her. Even though she was back in her own body, she couldn't shake the sensation of being smaller, lighter, somehow less solid. "You're holding me," she murmured, her voice uncertain, muffled against the fairy's chest. "Of course," the fairy said, her voice threaded with something soothing and melodic. "I've been waiting so long to hold you again, and now you're here, as you should be." Her hand moved through Tilly's hair, slow and deliberate, like calming a restless child. "You feel stronger now, but I can still sense her, the little girl I had to let go." Tilly shifted, her body tense, but the fairy's arms tightened, steadying her. "You had to let me go?" she asked, the question trembling but clear. "Yes." The fairy's voice softened, brushing the air like a warm breeze. "Not because I wanted to, because I had to. Do you remember, even a little, when I carried you above the garden? How we soared together? You laughed so sweetly, and I thought, this is where you belong. This is where you were meant to stay." A flicker stirred in her mind, laughter, weightlessness, a garden too flawless to believe in. "There was someone else," she said slowly. "A man." The fairy sighed, her breath warm against Tilly's temple. "Yes, him. He didn't love me, not really. He loved what I was. The idea of me, what he truly loved, what he could never give up, was responsibility. You were his. He wasn't going to let me take that away." She paused, her voice dropping lower. "But we fairies, we steal. It's in our nature. And I stole you, Massalia. I stole you because I wanted you more than I had ever wanted anything." Tilly's hands clenched against the fairy's back, her breath catching. "And then he took me back," she said, quieter now. "He did," the fairy said. "And I let him. You weren't mine to keep. I knew that even as I clung to you." Her voice twisted with something raw and unspoken. "Losing you broke something in me. And him. He let the garden die after that. He gave up. Maybe he feared me. Maybe he feared what he saw in himself. It doesn't matter anymore." Tilly's chest tightened, the warmth of the embrace turning heavy. "Why now?" she whispered. "Why am I here now?" The fairy lowered her head until their foreheads almost touched. Her touch was gentle, but her hold was absolute. "Because I've waited for you," she said. "You weren't ready before. You were too small, too fragile. This place, it doesn't hold anyone for long. It's a threshold, a place between. Even I don't belong here. I resist it. I cling to it, but it's not mine to keep." Her wings shifted behind her, brushing the air. "You would have been swallowed whole before. I had to give you back. I had to wait until you could stand here with me, see it for what it is. And now you're here." Her arms tightened again, the weight of it almost possessive. "And this time, maybe you'll stay." The words hung between them, filling every inch of the perfect air. The fairy adjusted her hold, one hand lifting Tilly's chin, the other pressing firmly against the small of her back. The embrace remained gentle, but the claim underneath it was unmistakable. "You have to understand," the fairy whispered. "This place isn't mine. Not truly. It isn't his either, or yours. But I've fought to carve something out of it, to hold on to something that shouldn't exist." Her fingers brushed Tilly's cheek, tracing a line as soft as a falling leaf. "And you, Massalia, you were the one thing I wanted most." Tilly's lips parted, but no sound came out. Her breath caught under the weight of it all. She searched for something to say, but the fairy's eyes caught her, holding her still with a shimmer of something she couldn't name. The fairy's arms tightened, not with force, but with reflex. Letting go wasn't something she was capable of yet. The embrace still carried its warmth, but now it felt heavier, tinged with a sadness that seeped through her skin. "Massalia is your name for me, then?" she asked, her voice quiet but steady. The fairy tilted her head, her shimmering hair brushing against her cheek. "It is," she said. "But it feels right, doesn't it? Like a tune you once knew, now playing again." She thought for a moment, her chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. "Yes," she admitted, "it does." The fairy's lips curved slightly, her voice soft and coaxing. "So, you'll stay with me?" The words hung in the air, wrapping around her like the fairy's arms. For a moment, she almost nodded. It would have been so easy to say yes and let the world outside melt away. But deep inside, something stirred. A faint pulse, quiet but insistent. It wasn't the fairy's warmth nor the garden's pull. It was something else, something undeniably hers. Faces blurred and sharpened. Voices called to her. Laughter, arguments, stripping wallpaper, kissing Nick, Opal moving so she could hold the hand that wasn't injured, Ivy reading from the weathered home, Tilly making grilled cheese with her mother. Tilly, her. Her lips parted, the memories rising to the surface. I can't live here, she said finally, her voice trembling but firm. My friends, my mother, my life. It's on the other side. The fairy's arms loosened slightly, her luminous eyes dimming. The sadness in them deepened, spreading like ink in water. I'm so sorry, she murmured, barely audible. Her hold softened, and though she didn't let go entirely, the embrace no longer felt like a trap. It was something else now. An apology shaped in the form of arms reluctant to release her. Tilly could feel the fairy's breath against her hair, warm and trembling, like a candle about to go out. She looked up, meeting the fairy's steady eyes. Give me your name, she said, her voice firm, laced with hope. Elanthra hesitated. Her wings quivered. Her expression shifted. Uncertainty softened into a frown, then into a faint smile carrying both sadness and resolve. I give you my name of my own free will, she said, her voice resonating with the weight of the words. I am Elanthra. The name filled the air between them. Tilly felt it settle into her chest, a living thing, binding them with threads she couldn't see but could feel deep in her bones. Tilly's grip tightened slightly as she straightened. I can't live on this side, she said, her voice low but steady. But that doesn't mean I can't see you. Elanthra tilted her head, her expression unreadable. For a long moment, the faint light of the garden dimmed around them, heavy with unspoken things. This is my garden, Tilly continued, her voice growing stronger. At least it is in the ordinary world. I can fix it. I can bring it back. But I need Ted. I have to bring him back. Tilly sat down on the wooden floor of the gazebo, brushing dirt from her jeans. The quiet pressed in, broken only by the faint rustle of distant leaves. She drew a breath, steadying herself. I can't just leave him, she said, low but sure. If I'm supposed to take care of the garden, that means the people too. Elanthra crouched slightly, her wings arching high. She studied Tilly without pressure, her gaze calm and waiting. It's a weighty thing, she said, to decide what should matter most. Tilly didn't flinch. She looked past Elanthra into the green haze, the strange world beyond the gazebo that felt endless and treacherous. She tightened her grip on the straps of her pack and squared her shoulders. Elanthra watched her for a long moment, then gave a small nod. Load your pack, then, she said simply. Tilly rose, brushing off her hands and adjusting the straps. The weight felt heavier than before, though she couldn't say if it was the pack or the decision itself. She nodded once. Elanthra straightened. Her presence was still commanding, still distant. I'll show you where to begin, she said, her voice low, blending with the hum of the air. Tilly followed her out of the gazebo. The air felt denser now, thick with anticipation. Shadows shifted in the green haze, though nothing moved except the faint flutter of Elanthra's wings. Tilly glanced back once at the quiet, shining gazebo before turning her focus forward. The path stretched ahead into the unknown. She set her shoulders and took the first step. The garden path twisted ahead of them, dense greenery pressing close on either side. Tilly followed Elanthra's graceful strides, the soft hum of her wings breaking the heavy silence. The air clung damply to her skin, and though her body didn't ache, it felt like they had been walking for hours. The sky above, locked in its constant greenish hue, gave no sign of time passing. She finally broke the quiet. How big is this place? She asked, glancing at the endless trees and undergrowth. It feels endless. Elanthra stopped, her wings trembling faintly as she turned back. Whatever passed across her face was too quick to catch, but her voice stayed calm. The garden isn't as large as it feels, she said. It's the same size here as it is in your world. It's hard to see from end to end when you're on the ground, but there is an end. Tilly scanned the trees again. Their trunks rose wide and dark, moss clinging to them like veins. How does he exist here, if you aren't supposed to stay? Elanthra's gaze softened slightly. Because he doesn't want to leave, she said, resuming her pace. Most can't stay long. This is a place for passing through, for moving on. But some of us are strong enough to resist. Like you, Tilly said, her voice low. and him. Elantra nodded once, her wings catching the dim light. Ted was touched by this place as a child, and he has been back long enough to get some control, more than you have. The path narrowed, the trees pressing closer, their branches weaving overhead into a tangled ceiling. The air thickened. Tilly could feel the weight of it pressing against her thoughts. She stepped closer to Elantra, her voice dropping. And what about me? If I cross into his space, will it be like passing into the garden? Elantra paused, resting her hand lightly against a low-hanging branch. Her fingers brushed the bark, her wings stilling. Passing thresholds costs something, she said. Crossing into his space will take from you, your strength, your clarity, maybe even your sense of self. It's temporary, mostly, but it will leave you weaker. Ted will be stronger. Elantra stepped closer. Her wings shifted behind her, and for a moment she hesitated. You'll need to go in whole, she said, her voice soft but sure. Or as close as I can make you. Before Tilly could speak, Elantra raised her hand and touched Tilly's temple. The contact was cool, a whisper of pressure spreading through her mind like ripples in still water. Tilly blinked, her breath catching as something shifted inside her. Questions, half-formed and half-lost, clicked back into place. What? Tilly started, but the words faltered as she realized what had changed. The gaps in her memory, the questions Elantra had taken, were back intact and clear. You need your questions, Elantra said, withdrawing her hand. If you're going to face him, you'll need all of yourself. I've returned what I took. Tilly drew a deep breath. Her thoughts felt sharper, her senses clearer. The weight ahead remained, but it no longer smothered her. She looked at Elantra, her voice steady. Thank you. Elantra's face stayed still and distant. Then she stepped aside, gesturing toward the narrowing path. The shadows pressed closer with each step. Her limbs felt heavier. But Tilly didn't falter. She moved forward, the iron gate somewhere ahead, and the world beyond waiting for her. The iron gate stood ahead, its black bars twisted with vines. Thick, waxy leaves clung to the metal, their undersides streaked with dark red. Small thorns jutted along the stems, angled outward like broken glass. The iron radiated cold that prickled against her exposed skin. The air smelled of rust and burned soil, sharp and metallic. Tilly wrapped her hand around the latch. The metal was rough, the edge sharp enough to dig shallow lines across her palm. She pulled. The latch screeched, and the hinges jerked open in a sharp, uneven lurch. Cold air poured out, pushing against her chest. She stepped across the threshold. Pressure struck her ribs, forcing the air from her lungs. Her knees buckled. She caught herself on the nearest iron bar, the vines slick and cold under her fingers. Thin scratches burned across her skin where the thorns scraped her. The ground beneath her seemed heavier. Every movement slowed. Her hands curled inward, her fingers shrinking, softening. Her sleeves slid past her wrists, gathering around her elbows, heavy and dragging. She stumbled forward, her breath scraping shallow through her throat. The playground stretched ahead, too still and too clean. The grass was short and dense, each blade stiff as wire, the color too even to be real. A tall swing set rose at the center, its steel frame thick and upright. Red and white paint spiraled up the vertical poles, worn smooth in places but unbroken. Round concrete anchors circled each base, poured wide and shallow into the gravel to keep the legs from shifting. The chains hung from crossbars welded straight across the top, the seats molded black rubber, not swinging, not even stirring. To the left, a merry-go-round sat low to the ground. The surface was painted red, the bars a faded yellow, the foot panels scuffed but intact. It rested on a circular pad of concrete, the edge beveled neatly, no chips or cracks. Near the fence, a domed jungle gym curved upward, its metal bars crossed in tight grids. The bolts connecting them were thick and overpainted, their shapes softened by time but not rusted. A giant black tire, half buried in a shallow pit of gravel, leaned nearby, the tread deep and clean. It looked as though it had never been climbed, never scuffed or marked. A gray trash barrel stood next to the jungle gym, bolted to a square metal post, its surface dented but wiped spotless. A drinking fountain crouched close by, its basin shallow and stained white with old mineral deposits, the button still shining faintly in the even light. The gravel stretched underfoot in clean, shallow furrows, the stones pale and packed tight. Each row ran straight and even. no footprints breaking the pattern. Overhead, the sky hung colorless. The sun was a white disk pressed flat against the haze, giving off light without warmth. There were no clouds, no movement in the air. Tilly hunched forward, clutching the folds of her oversized shirt. Her thoughts slipped sideways, names blurring at the edges of her mind. Even her own name felt loose and uncertain. She pushed herself to walk. The spinner loomed on her left, its bars cold and unworn. The slide rose up ahead, its metal gleaming along the curve. The ladder bolted solid into the packed gravel. To her right, the climbing bars formed clean, geometric shapes, the symmetry rigid and unnatural. Beyond the playground's edges, the world blurred, folding inward. The ground bent slightly at the horizon, a slow tightening she could feel even when she didn't look at it. The air shifted again. Beneath the heavy smells of rubber and metal, there was a dry sweetness now. The brittle scent of flowers turned to dust. Everything stood clean, preserved, waiting. It was beautiful. It was wrong, and she was already inside it. She took a shaky step, her legs trembling under her small frame, her movements uneven and jerky. Her oversized shirt hung awkwardly, the hem brushing against her knees, and the sleeves flopped past her hands, forcing her to clutch the fabric to keep from tripping. Her legs felt too short, her stride clumsy and halting, every step a struggle to balance her weight. Somewhere deep inside, she could feel a faint resistance. A part of her still belonged to something bigger, something steady and whole. That part of her was fighting, holding on to something. She couldn't say what, but the pull was there, faint and steady. Her fists tightened, her tiny nails pressing crescents into her palms, the sharpness steadying her just enough to keep moving. The ground beneath her felt wrong, too soft, the blades of grass cushioning her steps and throwing her off balance. It was like walking on a mattress, every step uncertain. She stumbled forward, her arms flailing awkwardly, the oversized sleeves flapping at her sides. She bent slightly, testing her legs with each step, her knees wobbling as she forced her body to comply. Her breath came in shallow bursts, her lungs struggling to match the rhythm of her unfamiliar movements. Every part of her felt mismatched, too small and too fragile, yet weighed down by the burden of an adult's understanding. She pressed onward, each step pulling her deeper into the heart of the playground. The swing set loomed ahead, its chains catching the strange green light that filtered through the haze. The metal links shimmered faintly, swaying without wind. As she moved closer, the sound of her small feet brushing the springy grass felt muffled, as though she were walking in a dream. The structure seemed impossibly tall, the metal poles stretching into a sky that didn't feel real. The rubber seats hung low, empty and waiting. A voice broke the silence, sharp and sudden. "You came back!" It rang out, slicing through the heavy air. Her chest jerked with the sound. She spun toward it, her tiny legs struggling to stay balanced. Standing in the center of the playground was a boy, his tousled brown hair catching the flat light. He stood with effortless confidence, his small frame seeming larger against the muted world around them. His grin stretched wide, the kind of brightness only children seem to know. Yet something about it twisted inside her, a warmth that stopped at his skin, never reaching his eyes. He was so much taller than her, towering over her reduced frame. She craned her neck, her perspective bending around him. His striped t-shirt clung to his slight build, and his bare feet barely pressed into the grass, leaving no mark. "You came back," he said again, bouncing lightly on the balls of his feet. His voice was bright, carrying an odd rhythm that made the air seem thinner. He clapped once, the sharp crack echoing through the playground. "I knew you would." Her throat tightened. She fumbled at her sides, brushing her fingers against the loose fabric of her shirt, trying to steady herself. She didn't know why the sight of him unsettled her, this smiling, bouncing boy, but it rooted in her chest like something planted too deep to pull free. "You're so little now," he laughed, stepping closer. His bare feet moved without sound, the grass folding and springing back as if untouched. "I almost didn't recognize you." His hazel eyes gleamed, but not all the way through. There was a tension in them, a brightness held too tight, like a bulb on the verge of flickering out. His laugh followed, bright and thin, a hollow note behind the shine. Tilly froze. Her legs shook as the word "little" echoed inside her, knocking loose memories she couldn't reach. She blinked, meeting his eyes briefly, and a chill moved through her chest. Before she could react, the boy bounded forward, covering the space between them in 2 quick strides. His hands closed around her ribs with a surety that stole her breath. "Here," he said, his voice bubbling with excitement. His hands slid under her arms, lifting her like a doll. "I'll push you," he declared, carrying her toward the swing set. Her legs flailed awkwardly, too light to find any traction. The grass blurred past below, the vivid green wrong against her blurred vision. Ted's hands were steady, his grip confident, carrying her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The swing set loomed larger, its metal frame towering overhead. The chains clinked softly against each other as he moved closer. The black rubber seats hung low, their surfaces worn smooth from use. Ted's grin widened as he set her down carefully, lowering her into one of the seats. The rubber sagged slightly under her weight, cool and tacky against the backs of her legs. Her toes barely brushed the grass. The swing shifted under her as she grabbed the seat's edges with both hands, trying to steady herself. Her balance felt impossible in her small body. The swing wobbled again. For a breathless second, she thought she would fall. Ted crouched in front of her, close enough that she could see the faint freckles scattered across his nose, the way his hazel eyes reflected the flat light. "There you go," he said, his voice steady. His hands settled on the chains, steadying them as the swing shifted under her. The metal links were cold against her fingers as she reached up to grip them. Each link caught the dull light. Ted gave the swing a small shake, the motion jolting her body and making her stomach twist. "Hold on tight," he said, his grin stretching wide. His fingers lingered on the chains before stepping behind her. His shadow fell over her as the swing steadied. "Ready?" he asked, standing close enough that she could hear the shift of his weight on the gravel. She barely managed a breath before his hands pressed firmly against the back of the swing. The push lifted her forward, the seat jerking under her. The swing arced out, the rubber tilting under her small frame. Her legs, too short to reach the ground, kicked at the empty air. The wind pushed against her face, carrying the sense of fresh-cut grass and heated rubber. Her hair lifted in the motion, strands brushing her cheeks and the back of her neck. She reached the peak of the arc, the world tipping around her, and for a moment she hung weightless, her body caught between sky and earth. The seat tipped harder into her thighs, the rubber edges digging into her skin. The swing dipped back down, and her hands clutched the cold chains tighter. The rush of movement, the slap of air against her body, sharpened her senses. The next push hit her again, Ted's hands driving her higher. The chains creaked softly. The sky blurred into a sheet of gray above her, flat and unmoving. The ground below slid into green streaks, the packed gravel and trimmed grass blending together with every rise and fall. Ted laughed behind her, the sound cutting through the stillness. "That's it?" he called. "Higher." The swing climbed again. She leaned back without meaning to, letting her body follow the curve. The wind caught her face, cold along her skin. A small laugh escaped her, sharp and startled, carried away on the next push. For a moment, there was only the swing, the pressure of the seat, the push and pull of movement. The rest, the heavy air, the still sky, the creeping sense of wrongness, fell away. Ted's hands pressed the swing again, harder this time. The chains groaned as the swing reached a sharper angle. The pressure of the rubber seat dug into her thighs, the strain of it stronger than before. She gripped the chains tighter, her palms beginning to sting. Above her, the sky stayed flat, colorless. A ceiling stretched tight overhead. The trees circling the playground smeared into broken shapes at the edges of her vision. "Higher!" she shouted without thinking, her voice small but clear. She pumped her legs, her feet slicing through the empty air. Ted's laughter rose to meet hers. "Higher!" he echoed, his voice bounding through the playground. The next arc lifted her farther. Her body floated at the peak, her muscles pulling tight. The cold air scraped past her skin. Her shirt pulled taut across her shoulders, the sleeves snapping back. The swing seat shifted under her, the chains snapping tight with a deeper groan. The vibrations crawled up through her hands into her arms. She barely noticed. Ted pushed again. "See?" he shouted. "It's fun, right? Just like when we were kids." The swing dipped and her laugh cracked in her throat. The words snagged in her ears and dug in. We weren't kids together. The thought surfaced from nowhere, sharp and certain. It anchored itself in her chest. Ted wasn't a boy. He hadn't been her playmate. He had been a man. Thin, serious, his movements deliberate and slow. She could almost see him, standing on the far side of a room, watching her. Twice her age. More. Her fingers clutched the chains harder. The metal dug into her skin, the bite of it real and immediate. The swing rose again under Ted's push, but the thrill was gone. The colors of the playground dulled at the edges, the green fading toward gray. The air felt thicker, the gravity heavier. Just like when we were kids. The words echoed again, hollow now. Higher, Ted called, his voice sharp. His hands shoved the swing harder, and her stomach turned as the seat tilted forward. The ground blurred beneath her, and her feet kicked against the air. She clung to the chains, her knuckles aching with the strain, her mind scrambling through the gaps Ted's words had opened. Ted, she called, her voice rough. Stop the swing. But Ted didn't stop. His laughter barked behind her, loud and close. You're not even trying, he teased. You used to love this. Used to love this. The words struck her, cold and jarring. She couldn't remember loving this. She couldn't remember any of it. The swing lurched again, the motion pressing against her chest, tightening her breathing. Her legs kicked forward, trying to slow the arc, but the swing's momentum dragged her higher. At the next peak, she let go. The cold chains slipped from her hands, leaving her palms stinging. The seat tipped away, and her body pitched forward. Her limbs flailed, reaching for balance that wasn't there. Air rushed past her skin, and for a breathless moment she hung weightless. Then gravity pulled her down. The ground slammed into her side. The impact knocked the air from her lungs, her elbow and hip hitting hard against the packed grass. Dirt and sharp blades of grass scraped her exposed skin. The sting spread across her arm as she lay there, chest heaving. The world tilted around her. The colors blurred, the neat lines of the playground bending at the edges. The smell of dirt and crushed greenery filled her nose, sharp and thick. She pressed her hands into the grass, feeling its uneven texture against her palms. Slowly, she pushed herself up onto her hands and knees. Her limbs trembled under her own weight. "Ted," she rasped. "I'm done." Ted's footsteps crunched closer. "Why'd you stop?" he asked. His voice carried a brittle edge. "We were just getting started." Tilly lifted her head, her chest tight. Her body still felt too small, fragile under the oversized clothes. She curled her fingers against her thigh and felt the hard shapes buried in her pocket. She pulled them free. Nick's keychain, Ivy's small kaleidoscope, Opal's bracelet. The keychain's sharp edges bit into her skin, the charm cool and solid, the bracelet's links slipping between her fingers. As she held them, the colors around her shifted. The vivid greens dulled. The air grew thinner, lighter. The swing set shrank back to a normal size, the rubber seats swaying gently. She looked down. Her legs stretched, her knees lifting higher. Her arms straightened, her hands growing larger, stronger. The scratch on her elbow faded into a faint ache. Her body knit itself back into its true size. She rose carefully, her balance returning with each breath. The ground no longer shifted under her. Her feet found their place on the packed gravel. She stood tall, her full height restored. The playground looked smaller now, ordinary. The chains clinked softly in the still air. She closed her hand over the tokens. The clarity stayed with her, steady and strong. This was her form, her garden. The wrongness had been pushed to the edges. Ted stood ahead of her, his face twisted, his hands balled into fists. "No," he shouted. "You're ruining it. Get back into your proper form." "This is my proper form," Tilly said. Her voice was calm, unshaken. "And it's time you behaved." Ted's face flushed, his feet stamped against the ground. "You can't talk to me like that, Anne," he yelled. Tilly's body stiffened at the name. Anne, her mother's name. The confusion twisted inside her, sinking deeper. "Ted," she said, quieter now, "I'm not Anne, I'm Tilly, and it's time to go home." Ted's anger cracked. He stumbled a step closer, fists shaking at his sides. "No, you can't make me leave. This is mine." Tilly didn't move. She tightened her grip on the tokens, their solid weight grounding her. "This isn't your world, Ted," she said. "It's mine. You've stayed long enough." Ted's face crumpled. For a moment, he looked like a boy again. Lost, scared, unsure. But rage overtook him. The ground shuddered beneath them, the swing set creaking, the gravel shifting in ripples. "You don't have any power here," he screamed. "You're just pretending." Tilly stood her ground. "Have it your way," she said. "But this garden belongs to me, and if you refuse to leave, it'll all fall apart around you." Ted wavered, the fight draining from his shoulders. Doubt cracked his anger. He stared at her, eyes wide. Slowly, his shape began to shift. His arms lengthened, his face sharpened. The boy's form unraveled into the older man he truly was, his body slumping as the false energy drained out of him. "I just wanted to play," he said, his voice raw and low. "I know," Tilly said. Her voice softened, but she didn't reach for him. "But it's time." Ted bowed his head. Together, they walked toward the iron gate. Behind them, the swings stilled, the grass dulled, the playground fading to a hollow shell of what it had tried to be. The gate opened without sound as they approached. Tilly stepped through first. Ted followed. The garden closed behind them. Tilly reached into her pocket and pulled out the AirTag. Its surface was smooth and cool against her fingers, catching the dim garden light. She turned it over once, the familiar weight steady in her palm. She glanced at Ted, who stood nearby, his shoulders hunched, his arms tight against his sides. Tilly slid her pack around and dug into it with careful hands. She pulled out The Way of the Weathered Home, flipping quickly through the marked pages until she found the passage. Reclaiming the Ordinary, a return from liminal spaces. She set the book aside and pulled out a piece of chalk. Crouching low, she scratched a rough circle around herself and Ted, the chalk dragging unevenly over dirt and gravel. She opened her water bottle and poured a slow line along the chalk's edge. The dirt darkened where the water soaked in. She found the stub of a candle and struck a match. The wick caught with a small flare. She shielded the small flame with her hand until it steadied. Finally, she pulled Ivy's mirror from her pack, tilting it to catch both the candlelight and her reflection. Her face stared back at her, tired, scraped, but steady. Only then did she turn to Ted. "You'll need to hold my hand," she said, her voice even. Ted hesitated. His eyes flicked from her hand to her face. After a long second, his hand crept toward hers. His fingers curled loosely around hers, the grip weak but real. Tilly squeezed just enough to steady him. She drew a slow breath, feeling the rough ground beneath her knees, the weight of the AirTag against her side, the steady warmth of the candle at the edge of her vision. "I'm Tilly. I'm home," she said. The ground shivered beneath them. A slow ripple blurred the broken playground. The AirTag pulsed faintly, the light steady. Tilly tightened her grip on Ted's hand. "Please," she whispered. Her legs wobbled, the strength seeping out of her. The swirling air around them was siphoning it away. Her breath came short, her chest tightening as she squeezed Ted's hand harder. "We should sit," she managed to say, her voice thin but steady. Ted nodded silently, his grip on her hand tightening as he helped guide her to the ground. They lowered themselves onto the soft, uneven earth, the grass beneath them damp and cool. Tilly's limbs felt heavy, her head spinning faintly, as the world continued to blur and shift around them. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to find her center, to block out the sensation of movement that wasn't hers. Slowly, the swirling began to ease. The oppressive weight in the air lifted slightly, and the faint hum of the liminal space gave way to the familiar stillness of the garden. When Tilly opened her eyes, the playground around them had changed. It was no longer vibrant or surreal. It was crumbling. The slide, once shining and smooth, was pitted with rust, its frame leaning precariously to one side. The swings hung crookedly from their chains, one seat missing entirely, the other torn and frayed. The spinner sat motionless, its once bright paint faded and peeling, the metal dulled with age and grime. The grass beneath them was patchy, the vibrant green replaced with brown tufts and bare dirt. Tilly looked around, her chest tightening at the sight. This was the garden now, its edges fraying, the life drained from it. She glanced at Ted, who sat beside her, his eyes wide as he took in the scene. His hand was still in hers, but his grip had loosened, his fingers slack. "We're back," Tilly said quietly, her voice steady but heavy with exhaustion. "But this is what's left." Ted didn't respond immediately. His gaze remained fixed on the decaying playground, his expression a mix of confusion and quiet sadness. Finally, he nodded, a small, almost imperceptible motion, his shoulders sagging under the weight of it all. Tilly let out a long breath as she sat on the soft, overgrown ground. Her muscles ached with a deep weariness, her limbs feeling heavier than they should, but at least this time she was herself. She glanced down at her hands, turning them over slowly. They were steady, familiar, hers. She stretched her legs out in front of her, her boots pressing against the spongy earth. Weak and drained, sure, but her mind was clear, and she was still in the body she recognized. She counted that as a plus. Ted, on the other hand, looked like he'd been dragged through a storm. He was slumped beside her, his knees pulled up awkwardly to his chest. His pale face gleamed with sweat, and his hands twitched faintly as they rested on the ground. His chest rose and fell in uneven gasps, like someone trying to catch their breath after running too far, too fast. His eyes were half closed, unfocused, and he seemed barely aware of her presence. Tilly adjusted the straps of her pack, shrugging it off her shoulders and letting it fall to the ground with a faint thud. She crouched beside it, her fingers working through its contents. Her movements were slower than usual, her muscles stiff with fatigue, but she found what she was looking for, a bright orange bottle of energy drink, its smooth plastic cool against her hand. "Here," she said softly, holding it out to Ted. He didn't move, his gaze still fixed somewhere on the ground. Tilly sighed and twisted the cap off herself, the faint pop breaking the quiet. The sharp, citrusy smell wafted up, and she pressed the bottle gently into his hand. "Drink," she said firmly, crouching in front of him. "Just take small sips." Ted's fingers wrapped loosely around the bottle, his movements slow and uncertain. He raised it to his lips and took a tentative sip, the liquid spilling over his mouth slightly. His face twisted at the taste, but he kept drinking, his gulps growing steadier with each swallow. When he finally finished, some of the glassy haze in his eyes began to lift, though his shoulders still sagged heavily. Tilly reached into her pack again and pulled out a bottle of water. This time, she didn't bother waiting for Ted to try. She unscrewed the cap herself and handed it to him. "This now," she said, her voice calm but insistent. "You'll need it." Ted nodded faintly and brought the bottle to his lips. His hands were steadier now, but not by much. He drank slowly, the cool water leaving faint trails on his chin. When he lowered the bottle, his breathing was quieter, though his head still hung low. Tilly grabbed her own water bottle, its lid unscrewing the cap with a flick of her wrist. The first sip was crisp, the coolness soothing the dryness in her throat. She tilted her head back slightly, savoring the moment. Then she reached into her pack again, pulling out the small bag of trail mix. The faint rustle of plastic broke the stillness as she opened it. Tilly pinched a handful of trail mix from the bag, letting the nuts and dried fruit settle against her palm before popping them into her mouth. The crunch of almonds and chew of raisins anchored her in the moment. She glanced at Ted, noting the slump of his shoulders and the faint tremble still running through his hands. "I don't know if you remember this part," she said, her voice quieter now, with a trace of dry humor. "But it sucks." Ted let out a noise that might have been a laugh or just a breath, but he didn't lift his head. Tilly shook her head and leaned back against her pack. "No rush," she said, her eyes resting on his pale, hollowed face. "Wait until you've got a sense of yourself again." She unzipped the main compartment of her pack and pulled out the towel she had packed. It was crumpled but dry. She gave it a brisk shake, flattened it against the grass, and rolled it into a makeshift pillow. Without a word, she set it down and eased herself onto it, the cool ground pressing unevenly into her back. The grass was damp under her jacket. She shifted once, stretching her legs out until her boots brushed the edge of a moss patch. She exhaled slowly, letting the tightness bleed out of her muscles. When she tilted her head back, the sky opened above her, deep blue, almost black, littered with a sprawl of sharp, clear stars. They burned steadily overhead, their points bright and cold. Tilly couldn't remember the last time she had seen the stars without the haze of town lights between her and the sky. She lay there, her chest rising and falling, feeling the garden's usual pulse of life muted to a soft murmur around her. The faint rustle of leaves stirred at the edges of the quiet. The cold crept through her jacket slowly, but it wasn't harsh. "It really is a beautiful night," she said. Her voice was low, carried up into the open sky. She wasn't sure if she was speaking to Ted or to herself. Beside her, Ted shifted, fabric rustling as he moved. She heard the steady pull of his breathing before she turned her head slightly and caught him looking upward. His face was drawn and still, but his eyes caught the light of the stars. Tilly's thoughts eased, the knots inside her unwinding thread by thread. The stars above her were steady, distant, but real. She let out another long breath, her hand brushing lightly through the cool grass. She felt the familiar shape of her phone in her pocket and pulled it free. The device was cool against her palm. When she pressed the side button, the screen flickered to life, casting a pale light across her face. She tapped into her contacts. Her thumb hovered over Opal's name for a long moment before she pressed it. The phone rang, the sound thin and sharp in the night air. Tilly held her breath, listening to the buzz, feeling her chest tighten with the weight. There was a soft click. Then Opal's voice, urgent and real. "Tilly, oh my God, is that you?" Tilly closed her eyes for a moment, the tightness in her chest loosening. "It's me," she said, her voice steady despite the rush behind it. "We're safe. We're in the garden." "We?" Opal's voice sharpened. Tilly walked across something between Nick and Ivy, heading toward her new car. Tilly glanced toward her for buying, but she quiet and still beside her. A 2019 his face was half-shadowed, final edition Volkswagen Beetle. "I've got him," Miku, she said simply. "Why buy a used Beetle to replace an Audi?" Opal had asked. Tilly had shrugged. "Because it was the car I wanted. I like round." The three of them had managed to share one class together, a science fiction literature course well outside Tilly's major. But she didn't care. After flaming out last semester, she was just happy to be learning again, and it felt even better doing it with her friends. They had tried to talk Opal into joining, but she said, "I've taken all the English classes I have to. I can finally concentrate on art. General requirements can kiss my ass." Tilly knew she'd see her at home soon enough, though. Probably painting yet another mural across August House's walls. The whole house was basically her art studio now, except for the actual art gallery, because the Faeries still claimed that space. As they crossed the parking lot, Ivy said, "So do we want to get together later and go over Frankenstein? It's the third time I've read it, so I can practically teach it. But I know it's the first time for you two." Tilly nodded. "Tomorrow," she said. "I'm not too far from finishing it. I'm meeting Mom for dinner tonight. She's got ideas about setting up a nonprofit for the garden once we open it again. I do want to talk about Frankenstein, though. I want to find a sociology angle for my paper. If you have thoughts, I have ears." They reached the Beetle and climbed in. Nick, as always, looked comically oversized for the small car. "I don't think I'm tying it into my business classes," he said, cramming himself into the front seat, "unless you count it as manufacturing." Ivy considered. "How about supply chains? Getting body parts isn't exactly straightforward." Nick laughed. "I'll think about it." The drive back to August House was short. The gate was open when they arrived. Tilly left it open most days now. Landscapers and repair crews were still coming and going. It was easier that way. The drive was still rough. Replacing the cobblestones was number 32 on the list she and Anne had made together. Inside, the house felt a little hollow. 90% of the clutter had gone into storage and was now being picked over by the ladies, the town's premier estate sale crew. They had left a few essentials behind: the battered Chesterfield couch everyone piled onto for the Good Witch reruns, and endless episodes of quintessential quintuplets, an anime Nick seemed weirdly obsessed with, but which made Opal grumble, because clearly Futaro chose the wrong waifu. Still, they watched it, made jokes about Nick running his own harem, laughed harder than the show deserved. Tilly jogged upstairs to the third floor, to Opal's room, and found her sculpting with clay instead of painting. Opal had traded her signature overalls for a rotating collection of paint-splattered scrubs, bought cheap from thrift shops, giving her the look of a very distracted nurse. Tilly preferred the overalls, but Opal had just grinned and said, "Evolution is important." They kissed, the easy kind of kiss new couples share, warm without hesitation. Tilly sat on the edge of the bed, watching Opal work, the two of them talking lazily about their days. Opal's only class that afternoon was later, an art theory and criticism course. "My chance to be extremely pretentious," Opal said, pressing her thumb into a lump of clay, "and I am loving it." Eventually, Tilly wandered over to the window and braced her arms on the sill. The garden was coming back. Most of the dead and strangled plants were gone. The paths were halfway restored. Audie, the new head gardener, had taken charge. Tall, thin, black hair to the waist, they-them pronouns, a self-described woods witch. Tilly had liked them immediately. Audie's 3 silent teenage helpers trailed after them across the grounds like shadows. In her head, Tilly thought of the 3 of them collectively as Jeffy, Joey, and/or Jamie, because no matter how many times she asked, she could never tell them apart. The garden would be ready for the public by spring, if all went well. Audie had promised it with a quiet certainty that Tilly found strangely comforting. "I'm going down to talk to Elanthra," Tilly said, turning back. Opal nodded, wiping her hands on a paint-stained towel. They exchanged another kiss, quick, familiar, no need for ceremony. Tilly was halfway down the back stairs when her phone buzzed. "Mom." "We're still on for dinner tonight, right?" Anne said briskly. "I'm bringing Beverly. We'll talk about turning the garden nonprofit." Tilly sighed but smiled. "If I was going to cancel, I'd have texted." "I'll be there. I actually like this idea, even if it was yours." "Okay, sassy pants," Anne said dryly. "And bring your application for the Historical Society. It's time you sat on your first board." Tilly laughed. "You never forget your first." She slipped the phone into her jacket pocket and stepped out into the backyard. The back door creaked softly on its hinges as Tilly stepped outside. The night air wrapped around her, cool and damp, carrying the sharp scent of churned earth and the faint salt of the sea. Overhead, the sky was half clear, half draped in fog, like the horizon couldn't quite decide what season it wanted to be. The garden stretched ahead, changed but still itself. The pathways had been pulled back from the brink, the old hedges trimmed into obedience. Beds of dark, resting soil marked where Audie and their crew had already begun laying the groundwork for spring. The fountain stood at the garden's center, no longer broken and silent, but alive again. Water arched upward from the central pedestal, 6 even jets catching the dimming light and breaking it into shards. The pool below shimmered, soft and restless. Tilly walked the path slowly, the stones uneven under her boots. She slipped one hand into her jacket pocket, her fingers finding the small kaleidoscope Ivy had given her. She rolled it between her fingers absently as she walked, the old metal casing warm against her skin, its weight familiar. She reached the fountain and paused. At the center of the pool, standing tall and sure, the statue rose from the stone pedestal. The figure's arms stretched upward, hands open as if grasping for something just beyond reach. Her form was unadorned, carved smooth and strong, the stone pale and bare against the dark water. No fabric, no ornaments, no softness to hide behind. Even standing motionless, the statue carried a kind of gravity, a pull, a presence. Tilly dropped onto the low stone bench nearby. The cold of it seeped through her jeans, grounding her. The garden murmured around her, the quiet whisper of water over stone, the faint scuff of leaves in the restless air. She tilted her head back, letting her gaze slip upward. The sky above was turning darker, but the fog held the last of the sun's gold close to the ground, a thin, shifting curtain over the garden. For a while she just sat, breathing, listening. There was work still ahead. The house needed more repairs. The garden needed replanting, reimagining. The playground at the far corner, what Ted wanted to help fund, was still just a plan. Maybe if things went well, it would become a place where kids could run wild again, where something new could grow. But that was later. Tonight, the garden was simply hers. Tilly closed her eyes for a moment, feeling the cool, damp stone at her back, the faint weight of the kaleidoscope in her palm, the steady pull of the fountain's whisper filling the air between heartbeats. She looked up again, toward the statue. The stone figure stood against the sky, proud, unyielding, reaching. Tilly smiled, small and sure. "Maybe soon we can go flying again," she said. The fountain's arcs whispered against the stone. The heavy air shifted, and somewhere deep in the garden, something waited to grow.
Afterward. Tilly has been living in the back of my mind for a long time now. When I first started thinking about her, she was older, a little wiser, and August House had already been fully restored. but it was facing a different kind of danger. At the time, I thought that was the story I wanted to tell. Eventually, though, I realized the real story was getting her there, watching her struggle, watching her grow into the woman she needed to become. And in telling that story, I made the original version impossible because Tilly, being Tilly, would always forge her own path. For example, in the beginning, the tension with her mother was still the heart of it. Now they've worked through their differences. Anne, who, by the way, existed even before Tilly, has her own story waiting to be told someday. Opal didn't exist yet. Neither did Ivy. Nick was there, but he was older, already tired, already much further along his road. Some of the characters I once imagined are still waiting to step onto the page. Maybe Marigold will find a place. Agnes, cunning and dangerous, definitely will. And maybe Jack, still out there somewhere, driving his battered 1978 Peugeot across the liminal spaces of the world. Santa Creta is bigger than just this story. It's messy and flawed and stubborn and magical. It's a whole world to me, and it's filled with characters I love. I hope to bring them back again someday soon. And of course, somewhere out there is Stacy, the barista with her own very personal approach to capitalism. Maybe a little too controversial for a YouTube audiobook, but you never know. Beyond all of this, I want to thank my wife, Jennifer, for her love and patience, and my twins, Orion and Lex, who turn every day into an adventure worth telling stories about. This is the end of August House, which we will aspirationally call Book 1 of the Santa Creta stories.